Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome to eRacing GP. This is the Endurance Edition, 2022 Endurance Edition. My name is Alex Young, and here with me is Amo Haziq. Wow, round two. We had a great round one, didn't we?
Absolutely, and it went all the way to the wire in that first one where we saw the JMX Phantom car chasing the Stratos Flash car all the way to the end, and Alif and Tazwin managed to hold on to that one. So it'd be interesting to see if we could see the same racer here today again, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it looks like it's going to be an exciting race, of course. We are at Kyalami. Let's just have a look at the on-screen action right now. For those of you new to the series, we run GT3 cars and GT4 cars. GT4 qualifying is actually on track right now. There's the JMX Junior cars who won round one. 5 minutes of qualifying left for these GT4 cars in the AM category. Then later comes the GT3 cars, which is the Pro-Ams and the Pro category for the last 15 minutes. Now, we are at Kyalami, Amo. Favorite track of yours?
50-50 in terms of driving it because I've never had really good races here, but I hope we can change that today. Yeah, first time ever that we're in on the African continent to race here in ERGP.
Yeah, so 16 corners, lots of up and down, anti-clockwise, and you can see the lap records, 42.0 in the GT3 and 54.3 in the GT4 cars. I actually think they're going to go a bit quicker than that today. Let's go on a hot lap right now with one of the drivers from Speed Tavern.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the eRGP Endurance Edition. This time it's Kyalami, 4.5 kilometers in length, 16 corners, and it's located in South Africa, the only African track in the game. 100-meter board on the right side for turn 2, brake hard, turn the car in and accelerate as soon as we pass the midway point. Now, turn 3 and left-hander turn 4 and another left-hander for turn 5. As soon as you see the jagged lines on the left side of the track, turn the car in and accelerate as soon as we pass the midway point. Now sunset, best corner of the entire game. Orange marker on the right, tap on the brakes, be patient on the throttle and then accelerate hard. And right side of the road, an orange marker appears again, brake there a little bit, tap a little bit on the brakes, brake and then turn the car in. Take it to third gear for turn 8. Patient on the throttle, accelerate now, full throttle. Fourth gear and turn 9, turn 10, Le Coupe, marshal post on the left side, turn the car in, a little bit wide on the apex, but that is not a problem. You should have stick it in first gear. But if your car has better acceleration like this Audi has, don't worry about it. Let the car do its work. Turn 12, easy downhill left-hander, 100-meter board on the left side, brake hard, take it into second gear, turn the car in. And what about turn 15? Sausage curb, everyone's best friend. A little bit squirrely there, but nevertheless, we managed to get it. Marshall post on the right, brake hard on the 50-meter board, turn the car in a little bit slow on the throttle, and down on the power. And that is it. 4.5 kilometers of fun. Overtaking opportunities on this track is plentiful. I'm expecting a very good race today.
Okay, and that was Afiq Fahad there. He'll be joining us later in the commentary booth as well. He'll be starting his stint. So right now, Amar, we got Hold My Beer Racing driving right now, and they are quickest of the GT4s at the moment.
Yeah, by about just close to shave over under a tenth of a second in front of Nazir Azman in the number 57 Aston Martin, and Sergio Noor in the number 11 JMX Junior Phantom car. JMX Junior's car in third place. So pretty close right now, about 0.4 of a second between the leaders in GT4.
Yeah, it is. So which part of the track are they on now?
Right up to turn number 7. This is actually part of the old Grand Prix circuit that we remember in Kyalami that actually has been preserved from the old red layout until we actually went into an anti-clockwise layout that we have right now. This is where the circuit is retained up to the hairpin point, right at the top of the hill at the Lucup corner. That's where we actually turn to the right, all the way up to the hill where there are housing areas. Now, that's where the old circuit went. Now we're on to the modern Grand Prix layout where we've seen it since 1992, in fact, when the South African Grand Prix was held for Formula 1.
Nice. I mean, it's great to be on this continent. I can't wait for this. I hope this track come back to Formula 1 one day. And you look at the insert there, Andreas Wolf there. Did he get pole in round 1? I think
yes,
he got second.
No,
he got pole.
Yes, he did. And he got it at the very last gas, and he stopped it that time round because for his qualifying session, it's done. We're already on the halfway point. Now we're going to see the GT3 boys. So at the moment, at least, pole position is Andreas Wolf once again by about just over a tenth of a second in front of Nazir Azman and Sergio Noor, with 4th being Shopian Said. 5th is Paul Ryan Lopez. So there's only about 5 cars in GT4 at the moment. We're supposed to have 6, but nonetheless, close qualifying again. 0.4 of a second between the top 3.
Okay, so these are our second place drivers there, Team Racing line with Nazir Azman. But these are the ones to watch for GT4. Sergio Noor, the JMX Phantom car, he'll be a very quick car indeed. And there'll be fight. I think it'll be a nice three-way fight for GT4. Okay, on to the GT3 boys. And let's watch some of the cars as they come onto the track. This is the last 15 minutes. We have the Pro-Am and the Pro Class here, of course. And yeah, let's ride on board with one of the, well, you could call him a legend now. He's been around sim racing for a while. And Dika Rama Malana from Legion of Racers team based out of Singapore. He's, easily one of the best drivers here in Southeast Asia. One of the old men now from one of the veterans now, hasn't he? Because he's been around here for a long time. Yeah,
one of the old guards. And the fact that last time out, he would feel he would there's a bit of injustice for him, you might say. He's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder in terms of penalties. But I think this one, Rama might just want to put that at the back of his head and try to gain what is, he will say, rightfully his, and get at least a first or a second, because 3rd place last time out was not bad going, but it could have been more for the number 44 car.
Yeah, and let's look at him right now. There he is driving. He's always got a green screen there. Proper setup there. Not sure what rig setup is, but it looks pretty decent. Look, outlap is just about done. He wants to start lap now. He's giving a bit of a gap. He's actually following JMX Phantom car there, I think. I wonder who's qualifying that car at the moment. Martono. Martono ahead of him. So these are 2 very quick cars. They're both in Ferraris. Ferraris dominated round 1. BOP's been adjusted slightly, so we should see a bit more mix up there.
Yeah, in fact, that to prove the point that there's a couple of mix that might make a difference, pun intended. We got, for example, the GSR car, which was a Ferrari at the start of the season. Now it's a Honda, so they know full well that they can take a bit of a hit in terms of points. But if they find a car that's suitable for this particular round, then maybe they could take the plunge and go for a leap of faith.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you got Afiq Fahad there behind him in a speed cam car. He's the guy that took us for a hot lap. He's in that zebra-looking car right behind him.
Fitting.
Fitting, because it's in Africa. So 3 quick guys there. Oh, you got the championship leading car from this year, car 111, Stratos Flash.
Yeah.
So all the 4 cars quick there. There we go. The green car, the brown car, Malana there, And then, of course, Afik Fahad in the white and black zebra car.
Yeah, in fact, that all 3 championship leaders are together, line astern, first to third on the road at least, because they're the first 3 cars that have exited the pit lane. So they are really not hanging about. They really want to set the fastest times as early as possible, and they have the right time to do so because the track temperature just picked up slightly. We were around the 21 regions for the air and track temperature. Now it's 24 to 29. So track is actually getting hotter. So the lap times may not be as fast as they want to, but it's not that hot that it will actually slow the time us completely. So we'll keep an eye on this. It might just be into the 41s.
Wow, that would be quite special indeed. I think 41's definitely possible. Malana there goes across through the last corner, coming across the line. And let's see what time to do. Ooh, 41-1 by Martono.
There you go. 41-1 for Martono, 41-2 for James Pierre Reid. Am I reading it? Yeah, it was James Reid up to second, but then Martono's up to second now.
Kai Rudin there, GSR eMotorsports in the Honda NSX. What a time, 41-1. He's on provisional pole.
No VTEC on the back of that car, and it's definitely saying that is the turbo, not the VTEC turbo that everyone keeps hyping out about, but the proper Honda turbo, and it's up in front here in first by about 200ths of a second from the Ferrari. So game on, because look at that. Third place is also a Honda.
Wow, that's pretty special. Nice to see the Hondas up there. We don't see enough representation, so it's nice for them to get their day in the sun. We also look at Alan Drake Cruz, shall we? He's quickest in Pro-Am at the moment. Young driver from Philippines. He's actually he's going to be a strong lineup. I think he's with Alexis Clapano from Philippines as well. So this is a really strong Pro-Am lineup.
Indeed it is, and to think that the team is actually owned by Alan because it is under his name. So really Clapano has the opportunity to show that he could actually race with this kid, and this kid can actually be taken out further by the experience of Clapano. So really then, it's a strong team, and we saw last time out in round 1, they could have won it, but unfortunately had to settle for P3 that time, but they got a faster lap. So really then, it is a fast race car and a quali car.
Okay, we should go back to Preston Martono in the JMX Phantom car. Oh, he's down right now. He's actually 2/10 down, so this lap is not going to be a quicker lap, but let's follow them anyway, because we've got the 3 Ferraris really. They're neck and neck all the way through round 1. Let's just follow them for one more lap, because I think they're going to get 3 lap runs out of qualifying. So let's see if they can improve this on the 3rd lap. Of course, Tasby there in the car 111 car, the green car.
Sorry to interrupt there, but James Pierre Reid in the Celsius Autosport car has taken provisional pole position, and he's in the 40s. That is absolutely blinding.
Wow, and there he is in another NSX. So the Honda obviously flying at this track. Good to see it. Good to see Reid there getting a good lap time on the board. 40.8. That is quick.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if the Ferraris can get there.
I mean, depends on the driver, of course, because we can see at least the likes of Martono and Maulana probably getting there. But at the moment, Martono and Maulana, they're being held up by Tasby. Tasby is not actually getting the giddy up here. He's only 9 fastest at the moment. So really then, it's actually disrupting their qualifying.
Presley here has 2/10 up on his quickest time. This will be good enough for pole. But like you said, he's getting held by Tasby in the green Stratos car. So this is going to be tough for Martono. He's 2/10 up, but he's going to for sure get held up now by the green Ferrari.
Yeah, he's not flashing his lights at the moment there, Alex. It's definitely not going to help it out. But 1/10 of a second, still not bad. He can still actually improve at least up to the 3rd place, because Terry Rayton in the Evo 2 Audi is up to 3rd. So we got 3 different makes in the top 5 here. But I'm pretty sure that Martono will go much faster had it not been for a Stratos car right in his way.
He's not exactly in the way. Is this enough to hold him up? It must be down, because he's no longer 2/10 up now. He's doing about the same time. Oh! Definitely going to slow him down a bit.
And Maulana also hit him on the back for good measure. So I don't know what's going on there. We can't even go into the psychological advantage here. We're only in the 2nd round of the season.
Ooh, Martono did not go quicker. Oh, that's a disaster for him. Okay, he's got one more run of 3 laps, so he goes to the pit lane and he will restart. Let's see how Reid is doing. Reid is he's not improving either.
Outlap. He's on his outlap. He just came back into the pit, so now this is on his outlap to start another qualifying run. So it's another burst of 3s before I think ultimately he will call time on his qualifying. But we'll have to wait and see how that tactic will play out, because some of the other drivers as well, the likes of Martono and Maulana, definitely will be fired up after being held up by another car there. Not unfairly, but it's just that they were unfortunate to have been behind another car that is their championship rival.
Wow, it's great to see though. So there, James Pierre Reid, Celsius Autosport, Australian team, on pole provisionally at the moment. He's got 7 minutes to go, so he can improve, and he's on his outlap. Wow, this is getting pretty close. What is that? We got 5 cars all within 2/10, and let's have a look at. Wow, we have what's that? 16 cars all within a second. So it is pretty close out there.
In the event, all the way to Billy Eberheiser in the McLaren in 23rd. It's about 1.6 seconds the difference. So that's really the difference here. The difference maker is whether or not you can nail those sectors and get up to as close as possible to the front. Now then, we're still waiting and seeing whether or not there's other cars coming out on track. Lawrence is in the pit lane and he's been a bit anonymous so far. He will feel rather Assyrian last time out after being denied victory by the fact that he was actually involved in too many penalties that actually could have made it a win for the Laundry House guys, but they had to settle for 6 last time out. 6th and 8th to be exact.
So, okay, let's see who's on quick laps right now. Another driver out there that's doing quite well. Marco Wong. Oh, he's in the BMW. He abandoned that lap and he's restarting another lap. So let's see how he goes.
Okay, so
Pressing Martono, though, all the way down here in, what is that, in
the
8th
P8,
position.
yeah.
Wow.
And a couple of cars are still in the pit lane, so we'll see all change right now because this is the first phase of qualifying because there's only 2 phases anyway. You're allowed about 2 runs with 3 laps each in that 10 minutes. So a lot of these drivers are going out for their second run, and the track will no doubt be much faster than before because of the amount of rubber that's been laid onto the surface.
Yeah, okay, let's Andre Cruz. He's still leading the Pro-Am Championship, so he's looking quite good there. In second position in the Pro-Am Club, Taufik Moin in the GSR, another GSR motorsport car in the Audi. Did he win Pro-Am last time? He got pretty close. He was right up there. He didn't win it though, did he? He was second, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not improved, so he will, let's not be there. Let's go to the championship winning team from last year, Laundry House. They're in cars number 1 and 2. Terry Rayton's, oh, he's had a big slide out there. He was 2/10 up. That slide has cost him a lot of time, and he's not going to go any quicker.
Yeah, I don't see sector times on him. I think he might have invalidated the lap anyway, so he's going to come across the line now. Still maintains 6th place.
That's right.
And he stopped, so he's going to go for one last burst at the end of the session to actually improve his lap times. Now then, where are the protagonists from qualifying so far? James Reed up in pole position. We're on board with Montana right now, and it looks as though he's not going to actually improve his time. Likewise, Tasby, I'm not sure why Alif's not in the car at the moment. I think highly likely if Alif was in that car, he might just be able to drag it up to closer to the top 10. No doubt Tasby actually has the talent, but somehow today, at the moment at least in qualifying, he's a bit off form. He's gone off the boil a bit.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 brothers racing for Stratos Flash, Alif and Tasby. Alif is the older brother, more well known, very quick. But Tasby, he is as quick as Alif. It just sometimes takes a bit longer to get up to speed, I feel. But when he's up to speed, he's just as quick as his brother. But he will not be happy with this. This is his first lap in the second run, shall I say. And he's 2/10 up. He's 2/10 up, but he's got to find about 8/10 to get near the front row, I feel. So still a lot more time to be found.
Indeed, and poles are different last time out, which was at the hands of Alif. Now they're going to have to struggle to even get to the top 10. So this will be interesting to see how their championship rivals will fare as he comes across the line now. Will it be an improvement from the 14th? Yep. Into 13th, just in front of the GSR car, but nowhere close to the top 10 as of yet.
Okay, so who do you want to look at next?
Right, let's see. Where can we find him? In fact, I'm looking at
Alana.
Andika. Yeah, Andika, he's on a flyer right now. About a tenth of a second now, he's gone off a bit. We can see the sector lap times here, and it looks as though it might just be an improvement here, only just slightly to get up to second place at least. That's Yan Ming Chu. Is that? No, that's Jason Chu. I thought it was Yan Ming who's driving here. Unfortunately, they're not here right now. Car number 100 through turn 7 and 8, and up to now the hairpin section where this is the last part of last remnants of the original Grand Prix circuit still remain. Now we go back to the new section through 10, 11, and now the downhill section that will bring it up to sector 3. It looks good at the beginning, but now he's gone off slightly. He's actually beyond the 1/10 of a second that he was faster initially.
Right, so he was quick. I think he had some bit of traffic earlier in the lap, and I think that would have affected him a bit. Out of the top guys in fighting for the championship, I think Martono has a lot of potential to improve. Let's see how he's doing, because he should be on a quick lap. Whoop, camera pans.
Every single time. No, every single time. This is the second time already we've seen that. We tried to get Martono. He's too fast for our cameras, but not fast enough to actually gain pole position at the moment.
Of course, this car is carrying some success ballast. Finished second in round 1. I think that's 12 kilos of success ballast. So that's going to cost him 3 or 4 tenths a lap. But he is slightly improved as he comes to the last corner. Goes across the line.
P5. And
P5. He'll be happy with that. That's pretty good.
Ferrari 345 with a Honda 1-2. Well, it sounds almost like F1 in 2022 where there's a Honda-powered Red Bulls, but now called RBPT at the front row with James Reed and Ali Khairuddin, who have upsetted the form card slightly with them being at the front. So Honda's now looking good around here as we are looking at Ali Khairuddin 2/10s up. This is looking good, Alex.
Wow, 2/10s up, 40.9. This could be pole position. The battle of the Hondas. He's halfway through the track, to the lap, shall I say. Still all to do. Oh, he's lost a 10th. He's only 1/10 up now.
Coming up now to turn 13 and 14 through the crocodiles, as we call it, then up to Cheetah. Let's see then. This is the crucial corner. There's that sausage curve that I think talks about as everyone's best friend, or best frenemy, as we can safely say. 2/10s up coming to the final corner. Will this be pole position for the number 369 GSR Motorsports car? Up across the line now. This is looking good. It is going to be a 40, but how much? It's a 40.5, 3/10 of a second ahead of James Pierre Reed. What a lap from Ali Khairuddin.
What a lap indeed. Fantastic to see the Hondas up there. Whoa, he'll be pleased with that. That's the first pole position ever for GSR Motorsports. He's still got time for one more lap, and you can still see he's pushing on.
Absolutely, he is absolutely gunning to make it his, this particular race. He just wants it to be pole position. No points, unfortunately, and he stopped. He has actually stopped, so I think he feels that that time is already good enough for pole position, so he has every right to just pull it up to the pits and call it quits for this one, but he's still got 4 hours to go after this.
Okay, let's see. James Reed, he's not on a quicker lap either, is he? Up
No.
there in P2 in the Celsius Autosport car. He's about, not really up, not really down, kind of equaling his best lap. He'll have to find a chunk though.
Yeah, he'll have to find a whole chunk, actually, if we're honest, through that final sector. That was a brilliant final sector from Ali. In fact, second and third sector, he was clear by about 2/10s. 2/10s in the second sector and a 10th in the third. So that's where he found that 3/10 of a second to get it up there. But oh, there we go. 2/10s slower this time around for James Pierre Reed. And it looks as though I think that is pole position for Ali Khairuddin.
Okay, let's go through the list. Let's see who else is there. Third position, Maulana.
Yeah, Maulana's in the pits, unfortunately, so he has actually called it quits. But another
Lawrence in fourth.
Lawrence in fourth, and he's out on track. But at the moment, at least, not improving his time.
Yeah, there he is. This is the championship winner from the reigning champion, shall we say. That's why he's wearing the number 1 plate.
Oh, big moment there coming out of turn 15 into 16. That's not going to help his time. And in fact, we're looking at the live sectors right now. It hasn't. And this might just be 4th place for the reigning champions.
Small improvement. No, not really. And he stays there in P4.
Marco Wong, on the other hand, was having a great last sector. In fact, he's 2/10s up, coming across the line now. Will it be an improvement from P8 for the Bentley, for the Honda BMW? Yes, it is. P4 for the Z Challenger car. What an absolutely brilliant last lap to actually get up to the top 5. But on pole position is Ali Khairuddin.
Yeah, great lap. GSR Motorsport, their first pole position, so that's going to be pretty cool. Hair-raising experience here for us in the studio, so it's been pretty cool. All right, qualifying is over. We got a bit of wait time. Let's go through the championship order so far. We've seen right now how the qualifying is taken right now. Khairuddin, GSR Motorsport on pole position with car number, what was that, 369. In the championship positions, they finished 5th in round 1, so it's good to get them up there. Stratos Flash obviously won round 1, and JMX Phantom 2nd, Legion of Racers 3rd. So all the big all the heavy hitters are there in the top 10, except for Stratos Flash. They're down there in P11, so they'll not be very happy with that. And there you can see the rest of the top 10. Then on to the Pro-Am class, Ammo.
Yep, and pole sitters for this particular one is number 31, which is Alain Drake Cruz, and he was 3rd last time out. So really then, that team is looking very good to actually gain ground on the championship leaders, but GSR Motorsports lined up right beside him in 2nd, and they finished 2nd last time out as well.
And then onto the AMs, there we are. JMX Juniors won the first round, but they start P3 for GT4. Homar Beer Racing there on pole. We have to watch out for this, because I think it's going to come down to JMX Juniors, Homar Beer Racing, and of course, Racing Line in P4. Veloce Ragazza did not have a good qualifying just now. Okay,
so in essence, basically all the championship contenders are right up at the sharp end to actually challenge for the win this one. So it's an interesting race, but that turn 1, Alex, in Kyalami has known to be quite a bottleneck, and I will fear whoever's in that midfield and to the back are going to get involved in accidents.
Okay, let's just quickly look at the lineup of the cars as they come across the line, shall we? We'll take them. Shall we do the thing through the through the what should we call it? The nice segue through the grid as well, when we can have a look at all the different cars as they come along.
Yep. And going through that right now with the controls. Let's see how this will go.
Okay.
So I think we just got it on running now. Yep.
Okay, so then you can see the cars there right now there. Kyalami there and Paul, look at the liveries. Quite similar there for sorry, this is wrong. That's the entry list. We'll come back to that in a second. But you can see there, as we come on the right, Kyalami there right, Reed there second. Malana, Legion of Racers there in third position. Nice purple outfit cars, car 44. He shares it with Dylan Tan. That'd be good to watch. Marco Wong, Z Challenger, and the BMW be close. Lawrenson and Laundry House fifth. Martono sixth in JMX Phantom. And then we got another Z Challenger there in seventh. Another Laundry House third car there in eighth. Takuma there in the other JMX car ninth. There we've got Pro-Am leader Alan Drake Cruz in P10. There we've got the first of the Stratos cars on the right. The green car in 11th, and then in 12th position. What is car is that? That's Gallo.
The Antipodean car.
Antipodean car.
And the rest of the field, the Z Challenger in 13th, 14th is the second of the Pro-Am cars that's lined up second in their class. Tafi Moyen in the GSR car. TVRL for Felix Young in 15th. And Abdul Hakim has taken over for number 79 there for the Aston Martin. JVLI in the Blue Steel Racing car, number 401 in 17th. Better qualifying than before.
That's your car you'll be driving later?
Yes. Well, luckily he's qualified much better than before. Last time he was in 21st. Then we have the first of the Aslan brothers. We didn't see them much here, but number 222, well down the order. They'll have to take a lot of work to get up there to challenge for the overall honours.
Yep, and sandwiched by two Wackos flip table cars, so they're a bit out of position, those three cars. We'll be looking to see them up there.
Yep, Afi as well. Afi is also out of position. He is well out of position there in 22nd. Looks like the return for the team has not been quite a kind one. As you now go all the way to the back of the field, there's the first of the GT4 cars, Andreas Wolf, with Nazir Asman right beside him. They'll be ones to watch out for. And Sergio No, who definitely want to take another win for the number 11 JMX Junior cars, will be right up there as well.
Okay, so that is our grid walk done. I hope you talked to a lot of VIPs there, Ammo, when you did it. A bit like Martin Brundle. We are going to have a formation lap, and then we're about to start the race underway. So lots of things to look out for. It's a 4-hour race. Some cars have 2 drivers, some have 3, some have 4. And everyone needs to do a stint before the end of the race.
Yes.
And but Ali Khairuddin on pole, that is great to see. As you can see them starting right now. They should be starting that formation lap. There they are. They're going to start the formation lap. This actually takes quite a while to do the formation lap. Shall we go through the entry list one more time before we actually get this race done and dusted? Started, shall we say. Okay, there we go. The Laundry House, the champions, reigning champions for last year. They're the cars number 1 and 2. And if you look at the numbers on the right, the white numbers are Pro Class, the black numbers are Pro-Am, and the red numbers are the Am class in the GT4 cars. So then further down, you can see quite a few of the other drivers. These are the drivers driving for them. Car 44 there, Marlana with Nigel Chua. Dylan Tan not here today. This is a strong lineup, and they'll definitely be contenders for the race win in the Pro class. And then, of course, car number 10, JMX Phantom car, will also be a contender there as well. Now, then, starts off with Z Challenger Racing from Hong Kong. Good, strong Hong Kong representation in this championship. They're there in car 69, 17, 71. Look out for car 111, Stratos Flash, with Alif and Tasbi, who are brothers based out of Singapore. They are the championship leaders after winning round 1. Car 222, also a Stratos car. That's Nakib Aslan and Nabil Aslan, brothers who are normally right at the front. I know they're short of practice coming into this race, so they're outside the top 10 at the moment. And of course, Gafor and Khairuddin there on pole position at the very bottom.
And then the last one, the third entry on this page, Blue Steel Racing 401. That'll be my car later on. JVLI will be starting it, and starting way better than before, where he was outside the top 20. So 17th for today's race. And then the other cars includes number 619. That's actually second. 696, second in Pro-Am. That will be driven by Taufik Moyen, and the rest of the field, including another one of the GT4 cars, which is on pole position, number 777. I don't know how they'll deal with 5 cars there, 5 drivers there, Alex.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's a mistake. I think they maybe meant it to 4 cars because you can't run a thing with 5 cars, can you? So that'd be very difficult. Okay, so the lap is the race is about to start.
Yeah, we're gonna go double fast. In fact, you can see that the drivers are starting to fan out just slightly to actually get into positions where they need to be before the start of the race.
And I just have to take this moment to obviously thank our sponsors, X-Park, Royal Selangor, Motorsport Playground, of course, Life, who produce our brilliant shirts. And of course, don't forget, the winners in each of our races, each of our championships, they get the very cool Royal Selangor trophies. And of course, the shirts. So that is all that they look out for. And I think there's a bit of cash prize at the end of the weekend as well.
No, that'll be on your one because you're organizing the championship there. So yeah.
So anyway, the race is about to start. Let's get back to the on-track action.
Indeed. So you can see that the drivers are now fanned out, double file, coming up to the kink, the most notorious corner in this track. I don't know why they bloody put a sausage curve there, but it is what it is. That just causes a lot of cars to be upset. Now then, through that final corner, this is where the start is going to be very crucial. Guys on the inside, and pole position crucially for Ali Khairuddin is on the inside. James Pierre-Reid will have a hard time trying to actually overcome Ali if he actually gets jumped on at the start. As you can see there, he goes very wide coming out of the final corner. That will actually compromise even further as we are waiting for the green light to come on, and the green flag will be waving as we go now. Racing pretty soon here in Kyalami. And it is go, go, go then. We're going to get ready. There we go. The green flag flies. And Ali Khairuddin jumps across. But James Pierre-Reid has actually got the jump on him coming to turn 1. So James Pierre-Reid has gotten the whole shot coming to turn 1. Unless, of course, Ali Khairuddin will fight back. He does fight back into turn 1. Does he get him? Yes, he does. But James Pierre-Reid gets pushed out a bit. And Marco Wong actually also shoves his way through coming up to second. And looks as though it's a clean start for everybody. I didn't see yellow flags being waved there. I was expecting a bit of a kerfuffle coming through the first 2 corners. But it looks as though it's clean, Alex.
Great start by Khairuddin. He'll be super pleased with that. Whew, he didn't really get a great start actually, but great turn 1 to take it back. And look how focused he is on the insert there. Ali Khairuddin there with a great start for GSRE Motorsports. Wow, wow, wow. This is a big moment for them. They've never led a race in Endurance Edition.
Yeah, they haven't actually. That's a good point. So really then, Ali and Fahad will be having their fingers crossed that it will remain that way for the next 4 hours as we have a drive-through for car number 28 in GT4, which is Angelo Lapuz. So that's now going to be a good run for the Veloce Ragazzo guys who have already had a tough qualifying session. So we'll keep an eye on for how developments are for the rest of the field. But up there in front, Marco Wong in the Bentley. Sorry, Ben. I keep saying Bentley because they It is the BMW actually because they drove Bentleys prior to this. But number 71 for the Pro Class in Z Challenger is Marco Wong, and he is aiming to try to get the win for this time after a disappointing first round of the season.
And they've got a bit of a gap there. Look at that. We're riding on board with Maulana now, Legion of Racers. Small gap already. So 3rd place there, falling back from the front too. There is Maulana in the purple car, and he's kind of holding up quite a few of the other drivers right behind him.
Actually, to be fair, there's actually James Pierre-Reid who might be thinking that he's holding up a bit. Yes, because Maulana got in front of Reid, but I bet that when Maulana gets into the swing of things, gets into the perfect temperature range, it'll be Reid who'll be a bit of a cork in the bottle. Looks as though quality setup, he got it nailed to a T, but race setup-wise, he'll just have to get into the groove as well to get up to speed.
And of course, we can see the BOP this weekend that the Hondas are very good. But we have no idea how they will fare on the race pace. And I suppose we have 4 hours to find that out. Good start by Lawrenson as well. Lawrenson there in P5. He'll be pleased with that. You know, champions from last year. They need to really get back in this championship hunt. And the guys in second and first in championship. Look at that. Championship leader, Muhammad Alif there, is all the way down. Yeah, good start up to 9th. And he's just behind Terry Rayton and Martono. There's Martono there, the GMX Phantom car in P7, sorry, shall we say. And Alan Cruz there, have to look out for him. Top of the Pro-Am drivers. Great job to see a Pro-Am guy, and this is the Am driver driving in P10 as we go along.
And the P10 is, the Am driver happens to also be a kid, about 9 years old. So really then, he's racing against a 10. So he's 10 in 10th place. So yeah. Really, really fast kid here to actually race against some of the best guys in the region, and he's holding up some really fast ones. He can still keep up Alif and in front of Bruno Gaulle, the Intimidation car. So really then, all to play for in the GT Pro and GT Pro Am classes.
Okay, let's have a look at the Am guys right now. And Sergio Noor has a great start. From P3, he's got up into the lead in front of Hodmoy Beer Racing.
Yeah, and again, Andreas Wolff actually had the pole position, but it's just at the start, well, in Barcelona, he was actually leading the way up until the point where the GT3 cars were coming by to lap him, and he got whacked by, I believe, was number 12 JMX Junior car. So really then, no love lost between the JMX Junior team and Andreas Wolf, as Wolf goes onto the inside. What a move there, coming out to turn 13, and they got a GT3 car in between as well. So hopefully Billy Eberheiser can actually get through there safely. Oh, that's tight. Yep, but now that will compromise Wolf coming to the final corner. Will Wolf then defend onto the inside? Very hard. Yes, he does. He just opens the door slightly as third place there in GT4. Nazir Asman tries to get on the inside. We have to stay with his battle. Look at that, because first, second, and third are within the same shot, Alex.
Wow, it is. Look at Nazir Asman there in P3. He's going to be thinking about turn 1, isn't he?
Oh, I'm pretty
Turn
sure
two.
he is. Turn 2, yeah, because turn 1 is actually the king. Here's coming up to turn 1 proper, but it's called turn 2. As, he goes on the inside. Would there be a collision? Surgeon opens the door slightly, and that might compromise him. That will give the advantage to Andreas Wolf to actually pull a bit of a gap here, coming out to turn 3, 4, and 5.
That's perfect for Hold My Beer Racing. That he'll hope the 2 cars behind him squabble so he can try and pull out a bit of a gap. And, drive-through.
For Nakib, is it Nabil? Yeah, Nabil actually has a drive-through, so it's gone from bad to worse for the number 22279 Flash car. They have not had the best of runs, but I believe they will probably say that they can take this as a drop run, I say.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's going to be tough for them. Let's see where they go from there. We have to go back to the front of the Pro class, so there they are, top 5 in the AM class, but at the front, wow,
Still close.
Look, the top 2 are even increasing their gap now. Malana and the Legion of Racers car does not have the pace to live with the Honda and the BMW at the moment.
Yeah, and I did say earlier just now the Honda might not have good race pace, but it looks as though Ali Karudi is proving us wrong in that regard, and the fact that James Pierre-Reid is still right behind Anika Rama Malana. So indeed, it is Rama who's holding up the pack here in P3, but it's a very fast pack. It's not like he's holding up and gaggling all the cars together. It's just that he has no answer to the pace for the 2 in front, and it looks as though the BOP has worked out. The Ferraris are somewhat chipped a bit compared to the advantage they had in Barcelona.
And you have to say, look at that. I mean, 41.9 by Kai Rudin on the opening laps. That's a really quick, fast race lap.
Yeah, in fact, that only the first few laps you had to get into the temperature range, but it looks as though the track temperatures are slightly warm. In fact, on the 30 side, it looks as though the cars are up to temperature. The tires are up to temperature. They can actually set those lap times immediately. So great job there for Kai Rudin to keep up the pace in front and holding up Marco Wong for the time being at least. And the BMWs, we know full well, have the pace advantage as we look at. That's Kai Rudin, but we're looking at Maulana right now. How is he looking in terms of race pace? Just slightly off, about 0.4 of a second from Marco Wong's lap time, actually. So really then, very close at the front there, Alex.
Yeah, it is. Okay, they've got the correct driver now. And Dika Ramalana there in 3rd position. He'll be quite pleased with that. The main thing for Legion of Racers obviously is that they want to win this championship. So they need to make sure they get in front of the JMX Phantom, the Stratos Motorsports cars, which they have done. So P3 right now, he'll be very pleased with that, sitting pretty. Okay, yes, the Honda and the BMW head are pulling away slightly, but this is a 4-hour race. There's plenty of time for it all to come back to him.
And Lawrence, you can see that goes onto the gravel, and of course Rayton as well. Rayton has actually gone off big time. So yeah, we just caught a glimpse of it, and now I think Alif may have gotten ahead. No, he hasn't actually. He has not gotten ahead of Terry Rayton.
Look at that.
We need to look at his battle between 3rd and 4th. James Pierre on the outside. Oh, they've touched each other. Door handle to door handle between the Ferrari and the Honda. We've seen that already between Red Bull and Ferrari this year. Just close battles, but no incident so far. And that slight touch may have woken up Maulana a bit. We wanted to go to what happened to Terry Rayton, and we can confirm to you that Rayton has lost a couple of positions. We have to watch this battle though, Alex.
Yeah, it is. Reed's all over the back from the Australian wants that position. He started on the front row. He wants to get in front of Maulana because he knows he has the pace at the moment, at least, to try and catch the front 2.
Yeah, he might be a bit miffed there with the fact that the start of the race was not good for him. He had the opportunity to take the lead, but he couldn't hold on to it. He should have probably defended much harder there, Alex.
Yeah, I think he didn't defend enough into turn 1, or just turn 2, shall we say, and that allowed some of the others to get a run on him, Marco Wong in the BMW as well. But Reed's got to settle down. He's got to settle down. All is not lost. It's only, lap 4 of a 4-hour race, so he's got plenty of time, just needs to take it nice and calm.
And, they can actually take it nice and calm right now, but we have back markers. I did see just now a couple of back markers up in front of them. So really then, it's crucial for these guys to actually maintain the pace, try to keep it clean and not get into any unnecessary accidents, as this battle group is actually heating up quite nicely between Lawrenson, Sang and Martono, and it looks as though Martono wants to actually get in front of that Bentley as soon as possible.
And we got a Leaf there, the green Stratos car as well, coming up as well. These guys have to be worried about Stratos Flash. One of Leaf's best strengths is knowing how to look after tires, and he will be thinking long term. He'll be thinking about the last half of this stint, so he'll be very strong as this stint goes by. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't start making moves second half of this stint.
Absolutely, and the Ferrari, at least from my experience previously in previous builds, the tires were known to have just gone off the cliff. But it looks as though the Ferraris are not struggling this time around, not that badly compared to before. So if Alif were to actually take care of these tires, being a tire whisperer, and go all the way to the end of the stint being much stronger, he has every opportunity to actually jump all 5 drivers right in front of him right now. Sorry, 4 drivers right in front of him right now. Coming up to Sunset Corner, this is the very few sections of the track that still remains from the original Grand Prix course that we saw all the way back when Formula 1 last raced here before the 1992 configuration in 1985. And, well, nice undulating terrain that we have here.
Yeah.
It is quite a roller coaster, isn't it, Alex? And I believe you have not driven here yet.
No, I haven't. That's actually I don't think I even watched a race here. This is probably the only race track at the ERGP we've come to that I don't know. So yeah, I'm just going to go on what I can see today. But yeah, it's a great track. All the drivers I know who've driven this in real life, all the virtual world, have all loved it.
And let's hope that one day F1 comes back for the South African Grand Prix. That would be great.
That would be awesome. Okay, so Sung there in Z Challenger Bentley doing a good job, really holding his own there. But yeah, he's got some big. He's this real meat in the sandwich. Right? He can't afford a mistake because Martono and Leaf will be straight by.
Yeah, in fact, the number 69 car is it says Pro here, but I think on our notes it says it's the Pro-Am. So we'll just leave that technicality out of the way for now. But at least he is actually still holding on pace-wise to the fast guys here in between that he's driving with. Now we're looking at Terry Rayton. What happened there just now, you might say? Did he hit the sausage curb a bit too hard that caused the car to be upset?
Yeah, something happened. So he's dropped back to 10 behind Pro-Am leaders. So he's got quite a bit of work to do. He'll need to get in front of that Pro-Am car as quick as he can, really.
Yeah, because I think he went through turn 15 a bit too hard, went onto the gravel trap and just got overtaken. So it's just unfortunate that that particular corner is just the bogey corner for pretty much everybody. Even in a front engine car like a Bentley or a Mercedes, you cannot just take it flat out there. You just have to treat that corner with a huge amount of respect. Otherwise, it will really bite you hard.
Okay, understood. And then further back, what's that? There's a good battle to brewing just behind him as well. If you look at the battle there.
We had to look at the battle between these guys because we saw just now. There we go, James Pierre Reed. James Reed has actually been swamped there by Lawrenson. So he has lost ground to Maulana, and now he's trying to defend all he could for the other drivers behind. So Maulana then would like to get a beeline of these guys, just dash away as quickly as possible so that he doesn't have to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah, some Reed under big pressure. We talked about it just now. When you're attacking, you have to be careful because sometimes you can just abuse the tires a bit too much, get them a bit hot, and then you can start going backwards. And that's what's happened now. Maulana now got some breathing space, and Reed coming under serious pressure by fellow Australian Lawrenson.
And then behind them is Sang, then Chris Sang with Presi Martone, AR Muhammad Alif. Tough crowd. Absolutely tough crowd. And look at that, he is actually rubbing his head. He's trying to wipe away a bit of the sweat there. As now we have backmarker traffic to deal with. The GT4 car, that's one of the first cars to meet, is Angelo Lapousse, who had a drive-through at the start. So hopefully he gets out of the way clearly. Oh, Reed's actually got that held up. That's not what he wanted.
But Maulana got held up as well. So they're closing. He's going to try and go around the outside. GT4 car will stay out of the way. Ooh, Lawrenson there getting into a bit of a mess.
And he has actually gone crossed up. He's actually gone very wide coming out of turn 5, and Sang's actually gotten through. He's gotten alongside him. Alif also looking very interested to get by Martono as they go side by side here through Sunset Bend, and Chris Sang has actually gotten ahead, while Alif then going side by side with Presi Martono. Martono known to be a very hardcore driver here in terms of his defending, gets the better of Alif that time round, but the race has actually been spiced up a bit because we're coming through traffic, and we all know Kyalami is not the easiest track to overtake anybody.
No, it's not. But look at that. This is a real important battle because these are the champion guys leading the championship right now. Alif and Martono, and they are They fought really hard in round 1, and they are going to fight super hard here as well. These two cars actually were fighting against each other in the sprint edition as well. JMX Phantom winning that ahead of Stratos. Yeah, they're the two form teams at the moment in ACC here in Asia Pacific region.
Yep, two drivers, two teams looking to actually get the better of each other. Looks like it is round 2. You can hear the boxing bell being hit.
Or round 3 if you include sprint edition round 1.
Yes, part 3 then of this particular epic trilogy. Well, hopefully it's more than a trilogy after this. As we look at Alif on screen right now, he is absolutely focused to get up to the back of Martono, and I think he'll be a bit miffed as well, the fact that qualifying didn't go so well for the number 111.
Yep. But you know, he looks calm. He had a really good try and go on the outside of Martono earlier on. Didn't make it. And now he's just going to settle back into the groove and just stalk his prey.
Stalking Martono in every which way, but Martono has actually had the answer for every single move that Alif wanted to make, including that one around Sunset Bend. That was quite a gutsy move, if we say so ourselves, trying to get around the outside of fast corner, but unfortunately for Alif, no way through as yet. That GT4 car has actually spiced things up just a bit between the drivers from 3rd all the way up to now we can include 10th, because Alan Drake Cruz and Terry Rayton are just right behind these guys.
Yeah, and Rayton though still trying to get past Cruz, is not able to quite make that move. See, they're all coming closer to the battle in front because those guys in front have been battling hard. But yeah, Rayton's going to start getting quite annoyed with this. He's going to think, right, how do I get past Cruz? I need to get past Cruz. Likewise, Cruz, you know, he's got a good crew behind him. His father, I know, in his ear saying, listen, don't fight Rayton too hard. You're not in the same race. That's a pro car behind you. We're going for Pro-Am. And Cruz actually, you know, if I was him, I wouldn't defend too hard and I'd try and give Rayton space. He needs to focus on his race, which is against the second Pro-Am car right there.
It's actually Chan Ming Wong. So Chan Ming Wong is further behind there in the Waycross car, so he doesn't have to worry about this. Oh, and his car looks absolutely scuffed on the side there. He's been in the wars.
He's definitely been in the wars. Look, he's had quite a bit of scuffing there already with the Wackers flip table car. What's his lap time? 43.1. That's not very quick indeed. So obviously carrying some damage in that BMW, which he'll have to probably try and fix in the pit stops.
And yeah, look at that, he's actually gotten Abdul Hakim in the zebra-colored Speed Tavern car right behind him to actually attack, so to defend from. So really then, this BMW is absolutely compromised. And look at that, the front bonnet's up, so that is severe damage on the front of that car.
Yeah. Do you think they'll repair it for a 4-hour race? Or
I think they'll have to, because they don't want to lose time on track as opposed to clean it up in the pit lane for only about 5 seconds. You can gain more in the pit lane being fixed than losing more time on track.
I suppose if it's 5 seconds, it's worth it. If it's 30 seconds, probably not.
No, absolutely. 5 seconds on track in a 4-hour race where you can gain all that time, it's more than worth it to just fix the damage. But this looks more than 5 seconds. I believe it's about 10 seconds because look at the state at the front of that car.
Yeah, oof. Tough race so far for Wackers Flip Team Racing. This team finished 3rd last year in the 2021 Endurance Edition. Not had a great start so far and not looking terribly great for them at this point in time as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're listed under Pro-Am, because I believe the number 969 car is actually in Pro, while the sister car number 999 is in Pro-Am. So a bit of a mix-up in the plate at the moment. There is Leo Leong, who is in the Pro-Am car,
I think that's a Triple L, right?
I think Triple L, Pro-Am.
I think it's in the Pro-Am car.
Yep.
So maybe this is the car that's actually second in Pro-Am at the moment. They'll be really disappointed to be up there, especially when you got another Pro-Am car then P9. This is not the sort of performance we normally get from Wackers Flip Table Racing.
Indeed. And 3rd in Pro-Am, there we go, Tafi Moyen just further behind there, behind Leo Leong. This is the real battle for 2nd place in the Pro-Am category. Yeah, you might say that a bit of a lonely race. In fact, Alan Drake Cruz is well up there in 9th place. He got a huge jump on the rest of the field.
Right, yes he did. We should go back. There's some of the other drivers in the Pro-Am cars. Bernard Chan there in the Academy car. Following Afik Farid. Afik should not be this far back. I know he's also light in practice there. But he'll be, he needs to try and catch up some time there.
Oh, you know what's worse? The leaders are coming through right now. In fact, he has already been lapped by the race leading car of Ali Karudin. So really then, this is not what he wanted. He's battling for fringe positions, and now he's going to have to deal with the leaders as we go to GT4. Andreas Wolf has actually gotten a huge jump on Nazir Asma as well. In fact, I don't even see the number 57 car in anywhere close to him. In fact, he's just coming through Sunset Corner now, so he's about to clear, 5 seconds ahead at the moment at least, in fact 4 seconds ahead. So Andreas Wolf has cleared the onslaught from the JMX Junior cars, for now at least.
Yeah, and then Wolf there, you know, like you said, all the leaders are coming through, so it is quite a bit of a traffic jam. The first batch of leaders have gone through, the second batch are coming through. It's tricky, isn't it, for the GT4 cars? They have to find a way to let the other cars lap them without losing time themselves. What they try and do is go wide at corners, just give them a bit more line through the corners right now. Got Gallo there, trying to overtake him.
Oh, you wouldn't want to go through there too tightly, because if Wolf actually held his line there, Gallo would have easily whacked him and we'll have a big accident.
Yep, and there's Wolf going through that corner. Nazir Asman there. Whoa, defending hard from Sergio Noah in the JMX Junior car. And it looks like they've had a bit of coming together. It looks like Noah has a little bit of damage on the front of that car.
Yeah, again, look at that, the scuff marks on the car at that time. He tries to go for the over and under, but Nazir holds firm and he will have the momentum coming into turn 15, for now at least. But it looks as though Sergio might just try his luck coming to turn 2.
Oof. Defends the inside. Asman defending the inside. It's going to compromise his exit out of the last corner. That's definitely going to let Sergio Noah get a run on him into turn 2.
Let's see then, Aston versus Porsche in GT4. It looks as though the Aston's got the leg up on the Porsche coming up to turn 2. Yep, no amount of slipstream will be enough to actually get him by. So Nazir Asman holds on to P2 in class, for now at least.
Ooh, but he's going to run wide a little bit at turn 2. Just about holding on the Aston Martin.
A bit of updates in terms of penalties. We got another drive-through then, and I believe this is for track extension warnings, and it's for Abdul Hakim, number 79 Speed Tavern car. So Speed Tavern as well, one of the teams that performed absolutely admirably last season with Afiq, for example, hauling that car up to P5 in the championship. Not anywhere nearby at the moment. 79 having a drive-through in 16th, and his own car in 23rd. So yeah, not a good day out.
And there is Hakim there in the Speed Tavern car.
Well, he's got in front of Champion Wong.
Right, got in front of Champion Wong, but now it's a drive-through. You have to watch this with the track limits, don't you? You have to be ever so careful with that. It's coming through now. The lap the guys in second and third position.
Ooh.
GT4. Be careful. Don't want to nudge him out right now. You get another drive-through, and look at that. He's having to fend from Wong in the Speed Tavern car. Oh, it's getting a little bit tricky now.
Oh, that's dodgy, and the fact that will compromise Nazir. Where is Sergio? Sergio's gone through. They're side by side here, and going through the mine shaft in turn 12 and up to turn 13. Will it be a move for the number 11 Porsche? Yes, it is. They're going side by side here, but I think the Porsche's got the move done. And all the while, then Leo Leon goes around the outside. Oh, this is going to be very dodgy. Oh, Taufik just got absolutely shafted there around the outside, but Nazir, out of all of that, still managed to maintain second in GT4, and there's more cars coming through.
Great racing, all the actions here in GT4. Oh, into the last corner, they touch.
They touch there, they're going door handle to door handle again as we see a car. That's Abdul Hakim going to the pit lane for his drive-through. Aldo Balagulen then got held out completely, and the battle is still on between the GT4 cars.
Right, Sergio Noah tucks back into the slipstream. Will he look down the inside turn 2? Azman covering the inside line, creeps back to the racing line. Oh, he's tight though, isn't he? He's tight through 2. That's going to allow Sergio Noah to get a great exit out of him.
And he's got him, so unfortunately Nazir's resilience, or is it? He's still holding on to it, but I think Sergio's got it on the inside, and Sergio Noah in the number 11 JMX Junior car. Junior car has taken second place in GT4.
Great racing with GT4. Oh, it's still not over, huh?
Oh, and Nazir managed to get him as well.
That Aston Martin is really quick in a straight line.
Quick in a straight line, and exit out of the corners. If they get it right, they can actually be very, very good. So the Porsche then has not enough grunt on the top end to actually get ahead of that Aston for now.
Well, you said you couldn't overtake it, Kyalami. It seems like we can, actually.
Well, they can go side by side, but to get the move done, you really have to be alongside somebody.
Right. Great racing so far, though. I'm pretty happy we're here at this track today.
Now that we move up back to the front of the field overall, and it looks as though Ali Khairuddin has managed to stave off the advances of Marco Wong for the time being. The gap right now is about 1.5 seconds between them. It is very close then to the front. I'm not sure how they can keep it up for the entire race.
Well, so far, though, the lap times have been great. I mean, what's that? Khairuddin has fastest lap of the race, actually. 41.6, which is 2/10 on Marco Wong.
And last time I was 3/10 faster.
Wow.
So he's gotten the leg up on Marco at this particular point in the race. We're about almost halfway through this first hour of this race, and Marco Wong then looking very likely that he's just gonna hang back because he knows full well that the BMW finally got a bit of more favorable BOP. He was actually even behind the scenes. He was always talking about how they should do a more BOP test, but I think he'll be pretty happy right now.
Yeah, the BMW looks pretty good. Marco Wong driving a great race. Okay, his fastest lap's 2/10 down on Kyrudin, but he's obviously been very consistent. Maybe a bit more surgical through the traffic, because you know that gap's nothing. You know, in a 4-hour race, this is as close as it gets.
Indeed. No VTEC on the back of that car, but I think he needs more than VTEC, or rather the Honda Turbo Power, to actually stay in front of this BMW, who has been that has been the car of choice in the game itself recently. But in eRGP, we saw last time out, it wasn't the car to have. It was nowhere near up in the front compared to the Ferraris.
I'm just putting the insert there in the bottom right. There's Ali Kyrudin there, who's leading this race. I just put him there because he's just a moment ago. He's looking very nervous, very tense. He needs to relax. It's a long way to go still, and he needs to try and conserve some energy.
Yeah, indeed. And he's driving on the other side of the world, actually, or rather down under below us. We're up here in the Southeast Asian region. He is in Australia, actually. So I'm surprised that the ping actually is holding out quite well for Ali.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, actually. Not so bad indeed. In fact, if we come out, you can see what sort of ping he's getting right now.
About, what, in the 40s, I guess, because he's about the same as Marco, or rather just a bit more. But regardless, the connection's all stable. In fact, it's almost close to 100, but it's not bad. We can live with 200 or more, actually, racing in Europe, for example.
That's great ping. He'll be happy with that. Okay, they're battle for third, though. Oof, they've got a nice gap there. Quite a bit of a lead there.
And James Pierre-Reid has actually gone in front of Andika Ramamalana. So out of our sights, the Honda is back in front of the Ferrari. So that's actually Andika just going off the ball slightly. So he might have used up a bit of his tires as we reach the halfway point of the first hour.
Yeah, Malana down to fourth. More importantly, though, he's still in front of his championship rivals. The guys in the top three are not in the top 5 in the championship right now. So Malana, though, still in good shape. No need to panic.
Yeah, no need to press the panic button just yet. And the fact that he'll gain some really valuable points at this point of time. But you gotta ask yourself, if you're Andika Ramamalana, you got this advantage of being in front of your championship pals, you might just want to risk it a bit, don't you think? Or maybe not.
Well, I don't know. He looks pretty calm there. He looks pretty chilled. Looks like he's enjoying the racing. He's always got a smile on his face, hasn't he, when he drives?
Or rather like a sneer, actually. It looks a bit like a sneer.
Looks a bit like, yeah, smile, sneer. Sneer mile.
Snarl, yeah. But yeah, he's been absolutely loving racing in ACC right now. We saw it last time at the SRO. You can see he actually just waved a bit to somebody. I think he's waving us at the camera. If Andika can hear us, of course, but I don't think so. He's just actually looking like as if he's trying to find where the race leaders are.
Yeah, maybe the sun's getting in his eyes. Needs to put the sun visor down, perhaps.
Not really, because it's quite a cloudy day. Quite a cloudy day, actually, here in South Africa. So, are we expecting rain? I hope so. I hope not, to be honest, because I bet that a lot of these guys don't even have a wet weather center around Kyalami, so I have to actually knock on plenty of wood to prevent that from happening.
A little bit of rain would certainly be quite interesting.
Now then, Andika Ramamalana, who was up in the top 3 in the SRO GT World Challenge Asia Esports. Looking like he's continuing that form, carrying over in the eRGP as well. Up to 4th place here. Could have actually been 3rd had it been for a better start. But still, looking well better off compared to an AR Muhammad Alif, who's in just P8 at the moment.
And they got Chris Sung there from Z Challenger in 5th position. So he's good. Great to see Z Challenger doing a really good job there in P5. Okay, on to the championship rivals. Look at this. Martono leading a gaggle of Ferraris.
And crucially, he's in front of Lawrenson. So Lawrenson's been overtaken by Martono as well. That will leave the trouble for Alif to get by the defending champions. Oh, that's interesting. All 3 Ferraris lying astern here from 6th to 8th. And they got another car to contend with, which is the Audi of Laundry House. So that's the sister car, the number 1 car that's actually in P7 right now. Oh, that's interesting. This is a good gaggle of cars that we're going to have to watch out for here. We have to keep on this, as that is Presi Martono, Formula 4 Southeast Asian driver, and I believe champion at one point.
I think he did win the Formula 4 Southeast Asian Champion. I remember I was racing an Audi Cup that year. Very impressive driver. He was great in karts, great in Formula 4. Didn't quite have the budget to go to Europe. Oh, Lawrenson dives down the inside from way back.
Well, did he make it?
No, he didn't. Martono gets him back. Will Lawrenson now lose a position to a Leaf in the Stratos car? Nope, just holds on. Oh, it's worth a punt. Came from super far back, almost made it. But we were talking about Martono earlier on, isn't he? Because I mean, He's also team principal at JMX Phantom, and they've done a superb job of putting together a good race team. And like you said, Martona is very much a real-life driver. He doesn't have a sim racing background, but he got into sim racing with the eRacing GP actually 2 years ago, and he's gone from strength to strength. And if you ask me, especially in ACC, he's probably one of the best drivers in the region.
Cool, calm operator to say so myself. Although he in eRGP in the race room game, at least he could actually afford to go no-handle to no-handle. Not with ACC. He's gonna have to watch out for the context as Lawrenson goes around the outside, coming up to turn 10. No way through just yet. But Lawrenson then looking rather racy right now. He's feeling a bit antsy, knowing for the fact that he's trying to recover what was actually a disappointing first round. As Lawrenson goes onto the inside, coming up to turn 13. Will he make it this time? Yes, he does. He had a punt at it at the start of the lap. Now he's up to P6.
Great move by Lawrenson down the inside. We've sometimes seen him do rash moves in the past, but that was perfectly weighted, and now he's in front.
And in front, and crucially then, holding up the... I think he can try to make a beeline for it from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, that's Presley though, just struggling with a bit of pace right now. So the champions have gone by, and now they've got the guys leading the championship this year, all right on his boot lid.
Absolutely. And Martona then will be a bit perturbed by that, by the fact that, oh, there we go, GT4 traffic nearly causing a bit of mayhem there. And again, that's the number 28 Veloci Ragazzo car having a very terrible round this time. But I think Martona will try to regroup himself to get back at Lawrenson. But it looks as though Lawrenson has got the legs on him at this particular stage of the race.
Great shots from the helicam right now. We're in the middle sector of the track. You know what? Formula 1 can definitely come here, can't they?
For sure,
They
yeah.
should.
I think they should, yeah, but it's all up to the Kyalami circuit officials if they could actually make that Grand Prix possible. But we would love to have a Grand Prix back in Africa. It's been long overdue. We haven't had a Grand Prix in Africa since '93.
Yeah, long time. And look at these shots. The Laundry House car number 1 is just sprinted away from the JMX Phantom car. Lawrenson in that Laundry House 1 car, definitely having the pace, the fastest Ferrari on track at the moment. So,
yeah, it's second only to Andy Karama Malana, but looking at the lap times right now, Malana last time out was a 42.0. Lawrenson matching him to a tenth of a second, to hundredths of a second as well. So really then, closest battles between these Ferraris, I think Lawrenson may have the pace on top of Martona and try to pull ahead. But Martona though, knowing him, he might not give up, not with our fights.
yeah, and the back of this quartet, the second Laundry House car in the Audi. Showing some good pace. Quite interesting to see Terry Rayton in an Audi. I've always seen him in a Porsche. It feels a bit alien to see him there. Do you think the Audi's pretty decent this year? Or do you think he should have stayed in the Porsche?
I think judging by the way that there's no Porsches in the top 23 at all, I'd say that it's a good move for them to move into another manufacturer as Alif tries to go into the inside there, coming out to turn 2 in front of Martona. Martona well alert this time. He looks as though everyone wants to attack him at turn 1 there. He might turn 2. He may not be pleased at all by that.
Yeah, Martona showing not quite the pace we expect from him at this stage of the race. Oh, and the championship leader, Stratos Flash, looking to the outside into, what's this, turn 7?
Turn 6 coming out to Sunset Bend. Oh, that is not going to be good for him because he is going to go a bit shallow, but he's got the pace and he's held on to P7 for now.
Yeah, look at that, leaves all over the back. You got to feel it's a matter of time at this point, don't you?
Yeah, indeed. You knowing Alif, knowing how he could persevere and push on. And remember, he was performing quite well in that first race to hold off the JMX Phantom car, and now he's doing the same thing, albeit the other way around. He's trying to attack the JMX Phantom car to actually get in front of it, as again he tried to dive one up to turn 10 and 11. No way through just yet, and Terry Rayton there, watching brief, but it looks as though he might want to have a crack at that as well.
Yeah.
You just feel that Terry Rayton just might want to have a sniff at this one to follow his sister car around.
So it seems like Martona's really struggling in that first sector. That last sector in that first sector, through those really slow corners. That JMX Phantom car does not look very tidy.
Indeed, you might say that he has actually gone through his tires much quicker compared to the guys around him. So you might say that he might be one of the very early guys to come into the pit, because judging by how high he's pushing right now.
There we go. Terry Rayton, though, is not giving up. And you're right, Rayton there looking. Will he look down the inside? Ooh, thinks about it. Not quite close enough.
A bit of a dink, you might say. A dink onto the inside to just slightly perturb the driver right in front to say, okay, you're there, I know, so let me try to actually defend from you. As, well, these three are fighting. Alan Drake Cruz actually is closing up to the back of these three. There he is in 10th place overall, but first in Pro-Am. He also might be the big beneficiary of position gain, 3 position gain, if these guys were to whack each other. So coming up now, oh, there's another car they had to overtake. That's the Porsche GT4, number 242 for the Circuit car. Oh, very tight there. This circuit is not really for the faint of heart, especially if you're in a much slower class. So at least for the time being then, no big collisions, apart from the Circuit car getting into a bit of a entanglement with the number 44 Legion Races car, Fanika Ramamalana. But so far at least, a good battle here for in the mid part of the top 10.
Yeah, it's going to go on and on right now.
Oh, they got another car then. Alif's got another car. Whoa, that's Sergio. No, he probably... I don't know if that was the angle where the camera was captured, but it looks as though that Sergio was actually sliding a bit to Alif, and Alif had to take evasive action.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like the JMX Phantom car looks to have settled down right now, and it's pulling out a small gap to Flash. Stratos Flash at the moment.
Yep, and whoa. You might say just slightly, ever so slightly. I thought that the cars were sliding up because the way that the camera was just panning across. But it looks as though, yeah, you're right there, Alex. It looks as though that Martono has actually gotten back some of that pace disadvantage that he lost and turned it into an advantage again and trying to inch himself away from Alif. But with GT4 traffic coming up, and that's the second place car in GT4, the number 57 Racing Line car, that might compromise him a bit. Or if anything, it actually compromise Alif more.
Let's go a bit further up right now, and you can see Milana's all over the back of Reed right now. So this three-way battle for P3 is heating up, shall I say. Anyway, so the guys at the front, you know, they're kind of really checked out. Ali Kairudan, look at how big a gap has he got. The two of them, Kairudan there and Marco Wong, GSRE Motorsports and Z Challenger. Oh,
about 2 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, he's pulled out a bit of a gap there. Kairudan be super happy with this. Yeah, they got a nice gap ahead of the battle for P3. Almost the length of the back straight.
Yeah, the length of the back straight coming up now to turn 13. James Pierre Reed, a valiant effort for the Celsius Autosport car. They were outside the top 10, but they were in the points in the first round. It looks as though the Honda has gotten the rub of the green in terms of BOP and performance, and now are running first and third. So for James Pierre Reed, this is what he absolutely wanted. He wants to now have a crack at the podium, racing against some of the fastest guys in the region here.
And there is Reed in the inset. You can see him there. He's talking to his teammates. It's interesting. He's giving a lot of feedback to his teammates. Maybe I think he's complaining about lack of grip, probably.
Yeah, the amount of hand gesturing that we've seen from multiple drivers here when they come on board, it's impressive. They're very animated here today.
Yeah. Fix it. Someone come in and fix my car. Maybe they're thinking about the... I think, what can you do at this stage?
You can only change quite a few things, including, for example, like the likes of ABS and traction control, and of course the brake bias to change a bit of the balance. But that's pretty much it. You can only change those parameters, those 3 parameters out on track.
But he's obviously talking to his teammates, so maybe he's trying to do something for the pit stops. What can they do in the pit stops?
They can change the tire temperatures and tire pressures are key, because that's the only thing that will actually make the difference here. Fuel load, yes, you might actually go for a fuel tank, but for a full tank, but because the tire temperatures are very dependent. Tire pressures are dependent on the temperatures. That will definitely mean why Pierre Reed is actually telling his teammate what kind of temperatures he needs to pressures he needs to put on. Oh, sorry, can't get my words out right there because this is quite an exciting battle. But you folks get the point. Yeah. It is the pressures are correlated with the temperatures. So I think Reed is trying to tell Vanderlei, his teammate, that that's the pressures he should be on.
Okay, let's go a bit further back right now. See, who else should we have a look at? Tafik Moyen, he finished really well earlier on in round 1. He's down there trying to catch some of the cars. There's another GSR Motorsport car, all the way down to 16. He's now P2 in Pro-Am.
P2 in Pro-Am outright, and the fact that he's gotten ahead of Chat Ming Wong completely. So that's because we believe that Chat Ming Wong may be in the Pro class, so we can't just disregard him. Liu Leong is the one in the Pro-Am. He's well ahead of that car. He's pretty much in no man's land here in Kyalami. And look at the amount of trophies he has at the back there. He is a man who loves to actually show off what he has actually gotten. And who can blame him? He's achieved a lot in real racing and in sim racing, so he has every right to call it a bracket list.
Indeed. Further back there, I think something just happened with Gallo. Gallo just had a big moment on the zoom. If you go down and let's see if he's recovered that car. Yeah, Gallo goes off track again just now.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt there, but I think I did see that there was another car involved. And look at that, the car is absolutely scuffed on the side, and he's lost a couple of positions too. I think he's now dropped to P12. Oh, it might be Alan Drake Cruz actually, because Cruz has dropped positions too. And we have another car that looks like slowing. Oh, Alex Cianelli is Bernard Cianelli went into the back of him. So I think Farid was also one of the other cars that was taking into the grass. I think Cruz might have been the one involved with Gallo there, because Gallo was just further behind in P11.
Wow, so the pro class driver, Antipodean, oh my gosh, my mouth's failing me. Autosport getting involved with the Pro-Am leader, and they are losing ground right now. But you're right, Gallo, they're coming under big pressure from Bernard Chan.
Bernard's well further behind, he's in 24, but I think because Gallo got involved with Cruz, and you can see the left-hand side of the car is completely scuffed. It is absolutely wrecked on that side, and I think Gallo might be thinking of making an early pit stop. So Cruz has dropped positions. Felix Young is the big beneficiary there. He's gained 2 out of this, and he's up to P10 right now. But wow, that puts a spanner into the works for the number 31 and number 103 cars. That has absolutely wrecked both of their races.
Okay, we will be having some pit stops coming up soon in about 20 minutes time. Why don't we go and have a look at the timetable, just to have a look at the leaderboard right now. You can take us through the top 10.
Right then, so first in the leaderboard overall is Ali Khairuddin Fahagafo in the Honda NSX GT3 Evo for GSRE Motorsports. They've been leading since the very first lap, albeit nearly got overtaken by the number 15 Honda, which got the jump on them at the start. That is the leader of the race overall. Second place is Marco Wong in the number 71 Z Challenger car. Third is James Reed in the Celsius Autosports car. That's your top 3 overall right now. Anika Ramamalana in 4th in the number 44 Legion Races car. Sang in 5th in the number 69 Z Challenger car. So Z Challenger having a great outing today. Number 1 for this particular season, but 6th place overall right now is Andrew Lawrenson in the Laundry House car. 7th is Percy Martono in the JMX Phantom car. 8th is Alif in the Stratos Flash car. 9th is Cherry Rayton in the Audi, the second of the Laundry House cars. And 10th is Felix Young, who just became the beneficiary of a collision between Alan Drake Cruz and Bruno Gallo.
Yep, so Cruz there leading the Pro-Am class in P11. Alan Racing. Okay, we're going to go for a short break, and we're back with the pit stops coming right up after this.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
That was Mozart.
Okay, welcome back. eRacing GP Endurance Edition Round 2 at Kyalami. I'm Alex Young. Next to me, I'm Amo Hazik.
Yeah, sorry, this way.
This way, this way.
Yes.
And of course, a big thank you to our sponsors. Great little videos there, of course. X-Park, of course, Axel, Royal Selangor, who make the brilliant trophies. Motorsport Playground, who will wrap the champion's car. And of course, Life, who make the great shirts. So, awesome to have right now. We're almost an hour into this 4-hour race. There are, of course, 3 classes. Pro class and Pro-Am class. We reached the GT3 cars. And, of course, the Am class, which is right in the GT4 cars. And this is the class that we want to focus on right now because it's heating up right now between first and second.
Yeah, indeed. And Andreas Wolf, who had a bit of a clear gap in front of Nazir Asma in about 5 seconds, has now been whittled away due to the fact that he had to give way to GT3 traffic. So I think Nazir has had a bit of a drop of the green in terms of the GT3 traffic, and now he's gotten up to about 1.5 seconds right behind the race leader.
Of course, Hope might be racing in first, and JMX Juniors in third. They're running the Porsche. And Racing Line, the red Aston Martin there. Aston Martin's really loving this track at the moment.
Yeah, apart from, of course, we don't see that in the GT3 Pro or Pro-Am classes, but yeah, the Aston Martin GT4 against the Porsche is way better here in terms of the overall grunt that he has. So I'm surprised that he didn't take pole position in the qualifying session, but no, make no mistake, in the race itself, it looks as though the Aston has the legs on the Porsche.
Yeah. So these guys having a good lead over round 1 winners in the JMX Phantom car. So yeah, let's see how far back Sergio Nor is in the JMX Junior car. Oof, quite a bit further back, isn't he? There's a bit of a good 10-second gap there off the front too. So he'll need to try and find some pace. Of course, we've got more than 3 hours to go, so still plenty to go. Although that Porsche looks like it has a bit of damage on it.
Yeah, in fact, I think it might have been some aftermath from collisions with especially the second place car, Nazi Osman. So I think they may have gotten into the walls a bit. So that's why the number 11 car is way behind compared to the Aston. And he was up to second at one point, but then lost it a bit, I think, sometime while we were away.
All right, now back to the very front of the field, the overall leaders in the pro class and in the whole race. Ali Khairuddin, GSRE Motorsports, great drive. These guys took pole position, briefly lost the lead off the line, got it back into turn 1, and I'm so pleased to see them up there. I mean, this team has never led a race in eRacing GP, and to get their first pole now to lead, that's fantastic for them.
And lead all 28 laps so far, actually, so that's amazing to see how this team that has performed well admirably in the previous season, but they have not been at the sharp point, and now they have every opportunity here, and if luck goes their way, get the first ever win in the GP Endurance Edition.
Yeah, and it's pulling out a bit of a gap now, aren't they? They look at that gap there. They're going through the screen right now, and there's Marco Wong in the BMW going through. So it's at 3 seconds, 3 seconds lead. So looking a bit more comfortable because the Z Challenger car here was really putting the GSR car under big pressure right now. And the two of them have a big gap in front of them. Third place, James Beer Reed.
In fact, James Beer Reed still has the advances on the Maulana. There we go, just as we were cutting across. Okay, maybe about a couple of seconds in it between Reed and Maulana, but Maulana's still there. He's still on the back of that Honda, so these guys have not have any love lost since the first few laps of the race. So Maulana, the roles have been reversed ever since then because Maulana was third at the end of lap 1, now he's fourth. With Lawrenson, I think just a few seconds further behind, with Alif also for close comfort. So there we go, there's the laundry house car, we can just about see it.
Yeah, and look at Reed, he's still talking, talking to his teammates, obviously not happy with that car. Though again, for Celsius Autosports, P3, they've never been that high either. Do you think they could hold on to the line?
I don't want to jinx anything. I just don't want to say anything because, you know, this is such a good result for this team. So really love to see them. They can perform well all the way to the end.
Oh, that would be spectacular indeed. I mean, I think their best finish is maybe 7th.
P7 in.
I can't quite remember where.
In the previous season, yeah. No, it was actually P9 actually, and I'm mistaken.
P9. Well, yeah. That's why we call him Ammo the Anorak. He remembers everything. If you want to send your comments on Facebook, just let us know, and we'll
get around to it.
Let's see if we can stump him with some of the questions.
That's obviously not any sensitive questions.
Yes, obviously keep it PC. Yeah, but there you go. In the background there, Maulana still in the Legion of Racers car, still stalking Reed. I'm not sure if he's still within touching distance, isn't he?
Yeah, well, to Marco Wong, maybe not, because there's about 7 seconds now in it between these two, but Rama is still within about a second behind him. So really then he has to keep an eye out. I think they've gotten the balance quite to a T now towards the end of the stint, because they might be thinking about pit stops, and some of these guys might want to actually pit on the hour itself, actually, to get the freshest tires possible.
And you know who's coming closer? You mentioned Lawrenson in the Laundry House car, our reigning champions. They are doing a great job of closing down that gap, because that gap was massive before we went for the commercial break. So Lawrenson there is definitely closing on the Legion of Racers car.
Yeah, in fact, it's about, well, is it 3 seconds now? Yeah, 3 seconds to the Legion of Racers car. So the defending champions showing why they are the champions from last year. They are not giving up without a fight.
And look at this. We talked about Leaf taking it easy in the first half of the stint. Now he's coming in strong. Stratos Flash car has overtaken Martono in the JMX Phantom car and Sung in the Z Challenger car. So Leaf looking very strong now.
Indeed, and the number 111 car is coming to its own towards the end of the stint, so we did call it there. him being the tyre was trying to save his tyres towards the end. But in terms of pace-wise, not that far off either. So he was conserving the tyres, but he can still be fast. In fact, his best time is a 42.0 last time out, compared to Lawrenson, about 0.4 of a second faster.
Yeah, so at least it's Destin closing down that gap. You can see the cars in the background all trying to close in on them as well. But yeah, Stratos Flash coming good. Looks like they got the strategy nailed on. Of course, they are our championship leaders at the moment. Let's not forget they won round 1. And they are carrying 15 kilos of ballast, but P6 is pretty good for where they're at, because most importantly, championship rivals are behind them.
Yeah, championship rivals in terms of Presley Martono in the number 10 JMX Phantom car. And yeah, any other drivers, but the only other driver they have to worry about is the number 44 car, which is the Legion Racers car. That car is just a couple of positions ahead of them. And if they have a good race, and including the faster lap like last time out, they might just catch them and get the championship lead coming into round 3, the halfway point of the season. But we cannot count our chickens just yet. We are not even past the first hour mark right now. We're only 5 minutes away, so anything can still happen in the next 3 hours.
Anything can happen, and it probably will, wouldn't we?
God bless Murray.
Okay, further back then, there's Chris Sung there in P7. He's really holding off a couple cars there. Rayton's also got past Presley Martono and German Phantom car.
Yeah, you're right there. Actually, Rayton has recovered quite well after going off big time in turn 15. May have soiled his tyres slightly, but I think the Audi is much more kind on his tyres compared to the Ferrari, and in this case the Bentley as well. The Bentley is really gone off the boil here, and now Sung has to defend very hard from a fast charging Terry Rayton and a recovering Martono.
Yeah, that Audi is very quick there. Turquoise coloured car. This is the battle for P7. We'll come back to it in a second. 7, 8, 9, they're all in shot. Then 10th position, Felix Jung there in the BMW. That's a pretty car. That is a pretty car.
Shout out to the TBRL guys. They were actually commenting in the comments as well. So there you go. You guys have your 15 seconds of fame, shall we say. But that's a nice car. It looks a bit like KW Suspensions colors.
I wonder if Felix is on Zoom. Maybe we could show him driving as well. No, I don't see him. Not sharing a Zoom video with us today. But yeah, great to get him to the top 10. They were outside the top 10 for most of this first stint. So good to see him there. And that car looks spotless as well, so they've kept out of the walls. And then we have the first of the Pro-Am cars. Alan Drake Cruz racing for Alan Racing, obviously himself. I think Clapano's partnering him for today, isn't he?
Yep. And leading in Pro-Am by a handsome margin, actually. We don't even see Taufik Moyin even in the picture right now. So if everything goes their way, that might be the youngest ever winner we had in Endurance Edition.
Yeah. And you know what's Clapano is, the ping is better. In round 1, I think it was quite often, I think it was about the same, but it wasn't so stable. You can see the car moving all over the place.
Yeah, it was just, the other one, sorry, warping all over the place.
Just warping a little bit all over the place. But it looks a lot better now. So obviously with a more stable internet connection. And coming along nicely.
Although lest we forget, I think Cruz is in Norway, and I was thinking.
He's in Norway as well, so that would be very tricky.
But so far, at least, the ping is not a problem here for young Alan Drake Cruz. He is still in P10, P11 overall, and first in Pro-Am class. So really, he's going absolutely quite well. He's chugging along quite nicely. Behind him, well, he's got someone for company. Shaka Takuma in the number 12 JMX Juniors car. That he's actually chasing him quite closely here. So Cruz has to watch out for him until he comes to the pit stops. I think the Lamborghini. In fact, speak of the devil. Number 12 goes to the pits. So Takuma becomes the second driver to pit after Bruno Gallo became one of the very first drivers in the top 15 in the points to come into the pits there.
And Takuma, this JMX Juniors car switched cars. They were in the BMW in round 1, and they've gone to the Aston. So far, I'm going to say that's a mistake, because I think this team did a fantastic job in the BMW. Finished, I think, P4.
Well, P4 in class, but they caused so much amount of trouble in that first race, especially the fact that they hit the side of their teammates in the number 10 car, which nearly compromised the entire race. So I guess Presley might have given a word to them to just not do any crazy errors and just keep it clean.
And it looks like Presley Martono, there he is. He's the big gap there, actually. Chris Sung has dropped back. Chris Sung has actually got quite a far ahead of them.
Yeah, in fact, that Martono's gotten ahead of Rayton, so that's the reason why. Where is Sung?
No. But Sung is actually quite a bit in front of these two cars. Right, 2 laps ago, they were right together. So Martono and Terry Rayton must have kind of coming together and dropped right behind him.
Yeah, that's the only plausible reason why. But I don't see any visible damage to both cars. Maybe it was just a slight tap, and the two cars had to. Well, I will hazard to guess it might have been Martono who hit the side of Rayton, and that's why he had to hold it back until Martono got in front back of Rayton. So
yeah, well, Rayton's been up and down quite a bit this race already, hasn't he?
yeah, we saw him go off there in turn 15 at the very start of the race. Well, about 20 minutes into the race, so he might have soiled his tires at that point. Now he's gonna have to fight his way back up to closer to the top 5. But at the moment, at least, not a good, not to say a bad race, but it could have been a much better race for this number 2 car.
Yes, that is true.
But pit stops are coming thick and fast here right now as Alan Drake Cruz becomes one of the first of the Pro-Am guys to come in. And I saw just now 401 Micah also come in. In fact, Sim Kaiwan is taking over from JVLI. Apparently JV is having shifter problems, so Kaiwan had to come in and just take over for him. Whoa, Rayton goes off there big time coming out to turn 5.
Okay, let's see what's happening with Lawrence, because Lawrenson was closing down the gap to Maulana. He's closed it down a bit more, hasn't he? But that's still quite sizable between him and Maulana in P4.
About just a whisker over 3 seconds, I would say, to make it into the 2-second region, because he is closing in slightly. So it's coming to get close to, it's coming together quite nicely here between these guys up in the top 3. In fact, make it top 5, because it is from James Pierre Reid, Andika Maulana, all the way to Andrew Lawrenson. So really then, let's see how this will go there. So we see a driver using VR. That is Lawrenson. Yep,
and he right foot brakes, interestingly enough. Most of the drivers have switched to left foot braking, but he's still right foot brakes.
Oh, he's like Shane Van Gisbergen in that regard, because Van Gisbergen, despite not having to use a clutch nowadays in the V8 supercars, look at that, right foot braking, and he still managed to get his foot back onto the throttle quite quickly. So that's a good technique to have, and he's letting his left foot rest. But make no mistake, that is quite a rare technique. Only a few other drivers have tried that and made it work.
Yeah. So those also look like great pedals. So look nice and firm as well. Obviously giving some good feel. That's quite a tricky thing, isn't it, in sim racing? Trying to get the feel from the brake pedals. You can't make it too hard, because it's not like a real car where you got the G-force pushing on the pedal as well.
Yep. Oh, he goes onto the gravel and the grass there. Well, Lapuz didn't even look in his mirrors that time. He didn't give enough space to Lawrenson, and that might make Lawrenson a little bit upset there. And he's still right behind.
Oh, it's costing him big time. Big time. That's going to let the Flash car catch up, the Stratos Flash car. And it is. He's catching up now.
In fact, I think...
Oh, he's going to the pits.
Because, yeah, the Stratos car has got to go to the pits, so number 111 is in the pits, along with Felix Young and Lee. So the Z Challenge car also in the pit that time. Alif just exited the pit lane and is still in the top 10.
Wow, so what's impressive is the leader has pulled away from everyone, fastest lap of the race with more fuel, because they've not pitted yet. So GSR Motorsports looking really good in that Honda.
Yeah, if they could extend the stint, they might actually just, well, not to say save a pit stop, because that would literally be ridiculous. Oh, never mind. I was about to ask, how would they stay on those tires? Well, it looks as though he has given up on actually extending another lap, and Marco Wong follows suit.
Okay, so this is our leader, first and second in our pro class. Do you think they will change? Let's see. If
tires is a given.
Tires is a given. Maybe they change drivers as well. Let's see, James Pierre Reid. Nope, Pierre Reid still out there in Celsius Autosport. So Celsius Autosport now leads the race for the first time, other than that brief 200 meters off the line. So, wow, let's see how much longer they can extend right now. So, Reid there in first. Look at that, just behind them. Andrew Lawrenson in Laundry House in second. So, yeah, Lawrenson actually showing some good pace. That Ferrari is a little bit heavy. This car's going to come good later on, I think. If Lawrenson can keep everything nice and clean, this car's going to come good for sure, because pretty much everyone is in the pits except for the top 2. But let's go back to Kai Rudin, see how he's coming out. Oh, and he swapped drivers.
Oh, Pluto Mock actually, well, sorry, Pluto Mock, Jason Mock actually has gotten into the car and nearly jumping Fahad there. So I think the pit stops for most of these teams are close as, cross the white line there.
You're allowed to cross the white line, but you're not allowed to go back to the racing line. So Fahad has to watch out for that.
Oh, Jason actually outbraked himself there. So that's going to lose him more time in the grand scheme of things. The net race lead at the moment, at least, is held by Fahad. Unless, of course, Lawrenson and Reid have absolutely blinding pit stops that can get him in front. But
no chance, no chance. The gap was too big, wasn't it? But look at that. Reed had that mince. Oh, I hate this pan. I don't know why it keeps panning. But Reed there, sorry, not Reed. Sorry, excuse me. I'm getting all confused. They still haven't pitted. It was Jason Mock there who went off just now, and he was right on the boot lid of Fahad Ghaffar. Now what is that? Good 7 seconds off.
you might say that because there's a GSR car in between them. Was Tawfiq there to might have distracted him slightly? Okay, it's not team tactics, but I think he might have gotten distracted by Tawfiq being there and just locked up.
Possibly. But Moyin in Tawfiq's in a completely different race. He's in the Pro-Am class. Definitely won't want to be getting involved there. Mock, though, still there. It's a challenger in that beautiful BMW M4. Let's see what sort of lap times he can do. Maybe he can close down the gap to the GSR.
Yep. And look at further behind. Andika Ramamalana, he's gained time as well to these two. So there's every possibility that James Reed, and in fact James Pierre Reed and Andrew Lawrenson have both gone into the pits.
Wow.
There might be a possibility that those guys, if they got the overcut right and their pit stops are just flawless with no damage, they might actually be much closer than they were before.
This is the car to watch out for, because Maulana is going to be quick. He did the first stint, he's doing the second stint, he'll be warmed up, he'll know the conditions, he'll know the car, exactly how hard to push. And Ghaffar and Mock just ahead of him, they're just gone to the car, so there's going to be a small transition as they get up to speed.
Yep, and speaking of transition, there's a few cars that have actually transitioned back onto the track. Jake Baldwin, sorry, I said James Baldwin, darn it. I thought it was the James Baldwin that won the World's Fastest Gamer, but it's Jake Baldwin who's taken over the number 1 Laundry House car. He's back on track, 5th place, behind Andika. So how much further behind is it? Nah, not that much, about 3 seconds, so he's still within that 3-second ballpark. He's ahead of Alif, and more crucially then, Arthur Vanderlei has been jumped by Maulana. So really then, it's a bit of a shake-up in the top 5, but Maulana is the biggest gainer of the lot. He's gained 1 position out of all of this. So then, there's Jake Baldwin, not James, not the world's fastest gamer. He's in P5, behind Arthur Vanderlei and Andika Ramamalana, who's actually further in front. So Andika, with a great in-lap and out-lap to have actually gotten up to P3 at the moment, he will definitely set his sights on yet another podium, and crucially then, the lead of the championship, with Jason Mock in 2nd and Fahad Ghaffar in 1st place. So really then, all to play for. The pit stops have really not completely shaken up the order, but a bit of a change in between. Up to turn 13 for Jake Baldwin. Still about 3 seconds behind Art Vanderlei. And behind him is Andika, is AR Muhammad Ali, about 10 seconds behind. So the Stratos Flash car lost a huge amount of time in the pit lane there, Alex.
Wow. Well, yeah, it did lose a bit of time.
Oh, no, sorry, but it says 10 seconds. Right? Not too bad. It's about, maybe 5 seconds on the dot. So Jake Baldwin then across the line now. He is still about, 4 seconds ahead of AR Muhammad Ali. Make that correction. 5 seconds at that point, but we are trying to stabilize the gap at the moment, so it's 3 seconds here between the number 1 and number 111 car.
So Jake Baldwin, first time we're seeing him in the car this year. Be interesting to see what sort of lap times he can produce. Still in his out lap, I think, or
Second lap now.
Second lap now. 48.7, nothing special there.
Because of course he's on his out lap, so we cannot really tell much, and we need to wait until the 2nd and 3rd laps once the tires are up to a certain temperature and range that we can actually see whether or not that the car has maintained the pace.
And look at that, Alif is closing the gap. I think that gap is coming down. Baldwin there getting a bit of back markers there.
In the number 242 Circle car, Omar Ali clears him quite nicely, quite quickly, and that's good driving from the GT4 class, GT4 car right there. Now yellow flags, we got yellow flags on the top of the screen there. We are not sure who has actually gone off. Well, it's actually gone back to green, but it might have been slightly localized yellows, so we're not sure who caused that one, but whoever did has actually cleared that one quite quickly.
Chris Sung there, it's a challenger up to P7 off the pit stops. What to Terry Rayton? Terry Rayton's gone way back down. Look, he's changed drivers as well. He's changed to Sergei
Mironenko.
So Mironenko now in the car, down in 9th position.
Yeah, not to say the biggest loser out of that, but in terms of time as well, he's lost about 5 seconds to the number 10 car. So really then, that in-lap was not the best from the Laundry House number 2 Audi Evo 2. He might just be looking forward to just chomping at a bit of that gap towards the end of the stints and maybe try to make up a few positions. But Marinenko's got his work cut out here as 7 and 8 looks quite close. In fact, Chris Sung's only about 6/10 of a second ahead of Russell Reyes, who jumped from the number 311 car to the number 10 car for this race. We go to Reyes now. Let's see if he can make that move. There we go. A huge gaggle of cars coming through. There's Reyes. Quite odd to see him in a mid-engine car because normally he drives front engine. It's either Bentley or yeah, just Bentley. He never drives anything else, I guess. So he's in a Ferrari for the first time, and it looks as though, yeah, in fact, he drove BMW last time out. So really, then, front engine cars are his forte. But it looks as though he's taken like a duck to water in the mid-engine cars, and now trying to pressure Chris Sung wherever he is. Yeah,
his last lap's 42.4, which is great. Very similar lap times to his teammate Martono. Martono definitely struggled in that first stint, didn't he? He looked great for the first half of the stint, not so good for the second half. Maybe they'll be able to adjust the tyre pressures a little bit to make sure this car is a bit more consistent over the whole stint.
Yeah, indeed. And
what would they could do? Would they be looking at the different temperature changes and trying to just get it back into the window?
A bit, because the ambient temperature is only maintained about 25°C, but the track temperature has gone up to 32.
Oh, you can see that at the top right, can't you?
Yep. So a degree of temperature change requires about 0.2 psi change on the tires. So
cold.
Yeah. Actually much warmer, so they need to actually decrease the tire pressure, not increase.
Yeah, but 0.2 cold pressures.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So again, it's always a moving target, trying to keep these tires in that window. Phantom car obviously maybe struggling in that first stint, but Ray's looking very good there. Another 42.5. Actually, you know what? He's one of the quickest cars out there. Only Muhammad Alif in car 111 in 6th position is quicker at the moment.
Yeah, about what? A tenth of a second in it between them? Yeah, a tenth of a second between Rama and Reyes. So Reyes as well has actually gotten quicker into the stint as he goes. So he's in his 3rd lap right now since he made his pit stop. I thought for a second that he is actually close up to Chris Sung, but it looks like Sung has actually increased the gap slightly as up in front. Oh, that's Sim Kai-wen being overtaken, so that's the car being lapped. And the shifter problems that JV Lai has actually gotten may have actually been attributed to that, but not maybe by much, but just by a bit. So outside of the points at the moment for car 401.
Okay, there's Gafor, GSR E Motorsports car. His last lap was a 43.1. That's quite a bit off his teammates' lap times, but I think that was just traffic and that's why he's slow. But if you look at the top of the picture, that orange car there, that's the car in P2. That's how close it is. And Jason Mock is coming under severe pressure from Andika Rama Malana.
Yeah, in fact, with 0.3 of a second in it between them. So really then, this is the battle out on track here, and Rama's got a bit between his teeth. He definitely wants it. Bit between his teeth, figuratively and literally. Look at that. He is absolutely licking his lips, waiting to get an opportunity to pass right now.
Yeah, these top three are going to come together, I feel. Top three, we're going to soon have a 3-way battle for the lead very soon.
Yep, indeed. It's between 2nd and 3rd. And Fahad will probably be looking in his mirrors, trying to actually watch Brief from the front to increase that gap and not be caught by these two.
Yeah, Fahad needs to get back in the 42s, I feel. That last lap, 43.1, is not going to be quick enough, and Mock and Maulana definitely closing down that gap.
And they're coming up to Sim Kai-wen now, so Sim Kai-wen in the Blue Steel Racing car, 18th overall, so not to say all is lost at the moment. We got about 2 cars in between, which is Pro-Am, so at best it's 16th at the moment for car number 401, but we can't mind about that. We're looking at the battle between 2nd and 3rd, and Jason Mock under severe pressure from Andika. Where is he going to go? Where is he going to try to overtake? I think, Alex, he's going to try to overtake coming to turn 2.
I think you're right. He's going to hope that Mock gets held up. Oh, he's got a good exit out of that corner. Could be closer. Wow, I don't know why he's jumping out of the slipstream so early. That's too early. And look at that. It's cost him time.
I think because he's trying to duck in and out just to scare Mock into a mistake. And Mock is under pressure there a bit, but breaks just about on the same point. And he was flashing at Kai-wen there. Kai-wen probably has thought, yeah, maybe I'll give way on the front straight. But that's not happening Jason one bit as we have a car go off into the grass right in front of him. Coming out of the final corner now, turn 16. Where will Andika go, and will the back marker, which is Kai-wen, going to be a factor?
That BMW is quite quick in a straight line. I don't think he's going to be able to do it to turn 2. I think Maulana needs to try and get him in on that back straight. That back straight, I think, is the place to do it. As Kaiwan kindly gets out of the way. Nice of him to do that. But Milan is all over the back of this BMW.
Indeed, and he just wants to get him as soon as possible because he knows full well that Fahad is just that far ahead. It's pretty much low-hanging fruit at the moment. They got the target to actually win the race here, but all he needs now is to just overtake the guy in second place to actually achieve that goal. Through Sunset Bend, up to turn 7, which is Clubhouse, one of the very few sections of the old Grand Prix track that still remain. But I think Andika would not want to mind the sights and sounds of Kyalami right now. He wants to get it up to second right now. And look at that. Look at how close that Ferrari is and how clean it is compared to the BMW coming through turn 10 and turn 8 and 9 through the S's. And Mockett realizes that. He wants to actually defend onto the inside. Will he get it? No.
Oh, but Milan's got a good exit out of this corner now. This is that back straight we're talking about. Oh, but the drive of the BMW. God, it's got a lot of good torque in that car.
Indeed, and the torque is enough actually to get him ahead. But the top end as well is what the BMW has compared to the Ferrari. The Ferrari is just good in between the corners.
You mean on the straights?
The Ferrari's good. Sorry, the Ferrari's good in the corners. Yeah. Just based on this observation right now, is they got number 28 to pass by right now.
Okay, but still managed to get a good exit out of the last corner. So looking quite good at the moment for Maulana right now. You just think it's a matter of time. He doesn't want to get involved there. He's giving us away. He doesn't want to get too close. Doesn't want to overtake Mock and cause Mock to defend, because he wants Mock to catch up to Gafor in the lead as well. So Maulana might be smart just to play a waiting game and see if the both of them can just creep up to the leader.
Yeah, bit by bit.
By bit.
And Fahad's still maintaining that 3-second gap, so they're not losing. They're not being lost by Fahad, but they're not getting on the meter. So that's why right now they just need to keep it together and not to whack each other out. As fourth place Art Vanderlei, about 2.1 seconds behind Andika Maulana, but he's got Jake Baldwin coming out real fast here, about half a second here, 1 second, sorry, to be exact. There's Baldwin coming out close to the back of him. This might still be their best ever finish, Celsius Autosport, overall in the championship ever. But you might say that what might have been had James Pierre-Reid had the jump at the start of the race to get ahead of Ali Khairuddin.
Yep. And there's Art Vanderlei, and just like you said, 2 seconds behind, Jake Baldwin in the Legion Laundry House car. There in P5, and look at that, Alif is right there as well.
Moving a second too.
Yeah, so Stratos, Alif actually in the top 10, I think is the quickest of all in the top 10 at the moment consistently. So really, top 3, maybe the top 6 are going to come together. Chris Sung also in P7 showing some good lap times as well.
About 1.7 seconds behind, as there is the sister car. That's Nakeem now driving for that one. That number 2 car has had an absolute mare right now in this race. So definitely gonna follow this one under drop points race. They do not want to talk about this race at all. In fact, Nabil's still in the car.
Yeah, Nabil's still in the car. Yeah, lap times not so good in the 43s, not really quick enough. Let's go down to the pro class. Clopano there, who's taking over from Alan Drake Cruz. There he is in P10. So still leading comfortably the Pro-Am class. Second position in Pro-Am class, the Audi.
Shazwan Shafiq.
Yeah.
But look at how much further behind. They're only at the top of the hill at turn 10-11, whereas Clopano is already up to the start-finish line. So that is a huge gap of about 30 seconds between these two.
And though he's in the 42s, which is good, so is Clopano. Clopano's last out 42-1. So looking really good for Alan Racing, Pro-Am class leading this race at the moment. We need to also see what's happening down in the AM class.
Yeah, GT4. We have not seen them in a while. And it looks as though leading the way is the number 57 car. Yes, Nazir Azman has actually gotten the better of the pit stops of the number 777 car, which is the Homa eRacing team. But the Homa eRacing team is just behind him. And speaking of one car that has actually gone off the ball completely, is the number 11 Porsche. That actually, the JMX Junior car has actually dropped now to the point that they're going to be lapped by these two.
Wow, so JMX Junior is not having... They are out... There it is, you're right. There are round 1 winners having a mare of a race so far. Almost about to go a lap behind from GT4.
Yeah, in fact, remember that first round they were the winners, so this is gonna, make it interesting for the championship coming to round 2. Championship leaders coming by, and they are only in P4 right now in a class that is only 6, but the competition between them is very close, so
Yeah.
they cannot afford to have a bad race.
That'd be fantastic. Rising Line could win this race. I don't actually have they won a race last year? I think they won one race. Didn't
No,
they?
they didn't.
They didn't, though.
They haven't won the race. The closest they got was the second.
But they finished second in the championship. They were super consistent, but they've never won a race. How about that if they could win a race today? But of course, right on their tails, right behind them is Hold My Beer Racing. So
Joey Gutierrez. Gutierrez also wants to have a slice of that pie. He wants to get the first win ever for the Hold My Beer Racing team as well.
yeah, so this we have to come back. This is looking really good right now.
Oh.
Gutierrez fast last lap, 53.2. Nazir Azman obviously having some traffic, so needs to try and put up some clear laps. It's a good lap though from Azman. He's actually 2/10 up on the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, in between the GT4 class. So if you could get that bonus 2 points, that will actually put them in a very nice position then coming into the third round of the season. And they did get the fastest lap last time out, so he has every opportunity
Whoa.
to get that. And I think he just about... No, he hasn't. Still 2/10 off. As, whoa. Look at that. Joey Gutierrez tried to dump on the inside. Azman is well aware of it, and he nearly goes into the back of Peter Key, who has taken over from Sergio Nor in that number 11 car. But that number 11 car may have been responsible for some of the yellow flags that were involved. So that's why they're almost now being lapped in their own class.
Very true, very true. So we're seeing an Aston Martin meet in a Porsche sandwich at the moment. How tricky is this for Racing Line? I mean, they need to try and lap this car, but this car in front of him, gets out of the way.
Well, more like Ryan ran wide actually. So there we go. Number 57 now gets ahead of the number 11 car. And the number 11 car, it's a Porsche v Porsche between the 777. Or is it? Nah, he's going to get through, isn't he? Or is he? Looks as though he has not. So the Porsches are actually committing a bit of a civil war between themselves. And now Gutierrez is losing time. There we go. He's flashing profusely to Peter Key. And Key's still not giving way here. Well, not only just about now. Oh, they nearly collided. Oh my god. That was actually as close as he wanted, but this is not what Gutierrez wanted. And look, Afi's coming up for the behind, so the GT3 traffic might just compromise them here. As, whoa, it goes already outside. That's brave. Oh, I'll tell you what. They're not what we call grid fillers. They are absolutely having a race for themselves.
Key runs wide, but not wide enough. Gutierrez still not through. He's fighting for the lead. He's saying, come on, let me through. I need to get at the Racing Line car. Oh, Racing Line car runs wide. What happened there?
Afi tried to go through on the inside there. He went completely wide onto the gravel trap in turn 15. Now, Gutierrez actually has a second bite of the cherry. He could actually get back at Nazir Azman here.
Okay, let's see from his point of view what it looks like. Flashing profusely again still. Will he dive down the inside?
Oh, that's Taufik going on. Sorry, Shazwan goes on the inside. Taufik might actually get into the side of him. Oh, that's close. And that will compromise Nazir Azman. And all the while then, Peter Key still fighting on the inside. Would it be a collision? Oh, that's close. Peter Key still fighting. And there's a car for the behind. That's the number 5, Lance Gubala, coming through as well. GT3 traffic playing a huge influence here. And after all of that, it is still not changed. Nazir still ahead, but Gutierrez is still crucially behind Sir Peter Key.
Yeah, Gutierrez lost some time out. Wow, these three of them, they've been going at it the whole race. It's just a shame the GMX Junior's car is a lap down.
Oh, there's a car that's spun.
Oh,
that's Afi. I think that's Afi. Afi has actually gone into the gravel trap.
Well, we'll get him over here in the commentary box later, and we'll ask him how his stint went. I got a feeling it's going to be an eventful explanation.
He will not be pleased by the fact that the race has not gone completely to plan either. Oh, speaking of not complete to plan, there's a car that's given the drive-through, and that's Lucas Dowd in the Intimidian car. So Lucas Dowd actually might have gotten it through the off-tracks as well. So that's the second car that we've known of at least who has gotten that. And, oh, what happened to the number 71 car? Jason Mock's in the pits.
Jason Mock's in the pits?
And this is way too early to have a pit stop right now. So what happened to Jason Mock? That's not a drive-through. Oh, it's a stop and go set. 30 seconds stop and go as well for speeding in the pit lane.
No. Oh. Such a shame. Zed Challenger. Oh, that's going to cost them the race win. They were right there.
Yeah. And the fact that he went to the pit lane, I think, well, not even for a drive through, because I didn't see a red square right beside it, so he might have actually gotten a collision somewhere. Sped through the pit lane, and now a stop and go penalty for just add salt to the wound.
No, such a shame. Z Challenger Racing from Hong Kong was having a great race so far. They were P2, P3, right there with the leaders. And that's it. That's put them out for the fight for the win. Yeah, they got to keep pushing though. Try and pick up some points today.
Oh dear. Well, the wheel's round, as they say. It will come around sometime. But on this day, they're at the bottom of the wheel.
Yeah, dear. Okay, let's go have a look at what's happening at the front.
Oh dear God, Fahad might be sweating buckets right now, knowing that there's Andika Ramamalana right behind him.
Yeah.
And look at that recovery drive. What a good drive from Andika. He is actually pounding the times in the stints, and now he's only 8 tenths away from taking the overall race lead.
Wow. Malana.
I say that he has a sneer in his smile, but at the moment at least, he's actually quite calm. Anyway, there we go. We got him in the inset now. Yeah, he's smiling right now. He is absolutely happy for the fact that he is just that close away from just that few tenths away from taking the race lead.
Yep. You know, this will be his last stint. When he gets out of the car, he's going to be getting out of the car, and Nigel Chua will be getting into the car. Malana would love to hand the car over to Chua in the lead.
Yeah, Nigel Chua also one of the very few drivers who have driven into the LOR team. Rarely takes part in the races, but now he's going to be in prime position to take an overall race win. He'll be absolutely licking his lips here. And for a new recruit for that particular team to get a win this year, that would look good on his resume. So on board now with Andika Ramamalana. Where's he going to go, Alex? Where is he going to plan that car to take the lead of the race? Oh, they got a car to GT4 car, Nazir Azman. And if you saw that video, remember in Super GT, where a back marker car caused an absolutely big collision, I thought for a second that Andika might have actually fallen for that bait too.
Yeah. Gosh, I wanted to go for a commercial break, but it's too close to watch right now. This is a great battle for the lead. Vanderlei is also closing down the gap to the top two.
Yeah, he's only about 1.5 seconds behind these two. So if Fahad and Andika were to actually just go at it hammer and tongs and hold each other up, Vanderlei will actually be in a good position then to take advantage of that. And we have to remember, James Pierre-Reid is still due to come in again as well. So anything has to happen between these guys. Yeah. And who would have thought Honda will be at the sharp end here fighting for a win?
Yeah, no, I think the BOP is good, man. Seen a lot of different manufacturers up there here in round two. Oh, I think Ferrari's so good through this bit here. Now this left-hander's key. Gafor, will he defend into it?
Oh, he doesn't.
Malana!
Oh, he dives one. He sends it and turn to 10 and 11. Will he make it stick? I think Andika would have actually taken out the opportunity anyway, regardless of how much the room that he's gotten. Fahad left the door wide open that time, but the Honda has a bit of a leg up on the Ferrari that time, and he takes back the lead after going side by side. This is really exciting stuff, Alex.
Yeah, and good thing he defends there. He had to defend after not defending that lap before. So Gafor just holds on from Malana.
But for how long, Alex?
How long? You think it's just a matter of time, don't you?
Yeah, it just feels like Andika's got a bit of TT. Look, he's sneering again. He is actually smiling right now, trying to get it.
And then he runs wide.
He had a poor exit that time, so Fahad lives to fight another day, unless of course Andika sends one onto the inside. I would expect him to do a big boy dive, but not at this point in time. It's not the final laps of the race.
Yeah. You have to high-speed game of poker, and you have to know when to go all in and when to just maybe pull out of a move. And this is not the time to go all in.
No, not for certain. Otherwise, you'll end up looking totally flushed rather than have a royal flush.
You love that. I love your talkings. Very great to watch. Okay, let's have a look, see what else is happening right now. So,
yeah.
Okay, so Malana there in P2, looking very close, and it's all coming together. Top 6 are coming together now, actually. You can see we're looking off to the right quite often because that's where the timing screen is.
The timing screen's right here.
But Malana's looking very calm right now. This is the battle for the lead. We'll go for a break in a little while, but let's see, 2.5 hours to go still. I think Malana can do it?
I think so. I think if he gets a good final sector again, he might just get it. But for now, at least, Fahad is just holding on for dear life. He is probably going through all of his nails while he's driving, I guess, to keep ahead of this fast-charging Ferrari.
Yeah, and at least Gafor's got a bit of a gap right now, holding Maulana at bay. Let's go through this next corner in the last sector. Let's go back and see how third position Art Vanderlei
Oh, he's lost time actually.
in Celsius Autosport's doing. Yeah, he has lost time. What's that? He's good at 5-6 seconds down now in the battle for the lead.
Or is it because the live timing's gone a bit wonky? Because I'm pretty sure that he is not that far off. But okay, yes,
No.
5 seconds behind, but he was about a second at one point. So
Yeah, he must have made a mistake. That looks about 5 seconds. Look, Maulana just disappeared off. And then there, 4th and 5th position, Muhammad Alif.
oof.
Ooh, Stratos Motorsport and Laundry House Racing going hard right now. Baldwin
Yeah.
showing some good pace.
And look at that way that it came over the crest. That's just daunting. So for Art Vanderlei, we hope that he is not going to be flustered by this and fluff his lines if they come close together. But it looks as though that the number 111 and number 1 car may be in a fight of their own. That will give Art Vanderlei the breathing space he needs to just extend the gap.
Yeah, so and look at that, Alif always looking calm and collected. We'll look at from his brother's point of view later, but his brother sits next to him. And when we watch the brother, you can actually see Alif in the background as well. But yeah, no, it's getting very tense at the moment. But I got a feeling Laundry House have to make the moves now. Baldwin has to get past Alif because we also know the second half of the stint, Stratos Motorsport, Stratos Flash is very, very strong.
Indeed, and we saw just now how Alif actually conserved his tires, so he might be doing the same thing here because he did pit slightly earlier compared to Lawrenson, so that's why he just wants to actually have the tires towards the end of that stint. If he could actually do an overcut later on or undercut, depends on who comes in first. But yeah, Alif right now holding back. He's probably not showing his cards just by yet, Alex.
Yeah, no. This is a driver that plays his cards very close to his chest. With all these poker references right now. And of course, we're effectively looking this year's championship leader in the green Stratos car, followed closely by champions from 2021, Laundry House.
Yeah, the clash of the champions, and that's why they both have number 1s on their cars.
That is true. That is true. Because actually, Stratos Motorsport won the championship in 2019, didn't they?
2020.
Sorry, 2020.
Yeah,
that's
because
right.
I mean it was only a 2-round championship anyway, so it was just an exhibition to what we have. So in essence, it is the battle of champions.
Yeah.
Now then, so I think we might just need to squeeze in an ad break in between right now before the fight gets any more intense.
Okay. Do you want to go through the
Yep,
the standings first before we go to ad break?
Yep. So leading the way is the number 369 GSR Motorsports car of Fahad Ghafoor, only by just in front of Andika Maulana in the number 44 Legion Racers car. Third place is Art Vanderlei, who's the further 7 seconds behind, but I think he will pick up the pieces if anything were to happen between these two at the front. As we can see, Vanderlei himself under severe pressure from... Oh wait, no, that's actually... sorry, my bad. That's another Honda. That is actually Fahad under severe pressure from Andika. Vanderlei in third, Alif in fourth, just in front of Jake Baldwin in the Laundry House car, so that's the top 5. 3 Ferraris and 2 Hondas, in front of another Ferrari, number 10 of the JMX Phantom car, being driven by Russell Reyes. 7th place is Chris Sung in the number 69 Z Challenger car, the only guy, well, the 2 Z Challenger cars in the top 10, holding up the honor for that team. Sergei Mironenko in 8th for the second of the Laundry House cars. 9th is Alexis Clapano, driving for Allen Racing, leading the way in Pro-Am, and 10th is Shut Long Lee in the second of the Z Challenger cars in the number 70 Bentley. So we'll be right back after this short commercial break and word from our sponsors. Oh wait,
Actually, I'm not sure we can. This battle is getting too close right now.
yeah.
Can we?
Okay, maybe if the move hasn't happened, we can just go to a commercial break.
Yeah. Let's watch this for a couple more laps. See if Andika Rama can get past Ghafoor here.
No, not just by yet. Now we can probably cut it to commercial break.
All right, let's go for a quick commercial break. Hopefully we'll be back before the overtake gets done.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Okay, we have to come back. We have to go. Oh, look at that.
Well, just bang in time, because just as we were finishing the ad break, we just saw a huge collision between Falco
Yep.
and Andika Malana.
And here is the replay right now. We're watching right now on board with them. You can see Malana is all over.
All over the back of the Honda. Now we see what happened. What happened here, Alex?
Oh, Gafor did not get a good exit. Oh, what's happening here? Oh!
Oh, that might be a second race in the road that Andika might get the wrath of the stewards there, Alex.
Yeah. That looks like that was Malana's fault. Looks like he got crossed up on the back on the curb just now. Oh, disaster.
Oh, Ali Karudin, your heart goes out to him. He did so much of the hard work in that first end. Look, the bonnet's gone up on that car. That damage, well, it's not a terminal, but it has cost them so much time on track. I would bet this is actually about a minute and a half right now.
Oh no. Such a shame. Our race leader has to go back into the pits now. Oh, disaster for our race leader. Like you said, this is going to be a lot of damage repaired. That's going to put them out of the race. So two of our cars that were leading the race earlier on, Z Challenger and now GSR E Motorsports, are out of the race.
Well, not out of the race, but out of contention for the win.
Out of the contention for the win.
That is absolutely manic there. I didn't expect that kind of collision would happen. We were looking at our screens just now where the commercial break was about to end. We couldn't believe it. We just saw an absolutely huge connotations for the lead of the race. And if that penalty is served to Andika Rama Malana, and I will bet it is a stop and go penalty, 30 seconds, because the collision was so severe.
Sorry, we're back.
Art Vanderlei will take the lead of the race. Overall, the Celsius Autosports guys will definitely get the first ever win of the season here. First ever win ever in eRGP Endurance Edition, Alex.
Yeah. And look at that, Malana's not smiling. He knows. He knows something's up. Let's not. It didn't look good, did it? No. But yeah, Andika Rama not happy with that at all. I think he got crossed up, hit the curb.
Not one bit.
Did that put him into Gafor? That's what it looked like anyway. Let's see what happens later in the steward's room. But Malana just needs to forget about it now. It's done. Needs to focus on getting some good laps and see if he can pull out a bit more of a gap to Art Vanderlei now, who is in P2. And there is Vanderlei. So Vanderlei has closed that down. Only 3 seconds. And look at that. Top 4 all within shot right now.
This is not what Andika wanted. That number 44 car looks so good to gain so much points on the number 111 who won that first race, plus the number 10 GMX Phantom car as well. If they get a 30-second stop and go, not only would it just throw their race out of the window, they will completely screw them over coming into the third race of the season. Yeah. This is not exactly what Andika wanted. He had the win right there in his hands, and he just threw it all away.
Yeah, I guess it depends what the stewards give him. I mean, if it's a drive-through, I still think he can finish top 5. But if it's a top 8, but if it's a drive-through plus something else, oof, that's going to drop around the top 10. Field is too close.
I think it's a stop and go. It's a complete stop and go 30 seconds because that's the worst penalty I think our race stewards would give actually. And this was caught on camera. You know, we cannot shy away from that.
Well, yeah, let's not. It was pretty bad, but let's leave it to the stewards. Let's see what they say later on. Let's see, there's a protest first of all. There might
Yeah.
not even be a protest.
That will be behind the scenes, of course. That will be given by the stewards behind the scenes. We don't have to disclose into that. We cannot pry open their business like Toto Wolff or Christian Horner or something.
Okay, so third and fourth position, there's a in shot, Alif and Baldwin. Stratos Flash, Laundry House together. Further back in fifth place, Russell Reyes and the JMX Phantom cars doing a great job to recover. Been putting in some really solid lap times, always in the low 42s. And he's closing in on that battle for third. So great job there by the Filipino driver.
Indeed, and he seems to just love racing altogether. He can do race well in either race room or ACC. You just give him any car, he could drive so well. But he didn't have such a good race last time out in the SRO GT World Challenge Asia. He had a lot of penalties there, so he'll try to forget about that and just get a good result here.
And what about this driver, Chris Sung? They're in P6, and is that Kai Rudin just behind him?
But not for position, obviously.
Not for position, obviously. He'd be lapped down. So the leader, who was leading the majority of this race now. Oh, such a shame.
And Kai Rudin got back to the car for good measure because they know full well that they had to salvage something. They will still be in the points actually because what? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They'll be in P14 for at this point in time. Minus out the Pro-Am cars. It will be small consolation. What could have been more?
Absolutely, because GSI Motorsports have been doing such a good job, and they're not going to get win today. But wow, they've never won a race in eRacing GP, and I know how much it would have meant to them.
Yeah, for Ali and for the rest of the team that looked so good at that point in time to be up at the sharp end of the grid, only to get wiped out just like that. Your heart goes up to them. It is absolutely painful to watch. And for Rama, I guess he'll just come over after that, just profusely apologize afterwards.
Yeah, that's assuming he did something wrong. Maybe he doesn't think we did anything wrong. He did anything wrong. Anyway, so such a shame. Let's see who else is doing right now. Is doing pretty good as we go along. Shall we have a look at the Pro-Am class?
Yep. Oh, and you can see Kai Rudin just overtakes Sang, but for track position to unlap himself. Yeah, we can look at the Pro-Am class right now, and it's still Alexis Clapano, P8, after that big accident for Kai Rudin. Sorry, for Gafoor and Maulana. He's up to P8 overall. Still first in class, but handsomely well ahead of Shazwan Shafiq in the GSR car. So at least GSR, for consolation as well, they get second place in the Pro-Am class, so that still counts for something.
Yeah, Clapano doing a great job. I mean, this is a Pro-Am car. Look at it. It's keeping pace with the second Laundry House car.
That's Mironenko, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keeping pace with them. So it's 7 and 8 in shot right now.
And Mironenko still hasn't gotten into the pace of it. Yep, granted he gained a position out of the... 2 positions actually, out of the troubles for the race leader, but it looks as though pace-wise, it has not gone so well for them, despite going into the 41.9 at the start of the race for Rayton.
Yeah. Let's see if Nazir Asman is still leading the GT4 class. And it looks like he is.
And our South African camera workers are not really doing their job today. They keep missing some of the shots.
But look at that. The battle for second place, the lead is really heating up. Joey Gutierrez is not backing off at all.
Not whatsoever. And they're still going at hammer and tongs. Now then, if the race stands where it goes, that will definitely mean that the 777 Home Abia team will take the lead of the championship coming into round 3. As we see Abdul Hakim flashing his lights there. For the number 57 car, that will also mean that their first ever win in eRGP will catapult them into the championship fight. So all still not lost here. Both teams are looking for their first ever wins in Endurance Edition. And how happy would they be if they get that right here?
Yeah, so Joey Gutierrez, they're just losing a little bit of time with the back markers, but doesn't want to lose too much time, otherwise he'll lose touch with the Nazir Asman.
Yep. Still within about 1.5 seconds-ish between himself and Nazir Asman, so Nazir also have to contend with GT3 traffic as well.
And look at the rig he's using. He's got a nice rig there.
Oh yeah, this is almost like, it is a triple screen. I can see the bezeling on the side there, but this looks as real as you could get to driving a real car. If you covered up the bottom end with black tarp or anything, it would look like he is in the real car.
And he's obviously a McLaren fan. He's got a McLaren wheel there, but he's not in a McLaren today. He's in a Porsche. Got a lot on his plate right now. Got the leader just there ahead of him, a second ahead in the red racing line car.
Yep. And look at how close the screen is to his wheel. Actually, that's how they want to calculate the FOV, the field of view. They want to be as close as possible to make it as if you're in the real car.
I see.
So that's awesome to see Gutierrez put that camera so that we could see how his rig looks like. Props to him. That's actually one of the best looking rigs in the entire series.
Absolutely. We should go in the cockpit view and see how accurate that is. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, pretty close.
Hardly any lag at all.
Well, apart from the fact that it's lag because we're watching for the broadcast area, but
Yeah.
in the wheel itself, if he shows the arms, it will actually be exactly accurate. So
That's a good PC.
very good VC, very good setup overall, and not much bezeling in terms of the lines on the side of the screen. So
Sure.
really then, the best setup. If he had an ultra wide curved screen, that would literally sell the illusion big time.
And maybe a roof and all sorts of things. And not a dynamic rig. Oof, who's that just went by?
That is actually Art Vanderlei being under pressure from Alif.
Oh, we have
Alif
to
nearly
go to
getting
that.
him. We have to go back to the battle between second place. But potentially, this is for the battle for the overall lead. Alif then nearly going off into the gravel trap, trying to overtake, and then we go there overtaking Nazir Asma right now on the side of our screen here. Yeah, this is theoretically, this is the battle for the lead if Andika gets a huge penalty from that collision with Fahad.
Yeah. So, he's all over the back of him. He's not. Yeah, he wants this, doesn't he? Vanderlei now struggling in that Honda. Oh,
Well, Honda race pace wise doesn't look that bad compared to the Ferraris. I think they're pretty much even, knowing the fact that they are both mid-engine. So the tire wear will be just about the same, but a bit more severe to the Ferrari because of how front-ended that car is. You know how the way it handles.
Yep.
It's a front handling car, so you use much of the front tires as much as possible to turn. And it looks as though Alif may have the bit between his teeth here because he has the pace advantage compared to Vanderlei. Coming up through turns 7 and 8 and 9.
yeah.
Well, will he try this? Will he try to dive on the inside coming out to the hairpin, Alex?
Oh, you know, I think Alif's going to wait for traffic. I think his game will be to wait for traffic, let the traffic kind of throw his rival off, and then try and get him then.
Yep, and crucially then, not much in the way of traffic right now because the next GT4 traffic is coming up to where Andika is. So that's gonna be it. That's gonna be, I think it might be Sergio No actually, or any other, no, it's the Circru car, the number 242 car. That's the next traffic, GT4 traffic they had to deal with.
Okay, look at that Ferrari stalking the Honda. Comes out of the last corner, right on the limit of the track limits there.
It seems as though the Ferraris, we've seen also just now with Andika, it looks as though the Ferraris just cannot get a good traction out of that final corner. It just cannot get the drive compared to the Hondas.
Right.
Yeah, it may be just a final corner thing because for the rest of the circuit, as you can see up to the first sector, how close that Ferrari is getting to the back of the Honda. And Alif knows full well then if he takes the lead cleanly, that's the lead for him overall. Because Andika might just get a penalty. We're waiting for the confirmation from the stewards what the pending decision might be. But I think you can safely say the book might be thrown right at Andika's
Well,
race.
let's not assume anything. Let's just leave that alone and leave it to them, see what happens. But anyway, back to the fight. Ooh, back markers, that's just what Alif wants.
Yeah, number 28. That was the number 28 car. That was 242. But either way, the number 28 Veloce Ragazzo car just gets out of the way cleanly. But it has held up our Vanderlei just slightly. Andika coming up to the, sorry, Alif coming up to the back of Vanderlei. Will he try this one? No, he won't. But you might say he will try either at the hairpin coming up to the end of the lap or the first two corners. That's his best chance. But so far at least, he hasn't gotten the best drive out of that final corner to do anything.
Okay, we have to go back to this gap. Oh no, we won't do that. That's way down. Whoa, have to go to Nazir Azman fight. Look at that. Nazir Azman, Gutierrez, right on his tail.
Well, we can't see Gutierrez from that shot, but oh, there we go. Our cameramen are now working,
Yeah,
doing their jobs
yeah.
again. There we go, just about get it.
So these are the two fights on track right now. We have to pay attention. This is for the lead of the GT4 class.
Yeah, the GT4 class is still hotting up quite nicely here between these two. Whoa! Two-wheel action! That's almost touring car style back in the 90s with the Super Touring for Nazir Azman. But that's not helping him with star points or his race as he is now under severe pressure. That's a bad exit compared to Joey Gutierrez, who has the better top speed coming up through the start-finish line into turn 1, the kink. And it looks as though Gutierrez might just be able to dive on the inside. Naze tries to push him into the inside. He's trying to force him as close as possible to the edge of the road. It might just be enough as Naze goes around the outside. He actually runs a bit wide and Gutierrez gets the lead of the GT4 class. Brilliant move, but it's still on there. I think Asman gets onto the inside. Gutierrez tries to fight back and no. Naze, for the time being, holds on for dear life for the lead of the GT4 class.
Wow, some great racing there. The Porsche versus the Aston. And at the moment, the Aston is just about hanging on. That's how close it is at the moment.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
It might just get even... It might be more antsier towards the end of the race if the battle is keeping up. If this battle is being kept up, as Calpano then goes onto the inside to take away precious time from the Porsche. As now we go back up to the front of the overall race. This is Vandelay and Alif. And looks as though Alif is still at the back here, just kind of overtake. The Honda seems to have a bit of a leg up in certain sectors of the track, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have also at least carrying a bit of success ballast in the Stratos car. So the Honda does look quite good out of the corners. Maybe that lack of ballast is helping it as well. But yeah, the Ferrari's just not quick enough in the right parts of the track to overtake.
Despite the balance that we have and the success balance as well, it's amazing that these guys can still lap in the 42s actually. In fact, 42's fastest lap is a 41.8. Sorry, for Kyrudin, 41.6. So it's impressive that he can still do very fast race pace, even though with the success balance and BOP has been actually tweaked slightly. So really then the cars, despite being heavier, are still lapping much faster. But Alif, I think, may be ruining the fact that he has that success balance. He can't get the drive out of the corners as nicely compared to what Vanderlei could do. And look at that, he just slides his way through Sunset Bend. He nearly lost it. He had to go full opposite lock to get it there. But wow, is he pushing. Yeah, I think he might have been informed by the fact that there's an accident that just happened between Fahad. That's why he can't see in front. So he will try all his might here to get in front of that Honda so that he can set himself up well at the halfway point of the race. Coming up now to the hairpin. Would this be a move again for Alif? Nope. Not at this point. Vanderlei still holds firm. And that last sector seems to be a bit of a handful for Alif because we know for a few times we've seen from the helicopter shots that the Ferrari just can't get the drive out of that final corner compared to the Hondas, and Vanderlei is using that to his advantage. He's still keeping the pace in front, but for how long then? James Reed probably will be talking to him right now, trying to calm him a bit, not to be too flustered, but the fact that a car that is actually coming out quite fast is ready to overtake him. Through turn 15, not much trouble there, no histrionics from both cars. Up to turn 16. Now then, would this be another chance for Alif? No! Vanderlei gets a good drive again out of that final corner and just about breaks the slipstream away from Alif. Alif has no answer to it at the moment unless he sends a big boy dive coming up to turn 2. Will he try one? No, he's not. He is going to hold back for now. But the pressure is still on for that number 15 Honda to keep ahead of the number 111 Ferrari. Still looking at this battle, and we don't see any other close ones on track apart from, I guess, Ali. No, we can't get away from this battle. We were just about to go to the battle between Andre Jensen, Villanueva, Abdul Hakim, and Ali Karudin for 15th, 16th, and 17th overall. But we had to watch out for this because if anything were to happen again between a Ferrari and a Honda, we have to actually keep an eye on this. There's Andika, not that far away, about 6.7 seconds ahead of Art Vanderlei. And Vanderlei knows full well then if he can just keep at the pace, he might just be able to just keep in touch with it. But he cannot at the moment. He's got a fast-charging Ferrari in the form of Ali, Mohamed Alif, driving for Stratos Flash, ready to pounce on him when he gets the chance. Turn 10 again. No way through just by yet. It must be annoying then for Alif, isn't it, Alex, that Alif just can't find a way through. The third sector, the Honda seems to have a leg up on him.
Yeah, it's just not quick in the right places. You can see some of the corners which kind of lead into each other. That Ferrari rotates really well. But coming out of these key corners onto long straights, he's not doing it. Oh, and look at that!
Drive through.
Milano's going to drive through.
The stewards have spoken, and it's enough to warrant a drive through. So it is not the fear stop and go penalty that we've seen before from some of the cars like last year where, oh, he goes into it immediately. Stop and go penalties are probably the worst because it actually will wreck your entire race, like what happened to the Kamachi car that hit the blue steel car in Paul Ricard. And Andika comes to the pits. How he would be ruining that slight mistake. He will still come out within seconds behind the race leader, but what could have been? He has fallen to 4th place behind Jake Baldwin. So the top 3 in the championship are all up in, no, not top 3 championship, but top two in the championship now within earshot of each other, and Reyes now also coming up to the top 10 here.
Yep.
The top 3 here.
Yep, Reyes actually into P4. Doesn't say so on the leaderboard, but he is up to P4. Wow, look at that Ferrari, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So yeah, Milana only down to P5. So I have to say, he kind of got away with that, didn't he? Just a drive-through, only down to P5. So Legion of Racers, I think, quite fortunate in that in the end.
Well, quite fortunate compared to what happened in the first race of the season, where you remember Nakib and Andika were in that huge battle. Oh, he goes for the inside there, Reyes. Oh, that is actually quite a move akin to Mika Hakkinen on Ricardo Zonta when he tried to overtake Michael Schumacher back in 2000, making use of the back markers. Or maybe like Nigel Mansell in Hungary 1989. Reyes then channeling his in the Il Leone there to get past. Well, not for track position, but just to lap Khairudin. Yeah, really good battles out on track, and the back markers so far have actually come into an influence here.
Okay, we have to go back to the battle of the front door, don't we? Oh,
Vanderlei. Yep, this is the battle for the lead now. After the penalty has been dished out to Maulana to give these two an opportunity to actually take the race lead. Now, Vanderlei knows full well he has to defend. He's good. He's been good through this final corner, and he's proven once again that the Ferrari just doesn't have enough of a drive to get up to the back of the Honda there.
yeah, that's right on board with Lee for a lap. Let's see where the strengths and the weaknesses are as they come down through turn 1 as they go. Now down to turn 2. See the traction out the last corner, the grunt the Honda has at the moment, straight line speed it has over the Ferrari. Through turn 2, through turn 3. This is where the Ferrari closes a bit. Some of these longish corners, the Ferrari rotates very well. And it does close down the gap slightly.
But that particular time, the Honda seems to actually manage to just gap himself a bit, because we saw in the first few onboard shots of the previous laps that the Ferrari could get it up to the back of the Honda. But at this point, I think Vanderlei is just getting into the groove. Then the tire temperatures are getting back into their favor. And look, the temperature has actually dropped on track to back to where we were at the start of the race, 30 C.
But the gaps, the Honda's strength is down the straights at the moment. The Ferrari's better through the corners. See these long corners? The Leaf closes up the gap again. Then we come down to the straights again. That's when the Honda starts moving out.
Let's see then, as pit stops are coming in now. Number 17 for the Z Challenger car, and the number 12 JMX Junior cars are coming in, so they're probably going to try to go long in that third stint. We're looking at a battle for the lead of the race overall. Yeah, that third sector, look at that. That's how much the Honda has. Oh, we saw a bit of a change there. You can see the thumb move for a second. I think that might have changed a bit of the traction control AVS to just about change the balance of the car.
Okay, now comes to the last couple corners. Oof, running a bit wide. None of them come to the pit at the moment, and that's one lap. Oh, a Leaf cooks it a bit, and you lose a lot of time out this corner now.
And again, all square, just as we were at the start of the previous lap. It looks as though that it ebbs and flows a bit, but at the moment at least, the Honda seems to be the car that you want to drive at the moment through the first and third sectors. The second sector may be Ferrari territory, but it's the Honda that has actually been able to use that corner advantage to just gap itself. Probably the success balance comes into play as well, just for a bit.
Have to say though, look at that, Jake Baldwin there in the Laundry House car number 1, closing down the gap to the front 2. So Leaf does want to try and get past the Celsius Motorsport car, because he's going to have a Laundry House car all over the back of him very soon.
In fact, he is coming close very, very nicely actually, because this is now going to be a battle, three-way battle for the lead. We didn't expect that to see after what happened with the race leaders, because they just stretched away so far ahead at one point. So now, basically, not to say not going to jinx it, but it looks as though anybody in the lead is kind of like a cursed position.
Well, especially if you're in a Honda.
Get it? And then you have a Ferrari right behind you.
Ferraris have been hunting down Hondas so far today. But yes, no, I'm very impressed with the pace right now. The Laundry House car number 1 is looking just a little bit quicker out the top 5. And Russell Reyes, of course, in the JMX Phantom car has also been very quick. So we could have a 4-way battle for the lead very soon.
And between 4 different teams as well. Minus out the fact that we have 3 Ferraris against 1 Honda, it is actually great to see that different teams are actually up in the front as well, just to show the diverse nature of how many teams that are competing in the championship. And let's not forget, Andika still within about, what, 2 seconds behind Russell Reyes. So
that's right.
He's not out of it by any means actually.
Yeah, 3 seconds. Not far at all, right?
So we can still see the race leader coming up. There we go. These are the race leaders. That's Andika.
Yep.
He has not really been affected that much by the drive-through.
No, it's a very short pit lane here in Kyalami, so that drive-through did not affect him that badly. And like we said, he was lucky to get away without having a stop-go. But Kai Ruden there, the erstwhile race leader for so long, behind the JMX Phantom car. Oh, look at the pace it has, but he just can't. You know, he could try and unlap himself, but he's not in the same race right now. What does Reyes do? Do you think he's going to let him through? Nah.
I'm shaking my head behind the camera here, but I'm just saying that Reyes is not the type to actually give way. I know for a fact that what happened last year in Spa. He was the guy who was actually not even in the same lap, but he was trying to fight his way through. So really, he's the type of driver that would not relent unless you really chop his head off or something.
Well, then Kyron just has to be patient. All these cars around him, they're going to pit very soon, and he'll have some clear track.
Oof. And you can see how Reyes actually is the type of driver in endurance that actually makes up positions. He just forces his way through. He flashes and he just knocks in, pries the door open. Like, look at this, through the sister car. Well, actually, it is the sister car, so he's bound to give way anyway. But Reyes is the type of driver that will actually be perfect in endurance racing. He knows how to find the gap and find the time.
One of the other real-life drivers who've converted to sim driving. Quick driver is in his own right. Good to see him going well. Okay, shall we have a look at the leaders now? Right now, ooh, there's a bit of a gap down the top three. Obviously, look at the top three right now.
And again, through that final corner, it's just the Ferrari just cannot get a drive out of it.
Yeah. James Baldwin just there in P3, just tantalizingly out of reach.
Yeah, not too far, but not that close either. It's about 1.5 seconds, so he is chomping at a bit ever so slightly. He just wants to get up to the back of our leaf and try to battle for the lead of the race. But for now, at least, it looks pretty good for the Laundry House car after what happened in round 1, where they could have easily been up in the top 3, but penalties and certain incidents have actually robbed them of a chance to do so. So, a great recovery for the particular team, for the defending champions, of course, after what we can safely say was a meh race by their high standards.
Okay, shall we have a look, see what else is happening? Pro-Am class has been led quite comfortably by the Alan Racing, Alexis Clapano, Alan Drake Cruz car. Let's go back to the GT4 battle, because that was heating up just now.
Oh, and it's still heating up. As you can see there, that's Aston Martin for GT3. That's P7 coming through. But there's Joey Gutierrez. Gutierrez still at the back of Nazir Azman. They might just go like this all the way to the end, because we've already passed the halfway point of the race. We still got half the race to go here in Kyalami. Now then, where is Gutierrez going to go? Nazir holds firm on the inside, but that might compromise his exit. Oh! I thought for a second that Gutierrez might have actually outbraked himself and whacked at the back, but luckily held the brakes on the Porsche quite nicely and still stays behind him. Now, where's he going to overtake, Alex?
Oh, good question. Aston also looks a little bit quick down the straight, so I think he's got to wait to the tight, twisty bits. Oh, as the cars in second and third in the race, sorry, the leading cars go into the pit lane. We just have a look at them jump into the pit lane. Oh, I can't really go away from this battle, but you can see the guys.
That's Vanderlei coming through. And
that's
putting it.
Vanderlei.
But going back, yep, that's the pit. They're coming pissed up. But what's going to happen in GT4? Is it going to be a change for the lead? Oh, we don't know where to look right now, because that's crucial as well, because that is the pit stop that might shake up the net race lead. So, at the moment at least, first and second in GT4 stay as they were, but Nazir Azman under severe pressure from Gutierrez. And you might say that Gutierrez has the faster car. Look at how much better he can just pitch into the corner and turn out. We're looking at him through the onboard and through the inset. We can see him as it happens live, virtually and in real life. Where's he going to place it, Alex? I have no idea where he's going to do it, because the Aston seems to be going straight. But look at the corners. The corners are the ones that you can see where the Porsche gains on the Aston.
Yeah. So I think same strategy has to be, let's wait for some traffic. Let's see, I think that's Russell Reyes going to lap these cars.
Oh,
ooh, he dives out the way. Yeah, he doesn't want to dive.
Oh, that's close. Kyrudin does not want to get into the same accident as what Fahad did at this very corner. Oh, dear God. You wouldn't want to actually be involved in another big one, otherwise that will really set your race back. As we see...
so this is where it gets tricky.
Yeah, we see plenty of drivers coming through there. There's Andika coming through to overtake.
He's got to just be perfect, stick behind the GT3 boys, because the GT3 guys are going to have to get past Nazir. You can see, there we go, Andika Rama going past Nazir, slows him down a bit, doesn't slow him down enough though. And Joey Gutierrez still just tantalizingly so close, but yet so far.
Sounds like a song there.
It does.
Anyway, I forgot what the title was. A very old song. As Anika comes to the pits proper this time for his actual pit stop and not for any penalties to serve. So he's actually gotten that out of the way now as we come into the third hour of this race. PD Key just now had a drive-through, so, and again, another drive-through. Just as I said it, he just got rid of that square, he got drive-through as Gutierrez then on board with him, around the outside. Will he try to actually cut across here with a switchback, or he's gonna let through?
Oh, no.
More GT traffic. Oh god, and 2 Bentleys as well, including one of it between my car. Oh, Catholic Spoon around the outside, nearly hitting him. Oh, that's so close. That was so close to becoming disaster there for Joey Gutierrez. He might just be thinking that, oh man, why am I getting the worst part of the traffic? Because he's the one that's constantly losing the most time.
He just has to be patient. Gutierrez has to be patient. There's still a long way to go in this race. And he just needs to be nice and patient and not make any mistakes. The worst thing is to get impatient right now, go for the move that's not on, ended up in the barrier.
Indeed, and what happened to Fahad in terms of, that's not for lapping anybody, but just how wrong it could have been had he had just been giving more space. As a stop-and-go penalty for PTK on top of having a drive-through.
Oh, Tasby got a drive-through as well.
And
Must have been speeding in the pit lane or something, or track limits.
No, track limits. I think that might have been track limits. And you know what? That might just give the ball back to Andrew Lawrenson, because Lawrence is now back in the car. And Tasby getting a penalty, that's not what he wanted. And oh, he overtook Martono for good measure. Oh, what happened to Martono? Martono's actually dropped a bit.
Yep, Lawrenson is in front. Laundry House is in front of JMX Phantom, but they were like that just before the pit stops, but the JMX Phantom cars closed down a lot.
Yeah, probably because the leaderboard was cycling itself, so he has actually lost time to Lawrenson and Tasby. But Tasby then getting a drive-through. Today's definitely not his day. He had quite a off-beat qualifying session, and now for the race itself, it's like nothing's going right today for him.
Yeah, at the moment. So he's got to finish off the race. His brother leaves out the car right now. So he'll do the remaining 2 stints. Interesting, JMX Phantom got for the different strategy. They've been swapping the drivers, as has Laundry House each stint, where Stratos just kept their drivers in for 2 stints in a row.
Yeah, I think it's quite ideal that you get the drivers that are already in the race, they're already in a group to stay in there and just complete off the 2 hours if it's a 2-car team. Because you do not want a driver that's not in sync with the race. It's like equivalent to having a football sub. If the players that are in there, they are in the group of the race, the match. If you take one new player in, they may not get up to speed as fast.
I agree. I think not all the time, but like 80% of the time, I would go for the double stint strategy. Okay, so Martono, that's quite close. Let's see. That's basically, we got the top 10 are like separated by about 15 seconds. So, sorry, the top 6 are separated by 15 seconds. So it is still quite close out there.
Indeed. And we might just cut through the commercial break, as Afi, I think, may be just on his way here to take over the commentary duties. We're probably at 1:45, maybe 1:45.
Yeah, we'll go for a commercial break soon. Thanks, Amo, for joining us. You'll have to go soon because you're doing the last stint for your team. Afiq, hopefully, he'll be on his way here and he will take over the commentary from you.
Yeah, and he'll probably be a bit miffed by the fact that the race has not gone to plan at all today.
Yeah. Anyway, Art Vanderlei, he's still... Oh, he has pitted, actually. There he is. No, he hasn't pitted yet. Art Vanderlei has not pitted, so he'll be pitting very soon out of the lead, and let's see if he'll come back into the lead.
Sergei Mironenko has actually made up quite a few positions to be up to second.
Yeah, I don't think Mironenko has pitted yet either, though. So, top 2 right now have not pitted. So, at the moment, once those 2 pit, Tasby there will be the guy to lead, but we know he's got a drive-through coming up.
So the net second place of the race will be to Andrew Lawrenson.
Yeah.
And out of all of that, Anika Ramamalana actually has basically not really lost much.
No, he's not. So Malana, I think, is going to get away with a lot of that. Here we go. The Tasby comes in the pit. I think Mironenko is also going to be coming to the pit very soon.
Yep. And, well, let's just wait until the pit stops cycle themselves out. There we can see the leaderboard as the pit stops are cycling themselves through.
And Mironenko's not pitted yet. There's Lawrenson. He will be in the net lead. The car number 1 will be in the net lead. But, you know, how great. That's been turning out really well for JMX Phantom because they were really struggling a bit earlier in the race. Being patient, and look at that. They're going to be battling for the win very soon.
Yep, but I would not say this is the net race lead because we don't know where Vanderlei is going to come out.
That's true. Vanderlei might still be able to come out in front of these 2 cars.
So, all to play for then. And if these two start fighting each other between Lawrence and Martono, that might just give a bit of a slight chance, a glimmer of hope for Vanderlei as we get. There we go, bang on cue. Into the pit lane goes the current race leader, Art Vanderlei, and I believe he will definitely give the car back to James Pierre Reid, because Reid will definitely love to get back into the swing of things. He was so on form in that first part.
Yeah, let's see. And if Reid does come back in, we know how quick he can be. So let's go back. Mironenko there, who will take over the net lead, but he has not stopped yet. So there he goes. He comes in for his pit stop now, so he will no longer be in the lead. This is the guy that will be leading the race then. The reigning champions, Laundry House, car number 1, will inherit the lead as they come across the start-finish straight.
Just now about we're not sure if Vanderlei has got a good in-lap, and we see last time I was a 42.5, Lawrence was a 42.7, so his previous lap was already good enough, so he's kept himself a bit. But by how much? Will the number 15 Honda for Celsius Autosport still be in the lead? Pierre Reid has taken over, and he is now getting out of the pit lane. It is enough. He still holds on to the lead of the race. Would you believe it, folks?
Wow.
Number 15 Honda leads the race here as, there we go, clear the lead, and he doesn't even cut the penalty line.
Nicely done, cleanly done. So, Pierre Reid still leads this race.
Wow, what an upset for the cards here. We have a completely different winner to all the championship protagonists that we've had in the last couple of years, and we have a completely different winner from left field. There we go, just about 3 seconds ahead. So the in-lap was enough from Vanderlei to keep the lead for the number 15 Celsius Autosport car. And now we can safely go through the leaderboard as we cut into a commercial break very soon. James Pierre Reid and Ante Vanderlei for the number 15 Celsius Autosport Honda lead the way overall, and what a race they are having so far. Second is Andrew Lawrenson for the number 1 Laundry House car. Third is Presley Martono for the JMX Phantom car. That's the top 3. 2 Ferraris and 1 Honda. Then fourth, Nigel Chua for the number 44 Legion of Races car after they serve a penalty for that big collision. A very big turning point in the race here in this 4 hours around Kyalami. Fifth is Mohamed Tasbi for the number 111 Stratos Flash car that also had a drive-through for track limits. 6th is Chester Lam for the number 69 Z Challenge car. They have recovered quite well. 7th is Terry Rayton, taking over from Sergei Mironenko, who took over for a stint. 8th is Alexis Clapano, the first of the Pro-Am cars, leading the way in their class by a healthy margin ahead of Shazwan Shafiq and Taufik Moyen. 9th is Lenz Gubler with the number 5 Lotte Ragazzo car, and 10th is Adil Hakim for the Speed Tavern cars. So Speed Tavern actually at least have one thing to shout about for this race. So then that is the top 10 in this big field of cars in the 4 hours of Kyalami. We'll be right back after a short commercial break, and Alex will take over with Afi afterwards.
Thanks very much, man. Good luck for your last stint.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
That was Mozart.
Hi, welcome back to eRacing GP. This is Endurance Edition Round 2, and we are back with the new leaders of the AM class. Hold My Beer Racing has overtaken Rising Line. There he is, Andreas Roof there in P1 in the GT4 AM class. Team Rising Line is a good 2 seconds further back. These guys have been going at it since the very beginning. Rising Line really leading through stint number 2. But now we're well into stint number 3. All the pit stops are played out. Basically, you've got a stint and a half more to go before the end of the race. And good to see the Singapore-based Hold My Beer Racing back into the lead, for them at least. Andreas Wolf there, been doing a great job so far. Also had pole position as well. So obviously got some good pace. There he is, trying to get some better seating position. Maybe trying to wake himself up. Kind of interesting, he's using a laptop. Must be a very powerful laptop. To drive his car, his Porsche GT4 car, but good job by then. We've of course got 3 classes here, and back at the front, after all the pit stops are played out, and of course the Oops, apologies, finger problems. Yes, and after the drive-through, we can see that James Pierre Reid there for Celsius Autosport has maintained the gap at the front. In fact, he's actually pulled out a bit of a gap there. 2.5 seconds now over reigning champions Andrew Lawrenson there from Laundry House, car number 1. But he's coming under increasing pressure there from Presley Martono. Martono in the JMX Phantom car, you know, top professional team from Indonesia, all over the back. Yeah, very interesting to see how Martono's come back at Laundry House. You know, JMX Phantom were struggling towards the end of stint 1, kind of dropped back a bit to the bottom reaches of the top 10, but been super consistent there. A couple of cars obviously had drive-throughs, and now to be in 3rd position, challenging for 2nd, is really good by JMX Phantom there. So these 3 are out in front just a little bit further back from Presley there. We got the Legion of Racers car of Nigel Chua. This car was leading the race, but got into an incident where he took out long-time leader GSR Esports. Kind of a clumsy move, got crossed up on the curb, and so they had a drive-through. Quite lucky to get through just a drive-through, but they're still in P4 and on, you know, in a really great position to pick up a lot of points. So there he goes through in P4. Nigel Chua from Penang's taking over from Dika Rama. Let's see what sort of pace he was able to do. 42.7 the previous lap. This lap was a 44.2, obviously with a lot of traffic. And he's going to come under pressure. You just saw him in the background there. The guy in P5, Mama Tasbi, brother of Leaf, was just taken over from his brother. Another car that also had a drive-through, but showing some good pace there. 42.7 there by Tasbi, despite having to overtake some traffic. So I think this battle's going to come together quite closely between Legion of Racers and Stratos Flash. I think we're going to see them come together quite quickly. Hopefully not physically, but they'll have a nice battle on track. Down in P6 then we got Chester Lamb going through his motions. The Z Challenger car had a drive-through as well. This car was in the top 3 and looking very good. He's down in P6 now. Chester Lamb taking over the car. The Hong Kong-based team doing a decent job, good job, you know. They're getting closer to the front. Maybe one day soon we'll see him winning a race here in Endurance Edition. But Chester Lamb there with a 42.6 in his last lap. That's a pretty tidy lap. You know, you want to make sure you're in the 42s at all time. But I tell you what, there's another driver out there in the 41s on the last lap, and that's Terry Rayton in the Audi. Wow, in the 2nd Laundry House car, showing some great pace. 41.9, that's not actually the fastest. Is that the fastest lap of the race? No, it's not the fastest lap of the race. But Rayton in this stage of the race, you know, do a 41.9 shows how much pace that Audi has. Not had a clean race up to now. Been off track a couple times. And that's why this 2nd Laundry House car is not in the top 5. Down there in P7. But, you know, this pace is really good. Still on the lead lap. You know, it's only 3 seconds. 6 seconds behind Chester Lamb. So that's definitely catchable. You know, we got an hour and 40 minutes to go. Definitely catchable for Rayton to close down that gap to Lamb. There you can see it there. Chester Lamb just out of your shot and Rayton just following him through. So this will be another battle that we have to keep an eye on. Further back from Rayton, we have the first of the Pro-Am cars, Alexis Clapano in the Allen Racing. This car is fantastic. Been so impressed with it. Clapano, very well experienced sim racer. And he's actually been partnered with Alan Drake Cruz, a 9-year-old just about to turn 10-year-old from the Philippines, or Filipino lineup here, although Drake Cruz is driving from Norway. Super impressive for this Pro-Am class to be in the top 10 and actually in 8th position. And behind them, I think almost a lap down, in 9th position is Ali Khairudin in the GSR Motorsports car. 369. Let's see, what's the gap there? Is that 5 seconds? Oh, he could easily close that down to Clapano because this car is fast. Has the fastest lap of the race. That's why he's got purple next to his name. Kyron's got the fastest lap of the race with a 41.6. To be honest, this car should be leading the race still. Unfortunately, this is the car that got taken out by the Legion of Racers car in stint 2. So it had to repair quite a bit of damage as well from that accident because they went into the barrier. Heart goes out to them. Fahad Ghafoor was driving the car at that point, and now his teammate Ali Khairudin's got back into the car. This is the car that was on pole position as well. So, still a lot can happen. Thankfully, he's still in the top 10 because that car had a lot of accident damage. I did not really think it would finish in the top 15 today, let alone the top 10. So P9's pretty good, and still a long way to go. Who knows? Maybe they could get up to P7, P8, P7, possibly even P6. So don't give up, GRE Motorsports. Keep pushing, keep pushing. You've done a great job today, and it'd be nice to see you finish a little bit higher. Now rounding up the top 10, Calix Poon in another of the Z Challenger cars. Bentley, this is another car that was doing really well earlier on. It was right up there as well. Good to see Z Challenger had two entries in the top 10. Over the 11th position then in the BMW TVRL, Sam Reck driving this car. One of the pro cars. Actually, you know, this is one of my favorite liveries on the grid, I would say. I really do like this livery. It's quite striking and clean as well. So top, you know, P11, not bad so far by one of the newer teams to eRacing GP. Bruno Gallo there, I can't pronounce this, Antipodian Autosport there, one of the Australian teams. This car's also been in the wars, but recovering there to P12. Not so bad there at all. Going a little bit further down, Mohammed Kouhabi in JMX Junior's car. Not really been on the pace today, this car. And then we've got Shazwan Shafiq, second of the Pro-Am cars out there. Tafik Moin was driving this car for the first stint, and he was doing a really good job. So they're P2 right now, Pro-Am. I think they finished second in round 1 as well. So if they can finish P2 today as well, that would be a super job by them. I think they're just a little bit too far off from Alexis Clopano to challenge for the win, unless of course that Allen Racing car strikes trouble, but we don't wish for that at all. And but yeah, so still P2 for them, so that's good job to see there. Aldo Balagulan then in the Veloce Ragazzo racing car there in P14. Says it's a pro car. I think it's actually a Pro-Am car, so this might be the P3 in Pro-Am. And he's followed quite closely there by Edward Wong. Edward Wong, there he goes in AMR Speed Tavern.my racing car 79. Fortunately, the Speed Tavern cars have not had a great round. All their cars have hit troubles at some point, so they are quite far back. Paul Fastino from Philippines in Kesso Racing there in an aptly. Good to see him in a Ferrari if you're going to be in a Kesso Racing. P16, then P17 there. We got Ho Yong from Z Challenger in the very beautiful BMW. Another car that hit some problems earlier on. Blue Steel Racing recovering up to P18. We'll see our commentator Amr Hazik jumping into this car for the last stint. So they had hit some problems earlier on as well. So to see him up to P18 is a good result. Maybe they can get into the points. Max Lee, Wacko's Flip Table Racing. First of the Wacko's Flip Table Racing cars. This team has had a disaster of a race so far. Wacko's Flip Table Racing, one of the best teams in the region from Hong Kong. Very professional outfit, some fantastic drivers. And see the top car there in P19. Wow. They've had a really, really tough race. So they'll have to regroup after today, I think, and try and come back stronger. And then rounding out the top 10, we got ERGP Javasim in the McLaren. One of the few McLarens out there. Randa Hafas in the 906 car in P10. So good to see them there as well. Says it's a pro car. I wonder if it's a Pro-Am car as well. Not quite sure. Some of the labeling, because of the in-game bugs, don't quite work out just the way we want. Over to the AM class, and Andreas Wolf there, still doing a good job there. Hold My Beer Racing, fantastic to see. Looking very comfortable, and let's have a picture of him driving. There he is, looking nice and comfortable, nice and relaxed. And he's got a good gap. Look at that. Guy in second, we can't see second position at all. Second position is Abdul Rahman Qureshi. And there he is. Wow, he's way behind. That's a big gap from him to Andres Wolf. So Team Racing Line looks like they were leading this race for so long, not showing enough pace here in stint number 3, and they've just dropped off that battle for the lead. I wonder if they're going to come under pressure for the guys in third. Let's see who's in third. It's Veloce Ragazzo. I think this team finished third in round 1, and they are third right now with Lance Padilla driving this car. So, yeah, he's not too far back, Racing Line. Oh, no, but they're 2 laps down. Sorry. 2 laps down, so it's going to be really hard for him to catch up. There he is in P3. And that's it. The top 3. That's the top 3 in GT4 right now. We come back up to the front, though. James Pierre-Reid there, looking really good. And comfortable right now. Look at the gap. He's looks like he's pulling out that gap just ever so slightly. 3.3 seconds to this guy in P2, Lawrenson. And Lawrenson now looking like he's pulled out a bit of a gap to Presley Martono. So again, we're seeing in the JMX Phantom car the same issue where they're good in the first half of the stint, but when it comes to the second half of the stint, maybe going through the tires a little bit too much and going off the boil ever so slightly. So there they are, top 3 cars just in shot right now. So, you know, and all of these guys in the 42s. Actually, Lawrenson just did a 41.7. Wow. Laundry House finding some pace. 41.7. That's almost the fastest lap of the race. Just a 10th off Ali Khairudin's time in P8. So, wow. So, Laundry House looking really good. Could Laundry House challenge for the win? Could they actually get on terms with Reid? Certainly closing down that gap now. Just over a second, 1.5 seconds. From the NSX. So Laundry House just absolutely flying. Yeah, it's really getting hot at the front. The leader just goes over the line and he does a 42.0. And then that now just does a 42.3. Lawrenson goes over the line 42.1. And JMX Phantom orange car 42.3. So all of them in the low 42s, high 41s. That's a blistering pace from the top 3. I don't think anyone's going to catch these top 3 at the moment. We'll come back to this in a second. Let's see how Nigel Chua in the Legion of Racers car is doing. He is, he's quite a bit behind the top 3, but look at that, just behind him. You might see a flash of it. No, there isn't. I thought Tasby in the Stratos Motorsport car would be there. No, but dropped back down quite a bit. 8 seconds down on Nigel Chua. So Tasby in the Stratos Flash car not showing the pace that it had earlier on in the race. So the guys in 4th and 5th dropping off the battle for the top 3. And they have a big lead over the guy in 6th, Chester Lamb there, quite a bit behind. So let's go back down to the battle for the top 3. Andrew Lawrenson there showing, you know, some really good pace. And he's one of the few drivers to use VR, maybe the only driver to use VR that I know of. And let's have a look at that. Also one of the few drivers to right foot brake. You can see there he is using his right foot. I think his left foot's just there for the music. Obviously, maybe he's listening to that music and is shaking that left foot. But he's on fire right now. He's showing some really good speed. And look at that. It's just closing down the gap to the leader. Oh, this is going to be a great battle for the lead. Yeah, see them coming up to the lap, the Racing Line car there, the red Aston Martin in 2nd position in the AM class. Beautiful GT4 Aston Martin. Down the inside of turn 2, nicely done. We're going to go back a bit to just have a look at this battle for P5, because according to the time screen that's heating up right now, no it's not. Time screen is wrong. Chester Lamb is still quite far behind Tasby. There is the Pro-Am leader, Alexis Clapano, in P7. And long-time leader, pole sitter for this race. He's the whole front straight behind in P8, recovering after getting taken out by the Legion of Racers car. Kyra Rudin's showing good pace, so I think he might be able to get into the top 7. Definitely probably top 7, possibly in the top 6 before the end of this race. Reid though. That's been the story of the race so far, is how quick the Honda NSX have been. GSR eSport, that was leading the race for so long, is in an NSX. Celsius Autosport, who's leading the race now, is in an NSX. Seems the BOP is working quite nice, and yeah, the NSX really does like Kyalami. We are of course at Kyalami in South Africa. Beautiful, beautiful track. Hopefully you'll see a Formula 1 race one day. comes out of the last corner there. Oh, Laundry House car getting even closer. JMX Phantom not far behind either. They come across the line. 42.3 for Reed. 42.2 for Andrew Lawrenson. And Martona has had a bit of a messy lap with the 43.0. Okay. Here's another good battle there. Shazwan Shafiq in P13 trying to get past Mohammad Kuhubi for P12. These are both and actually trying to defend from Wacker's flip table cars. I think he's trying to unlap himself. Yeah, that's Lee there, trying to unlap himself. Alright, let's go on board with Presley Martono. Let's see how he's doing in his quest to close down the gap to the front two. We'll ride on board with him for a while, shall we? Actually, I want to ride on board with Lawrenson, because Lawrenson's getting a bit close to the guy in front, actually. Here we are, Lawrenson. Into the last couple corners. Penultimate corner, also known as Cheetah. Very fast. Okay, coming to the last corner right now. So he's in P2 and he's closing down the gap to P1. James Pierre-Reed. And yeah. So coming down the last corner into turn 1. We actually have Afiq.
I'm here.
He's done his racing and now he's getting a bit, you know. Why don't you take us for a lap right now? How is the track conditions out there?
Track conditions were a bit hot. It was very unfortunate because of the turn 1 traffic, the lap 1 traffic. Me and car 222 of the Stratos car got caught up in an accident at lap 1, so that pretty much ended our race very early. But we thought we could persevere from it. And
which car number were you in?
49.
There we are. That's
Simon still in the race. Oh, he is.
Yes, he is. There he is. So that lap 1 really put you back, huh?
Yeah, we had a few other incidents as well with the 103 of the Intermediate Autosport McLaren, driven by Bruno Gallo.
Right.
They got caught up with Alan Drake Cruz, and then unfortunately they spun, and then we couldn't avoid it coming to turn 1.
Okay. So what's the Aston might like to drive? And the livery. Please explain the livery.
Actually, we changed the livery for this round, but for some reason the game is recognizing the old livery. But nevertheless, the old livery is, I guess, we want to confuse people. Like, people look into their mirrors and like, this car is different.
It's like trying to put invisible ink, so maybe they don't see it.
Yeah. But nevertheless, it was a very entertaining race. Kyalami has always been very fun to drive, very fun to race. But unfortunately, oops, we have a spinner there, 696 of could it be? There's Shazwan Shafiq in the GSR car shed with him. Is stuffing Mohin, lost the rear, and Kyalami is also is also one of the other tracks in the game, apart from Laguna Seca, that has a sausage curb. So if you hit the sausage curb in Kyalami, that's it. It's either you're gonna spin, hit the wall, or spin, not hit the wall, but it's gonna lose you a couple of seconds.
Can you break a suspension on the sausage curve?
You can't.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're watching this battle develop for the top 3. It's actually getting quite close. Lawrenson there on the inset there, his VR goggles closing down the gap to Reed, who's still leading this race in the NSX. And you just watch him come to shot. There we go. JMX Phantom car there in P3.
Yep. And I was surprised knowing that how quick the Honda was on race day. Fahad was leading the race at one point until Andika accidentally tapped him from behind. And then there's a field of Ferraris from P2 all the way down to P5. Yeah,
I don't think that's because the Ferrari's quick. I just think for some reason most of the top teams here have picked the Ferrari. Because we've seen the NSX have been quick, the Bentleys have been quick. And in the second Laundry House car, the Audi has been flying.
Yep.
Where is the Audi? Oh wow,
the Audi is not in the top 10.
Yeah, something's happened to it. It's dropped, disappeared, maybe got disconnected. But the Audi was doing a 41.8 just now, 41.7.
Yep. So Terry Rayton is in the pits, and I think that might be his race ended.
No, that's a shame.
That's a shame. It's a huge shame.
Yeah, so... Oh, you broke the mouse. But yeah, Terry Rayton there. Let's see. Yeah, he's been disconnected. Ah, shame. Because yeah, he's doing 41.8s, 41.9, so the Audi is quick here as well. But they just haven't had a clean race. Whereas all the Ferrari drivers, well, other than a drive-through here or there, have had a pretty clean race so far.
Yep. It's been a pretty clean race, apart from the battle for P1 just now between the 369 GSI entry, currently driven by Ali Khairuddin, and number 44 of the Legion of Racers car that was driven by Andika Rama Maulana, and is now being driven by Nigel Chua.
Yeah, your heart has to go out for them, really. I mean, it really was tough for them. They were doing such a good job, and to be honest, would have been very worthwhile winners.
Yep. But you know, I guess it's racing. Things happen in racing.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, let's go back to the leader, James Pierre Reid, leading the race, and should have a very comfortable lead to Andrew Lawrenson.
You can tell it's getting dark in Australia because if you look at James Pierre Reid, you can see it's following you earlier. This room was well lit, but it must be nighttime now in Australia.
Yep, it must be nighttime now in Australia, and the gap now between James Pierre Reid and Andrew Lawrenson is down to 1.6 seconds. So with 1 hour and 21 minutes to go, I honestly believe that Andrew Lawrenson can catch up to James Pierre Reid and claim P1.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we are. We're talking about him. Afiq here with us. He's flown by special helicopter across many miles from his rig to our studio here. Luckily, we can afford helicopters here at eRacing GP. And as Reid gives us a bit of a wave, you're not supposed to be listening to the commentary, mate. You're supposed to be focusing. Because it would be nice. We love first-time winners. And if Celsius... I'm not supposed to pick favourites, but we would love to see a first-time winner here.
Yep.
And if Celsius Autosport can carry it all the way to the flag, that would be pretty cool. But a long way to go yet. And I tell you what, Lawrenson, the reigning champions, they look really quick, don't they?
They do. And it's closing down the gap, Lawrenson, isn't he? Down to 1.24 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, closing down the gap. And of course, we have to thank our sponsors. You know, X-Park, been a great supporter of us for many years now. Axel's a bit of a cheat. That's our company. But then we've got Royal Slang, who make these awesome trophies for us. I have to say, I think our trophies are pretty, you know, computer. Motorsport Playground, who's done wraps for the champions before, and of course Life, we do our brilliant shirts.
I'm wearing one right now.
Yeah, interesting way of spelling it, but yeah, to each his own.
Yep.
Okay, let's see who's else. Is there. Yeah, Reid looks like he's put some good laps there. Last lap of 42.7.
Yeah, but Andrew Lawrenson had some traffic that he had to negotiate the traffic driven by the Waycross cars. So, you know, still a long way to go. I think there's roughly 20 more minutes before James Pierre Reid and Andrew Lawrenson has to pit for driver stints. I'm not sure whether this is Andrew Lawrenson's second driver stint or
it's a second.
if
So
it's a second driving stint, then he'll be sharing cars with Jake Baldwin, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, Baldwin would get in for the last stint, and Baldwin was quite quick in the second stint.
Yep.
Okay, so shall we see what's happening in the Pro-Am class? Clapano there in P6. How about that? Pro-Am in P6. That's quite special.
Yeah, it is special. And knowing that Alexis Clapano sharing the car with Alan Drake Cruz. Mind you, Alan Drake Cruz is 10 this year?
It's 10.
He's 10, racing all the way from where? He's a Philippine.
Yeah.
He's a Filipino, but he's currently in Norway, so he's racing all the way in the Nordic, and
Yeah.
he was driving absolutely brilliantly in his first two stints.
Yeah, and his ping wasn't too bad, 180 most of the time. Well, at least it was stable, so that was good. But yeah, I mean, maybe this car should be in Pro class. But to be honest, you have a 10-year-old as one of the drivers.
Yeah.
So it was quite a natural thing to put him in the AM class. But yeah, great job by Alan Racing.
I think it'll take him like probably another year before we can, upgrade him to Pro.
Yeah, I think so too.
Meanwhile, let's look at the battle for GT4, shall we?
Yep.
So at the moment,
Yeah.
Abdul Rahman Qureshi is in P2. But where is Andres Wolf? Oh, there
Yeah,
he is.
there he is. Wolf, he's done a good job. These cars going neck to neck. We had a 3-way battle in the opening stint with JMX Juniors, Hold My Beer Racing and Racing Line. It became a 2-way battle between Hold My Beer and Racing Line. Racing Line led for so long. But now in the third stint, you know, Andreas got back in the car. He's been doing some good laps, and Racing Line have just fallen behind.
Yeah, and I believe that Abdurrahman Qureshi is currently driving the car. So the guy that was driving the first 2 stints was Nazir Azman.
And he did a great job.
And he did an
What a
excellent job. Nazir.
Great job. Yeah.
So again, viewers, if you want to see any, if you want to request any cars that we should spectate, then let us know down on the comments, and then we'll show your car of choice, that is. Let's go back to the lead, shall we? James Pierre Reid, 2.6 seconds. What has happened to Andrew Lawrenson? I believe Lawrenson must have had some kind of an issue, but look at that. Andrew Lawrenson is currently being catched up by to Presley Martono, and the gap now is down to 0.9 of a second. Andrew Lawrenson is 1/10 down on his delta, and that is not going to do wonders. Question now is, can Presley Martono catch up to Andrew Lawrenson and maybe catch up to James Pierre Reid for the win? I think time is there.
Yeah, Lawrenson just hasn't been as surgical through the traffic, I feel. There's a good amount of traffic just now. He needs to just settle down and get back into trying posting some laps in the 41s, I think.
Yep.
Easier said than done, of course.
Yep, and Presley Martono's last lap was a 42.7. Lawrence's last lap was a 43.4. So Presley was 7/10 quicker, and the gap now is closing down. Lawrenson, we have no idea what happened to him. They say that his tires busted out, or there doesn't seem to be any grip with the Ferrari, but he's losing time there, Lawrenson.
Do that top 3.
In the shot there. So Pierre Reid leads to Andrew Lawrenson, leads by the gap between him and Lawrenson is 2.6 seconds. It's coming down, but not much. 15 minutes to go. James Pierre Reid is holding his line and is holding his craft.
Yep, he is. And you know, let's talk about pit stops. We got one more pit stop to go, and then we're into the last stint of the race. From what we've seen so far, the Ferraris have been stopping on the hour mark. So I think in about 15 minutes we'll see Martono stop, and then Lawrenson maybe a lap or two after that. Now, Reid in the Honda have been going long. They've actually been doing more like 65-minute stints. So that means Reid will probably stop in about 25 minutes. And that means he can short fill the car. He doesn't need to put that much petrol in the car. So really, these Ferrari drivers need to get the movement. Oh, whoa, Reid! Go back to Reid and the 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think there has to be a collision there, and there you go, race leader, same spot like where Fahad lost it just now. James Pierre Reid loses it.
Well, let's see what happened. We're watching the replay now. He's coming up to lap Qureshi, who's second in the GT4 class. Gets it all tangled up, doesn't he? So there he is. He's coming through here. Looks like he's giving the space on the right, so he's going to the right. Oh, and then the racing line car.
The racing line car turned in on him. At the exact spot where Fahad got hit by Andika Ramamalana, James Pierre Reid loses the lead. That's a bad one.
That's a bad one. I think Qureshi needs a drive-through for that. He just wasn't watching his mirrors at all.
Yep.
Because he left space on the right and then just moved over. Let's see what the stewards say. Okay, but Reid's still in good position. There he is in P3. Okay, so we've had a leadership change. But Reid's going long on this stint. He can put less fuel in that car. He can maybe put a couple seconds less fuel, and if he can do that, he can jump the two Ferraris.
Depending on how much damage he has to begin with. That was a very heavy collision into the barriers.
Well,
coming into turn 10 by James Pierre Reid after the collision with Abdurrahman Qureshi.
Let's have a closer look at that car, see if there's any damage we can see.
I believe there's a front end damage there. Yeah, you see the front bumper just looks like it's all messed up now. Compared to the 369 Honda behind him, it's a lot messed up. You can see the scuff on it.
I don't think so. I think it's scuffed, but the bumper still looks like it fits. Yeah, it's scuffed, but the bumper looks like it fits. The hood looks like it fits. Look compared to Gafor. Nah, that's fine. I hope they don't repair that damage. I think they just need to take the pit stop and drive with it.
So what will Celsius Autosport do? What will the 15 car do to reclaim back the lead? James Pierre-Reid must be fuming right now after that collision with Andrew Marcucci, but there's nothing he can do about it. It has happened. He can't go back to the past and alter it.
Yeah, you can see he's still complaining.
He looks very unhappy there, James Pierre-Reid.
He does indeed. And rightly so.
He has a right to do so. Meanwhile, back to the leader then. Andrew Lawrenson is your new leader and currently being chased down by JMX. The number 10 car driven by Presley Martono. I feel like I've seen this before. Where was it? Oh yeah, it was the last race in Barcelona. So Presley Martono chasing down the leader.
Yep. Well, yep, leader for now.
Leader for now, yep. But that brings up another interesting question. Where will these two leading Ferraris exit the pit? And where will James Pierre-Reid exit the pit?
Yeah, we're going to find out. It's not over yet. The Celsius Motorsport car is not out of it.
The Celsius last lap, the Celsius did a 44.0.
That's
the leaders. Yeah, the leaders were doing a 43. So it's going to be very interesting in the last 40 minutes of the race.
The trick is when the damage comes on, okay, yes, maybe there's some damage, but you can sometimes, the car will feel a little bit different. It might take you a couple laps to just get back the feeling of the car. Need to drive it slightly different.
There's actually a trick in ACC that if you have like a set number of ballast, set kg of ballast, and say you hit a wall or hit another car and get front end damage or anything, then that's going to like make the car a lot better.
Why?
It's something that I don't know, maybe it's like it removes the ballast. But it worked. The car, for some of the times when I was involved in a collision, the car felt a lot better after getting hit.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, but Celsius now struggling. There's a big gap. They're still struggling with the lap time. Oh, such a shame.
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to say they're out of this fight for the win, but they might be.
Yep. And Nigel Chua is 16 seconds behind him, so he's closing up with Nigel. Let's hope that James Pierre doesn't pit for damage, but
no, but he's going to be 2 seconds a lap slow. He's going to have to do something about that.
Yep.
Anyway, this battle looks like it's heating up, isn't it?
Yep.
Martono will want to get the win. And to be honest, if it finishes like this, the JMX Phantom car will be leading the championship. So, what about a stint into the race was not looking like a good race for JMX Phantom is now looking like an excellent race.
Yep.
Actually, you know, Lawrenson in the car number one. Okay, this is the championship winning car from last year, which he shares normally with Andy O'Hara, but O'Hara's not here this weekend. I don't think Lawrence has won a race in eRacing GP.
I think he has. He has last season.
In the Porsche.
In the Porsche.
Lawrence was in the Porsche last year. I don't think the Porsche won. It was the McLaren that they won a lot of races.
I believe they went from the Porsche, then switched to the McLaren.
No. The McLaren with O'Hara in it
Nikita
won most of the races last year. Lawrenson led many races, but had a spin here or two there, which prevented him from winning.
Yep.
They were in winning positions, but I don't think they actually converted it.
So James Pierre gap now is 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds now. And I believe that is going to be his race winning potential done.
I think you're right. Gosh, mate, that damage has obviously thrown him. He's a long way off. He's like losing a second and a half a lap.
First time visiting Kyalami here, eRacing GP. What do you make of it, Alex?
Nice. I hope Formula 1 comes here soon. Ooh, Montano looks on the inside. Not quite close enough.
And it's a very unforgiving track, Kyalami. If you make a mistake, then it's either you hit the wall or worse, another car collects you. So, never mind. 7 minutes before we assume that both leading cars will be pitting. Meanwhile, handsome boy Presi Martono there, look at it, so focused, trying to chase down Andrew Lawrenson.
So I think the JMX car pitted 1, maybe 2 laps earlier than Laundry House at the last pit stops. So Martono, I think, will know this. He'll be keen to try and get the overtake done on track, so that he can probably cover things in the pit stop. But yeah, I wonder if any of these two cars have been saving fuel. Because if Lawrence has been saving fuel and can stretch out an extra lap, that could be really good for him. Because he can then put less fuel into the car as well.
And Andrew Lawrence is feeling the pressure though. The last lap between him and Presley Martono is 1/10 difference, but Presley is just catching up. So it's very interesting to see that, you know, Presley is pressuring Andrew Lawrence like there's no tomorrow. Lawrence holding off the pressure by Presley and, you know, still leading the race. Meanwhile, battle for P4, Nigel Chua is currently being chased down by the 111 winner. Oh, as we can see, Presley Martono almost dived down the inside there, coming to turn 1. Doesn't look like he can get the job done. Backs off, coming to turn 2. And, yep, he's backing off. There is traffic ahead though. Let's see how these cars will negotiate through traffic. And this is the GT4 leader.
Is it? Yes, it is. It's Hold My Beer Racing right now.
Yep. So if either of these GT3 leaders gets into a collision with the GT4, well, they didn't. But if they did, then there's going to be a penalty for them.
Let's look at the on board with Martono now. Oh,
Getting
Larson.
closer to Lawrenson.
Larson is struggling a little bit, isn't he, as we come to the end of the stint?
I believe tire pressures must have, you know, messed things up for the Ferraris.
Yeah.
I know it did with the Aston. The Aston loses the rear after a couple of laps, but I'm guessing it also happens to be the same for the Ferrari. Lawrenson is being pressured. The gap between these two and the guy in P3, which is James Pierre-Reid, who was leading the race before that unfortunate collision with the number 57 Rising Line car, is down to 7 seconds. And at the moment, Nigel Chua is chasing down James Pierre-Reid, but he has Mohamed Tasbi right behind him for good measure.
Look at that. So it's wow. Actually, we should go back to that battle for 4th position, because Chua and Tasbi is looking quite good as well.
Yep, it does. And Tasbi, look at that. Oh, you can see the rear bumper, the gearbox of the Ferrari, and Tasbi is getting closer, but backs off a bit there, coming to turn 15, which is a sausage curb. Again, you don't want to go on the curb itself, otherwise you hit the sausage and it will make your car go airborne. I've had a couple of scares there. And James Pierre-Reid has pitted, ladies and gentlemen. So the guy in P3, who was on the final step of the podium, has pitted. And I think that, you know, he had too much damage, so might as well just pit now and hope for the best.
I hope they can come back with some great pace for the last stint, because it'd be nice to see them get back into the fight. They can go to the end, so that's good for them.
Yep, number 69 of Jackie Wong has a drive-through penalty though.
There's Reid right now waiting. He'll swap to his teammate. But yeah, look at this gap between Tasbi and Nigel Chua.
So this is the battle for the lead and the battle for the final step of the podium between Lawrenson, Martono, Nigel Chua and Mohamed Tasbi. And it's a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. I think Presley, out of the leaders, the top 5, the JMX Phantom car will be the first one to pit. So we can focus on this battle right now as well.
At the moment, in the Pro-Am category, Alexis Clapano has a very comfortable lead. P5 overall and P1 in Pro-Am.
Yeah, very good. That's another car that was also stopping quite late.
So James Pierre-Reid has changed to Arthur Vanderlei. Has come out in P6 overall, P5 in the Pro category. Will there be enough time for him to catch up to the 4 Ferraris ahead? I don't think so. I think it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him.
Looks a bit squirrely though, Ferrari. I honestly think that it's starting to lose its rear pressure.
Let's have a look at the Tasbi battle with Nigel Chua, because that's heating up as well. There we go. Stratos and Legion of Racers, they've fought quite hard against each other over the last couple of years. Had some good battles between them.
And Nigel Chua, one of the my first teammate in eRacing, GP, and Taspi. I've raced with both, and they're very, very competitive, ultra competitive even. But if I were to, I can't sign anyone. They're too good.
Probably the safe bet.
Yeah.
Let's not. It'll be coming to you. What did you say on the broadcast?
What did you say to me, Afiq?
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of questions. But Taspi is 6/10 is the gap. Now, Presley Martono looks like he's backing off from Andrew Lawrenson. So what is going on with Presley Martono? Is he backing off because there isn't enough fuel? Is he saving fuel to go one more extra
Well,
lap?
let's have a look. Maybe he's going to the pits.
And yeah, he is going to the pits. So a bit weird that he didn't close the gap to Andrew Lawrenson. But Presley Martono has come into the pits and Andrew Lawrenson stays out.
Yep.
So will this be an undercut for the number 10 JMX Phantom car, or will it not?
Yeah, it could be. He'll need to put in some pretty special laps, but Lawrenson's lap times weren't too bad either. 42.6 in the last lap. Good question. Will Lawrenson respond for the next lap? This battle, these guys are still staying out. Chua and Tasby are still staying out. We need to look at Lawrenson when he comes around the line the next lap, because will he respond, or is he just going to stay out a bit longer?
Yep, and Presley Martono looks like he hasn't come out of the pits yet. We'll go to his camera feed shortly. Meanwhile, Tasby looks like he's trying to close the gap to Nigel, but doesn't look like it. Andrew Lawrenson, though, on the other hand, coming to turn 7 after the famous sunset corner.
He's got clear track in front of him. That's the important thing.
So what would you do if you were Andrew Lawrenson? Will you stay out, go for another lap with this clean air advantage, or pit in early?
Oh, good question. It's really tough. I'd be tempted to stay out, but I'd be looking at the delta. If my delta's not fast enough, I think maybe I need to pit now.
Yep, and these two are going to be a big headache for Lawrenson. Say if he actually fights it out with Russell Reyes in the number 10 car, who's currently on board the number 10 car. These two has the potential to catch up. Meanwhile, though, Andrew Lawrenson, where will he be?
Okay, as he comes towards the end of the lap, will he go into the pit or will he stay out?
Yeah,
he
he's
stays
staying
out.
Yeah, he stays out, Andrew Lawrenson. So it's very, so it's a very weird call.
I think it's a good call, actually. He's just going, okay, maybe I got the undercut, maybe he's got me. I'm going to stick to the strategy because I think he's got good 10 litres more fuel than the Legion of Racers car. So he might as well just stay out, run down the fuel. And I think I think JMX Phantom may actually well and truly do the undercut and may get in front of the Laundry House car. But if the Laundry House car can go extra 4-5 laps longer, he'll be coming in with fresher tyres. And those tyres have to do a much shorter stint. So he might have the pace to get past the JMX Phantom car again.
And the JMX Phantom car has to add more fuel to it, whereas the Laundry House car, the number 1 car, doesn't.
Yep.
So that's going to be advantageous for them.
That is true. So we don't know when they're pitting. I'm going to say they're going to stay out for another 3 more laps. Nigel Chua, same for these two guys. These guys, I think the Stratus Motorsport car will have to pit a little bit earlier, but Nigel Chua I think he'll be pitting around the same time as the Laundry House car.
Yep. And Taspi, though, very consistent, though. He was 2 tenths behind Nigel in the previous lap.
Well, I tell a lie. You should focus on Nigel.
Oh, Nigel's actually, there you go, handsome boy.
There, handsome boy. Looks like he's got I said Lawrenson was the only one using VR. I'm corrected. I stand corrected. Nigel Chua also likes the VR as well.
And Nigel's being pressured. Look at that, Taspi around the outside coming into turn 10, which is the hairpin, though. Nigel runs a little bit wide. Taspi tries to find the cut back into coming out of turn 10, turn 11 now. Before the downhill fast left-hander of turn 12, there is GT4 traffic up ahead. So what will Lopez do? Andrew Lawrenson has pitted at the moment. Where will Andrew Lawrenson come out? These two have yet to make their stops. What will Nigel do? What will Taspi do? Traffic ahead. It's not making Nigel's life any easier. Oof. Oh, Taspi. Oh, Nigel pushes the GT4 car wide, almost loses it and comes into the pits. Good save there into the pit entry, though, Nigel. I have to give you that. But nevertheless, it would have been a lot worse for the number 44 Legion of Racers car.
Okay, so he's gonna stay in the car to the end because Andika Ramamalana has done his 2 stints. So fresh set of tires for this guy, and then he'll be pushing hard. Okay, let's see what Tasby can do. Tasby's got some clear track now. If Tasby really needs to put the hammer down.
You gotta focus on Andrew Lawrenson also. He's still in the pits, so it's taking a while. What's taking you so long, Andrew Lawrenson? Jake Baldwin is currently in the car. We have to focus on Russell Reyes. Where is he?
Ooh,
So he has made the undercut work.
He has made the undercut work, and he's done some excellent lap times. His last lap, his fastest lap of the race, a 41.9 by JMX Phantom, and comfortably puts him out in front of Jake Baldwin. See, there he goes to turn 1, and Jake Baldwin there to turn 1. So what does that, 3 seconds? It's not insurmountable, but Baldwin's got quite a bit of traffic to get through as well.
He's got 3 cars fighting for position at the moment, and it's not making his life any better. Lucas Stout has to get out of the way. He's fighting Jackie Wong for P12, but there's a fast car behind him. He has to yield anyway. Oh, a bit screwy there by Jake Baldwin coming into Sunset.
Baldwin
Loses the area.
He has to be aggressive. He has to be aggressive. He has to drive every lap like a qualifying lap if he wants to win this race.
Yep, and Nigel Chua stop and go 30.
Oh no, what happened there?
I believe that because he was so fast coming into the pit.
Oh,
Yeah.
you think speeding the pit lane?
Yeah.
No.
But from bad to worse goes Legion of Races number 44 car. Andika Ramamalana got caught up in the battle and accidentally hit the back of the number 369 Fahad Ghafour's car. And now Nigel Chua coming into the pit lane has a stop and go 30. So that's it, race done. Meanwhile, Mohamed Tasbih has pitted. Where will you come out? I
Wow,
think
you know, we could have a Pro-Am car leading this race for the first time ever. Because Clapano also pitted late last time. So that, yep, Clapano's leading the race. Woohoo, Pro-Am at the top. So you pro drivers, you're going to have to get your finger out, I think. This is a Pro-Am entry in the Lamborghini. Not a very popular car, but Alan Racing doing a great job of making that car work extremely well.
Yep, and the gap between Jake Baldwin and Russell Reyes is now 5.7 seconds. So it's a lot of numbers though for these two, for Jake Baldwin especially. Russell Reyes has to close the gap to Alexis Clapano, but Clapano has to make one more pit stop to begin with.
Yeah, Clapano's not in consideration for the overall win, but it's just nice to see the Pro-Am car leading a race.
Yep. So Art Vanderlei,
Oh,
the number 15 Honda, yeah, almost 2 seconds behind Mohamed Tasbih. Tasbih does come out with cold tires though, so it's going to take a while for.
Tasby's behind him. If you go to Tasby now, the leaderboard has not updated yet. See, Tasby's behind him. So the top 3 are there, but you know, Vanderlei obviously had to do some repairs because he's still in 3rd position. He's still in net 3rd once Clapano pits, but he's going to be closer to Tasby than the front 2, unfortunately.
Yep, look at Nigel in the Zoom cam, patiently waiting for, when can I go out and start racing? When can I go out? He's probably apologizing to Andika right now.
30 seconds penalty. Ouch, that's going to be painful. Okay, well, he's still in the top 10. He just push on, man. Get the points.
He's being chased around by Aldo Valladolid, so we have to see this. Where will Aldo come out? Oh, right ahead, coming to turn 1. Doesn't look like he can make the job done. Nigel tries to defend, coming into turn 3.
Yeah.
Aldo, though. Do you realize Aldo has 26 kilogram ballast, the most?
How come?
Because the Aston has 18 kilogram base ballast for this round, and he has 10 kilograms. Sorry, he has 8 kilograms of ballast because he finished in the top 10 in the last round.
Ouch.
So Aldo's doing a very good job at the moment
In the pro class.
in the pro class, and I like the livery. I like the rear wing. It says distance amigo. Okay, never mind. Focus up on the battle for the lead. Russell Reyes, though, where are you, my boy? In Sunset, coming 10 seconds behind Alexis Clapano, but Clapano is not going to be a factor for him anyway because he has to pit. Abdulrahman Qureshi is in front of him, and we saw what Abdulrahman did just now to James Pierre Reid, so let's hope that he doesn't make the same mistake again as Russell Reyes tries to find a way past the GT4 very quickly there. Abdulrahman backs out and does give the way to Russell Reyes.
Okay, Jake Baldwin's cleared that traffic as well. His last lap of 42.3.
He's got one more car to deal with, and I think that might be the Shaka Takuma car. Oh, sorry, yeah, it is a Shaka Takuma, the number 12 Aston Martin. in the gap, Taspi is 4.5 seconds behind Art Vanderlei, so it's a bit weird by Taspi.
Well, it's closing down the gap to Vanderlei. Oh, Vanderlei's on a good lap as well.
Yeah,
Better lap. So they're all going green a little bit at this late stage of the race because they know they need to push.
Oh, a little bit. Oh, very ambitious. Very brave there by Jake Baldwin coming into the last corner trying to pass the GT4 because the last thing you want to do is have any GT4 traffic right ahead.
Or a slow GT3 getting in the way.
Correct.
But Baldwin just got one more car between him and the leader. If he can just clear that in the next lap or two, he'll be all clear, well, for the next few laps at least, towards Russell Reyes.
15 minutes to go. The question now is, can Russell Reyes persevere and actually focus on keeping the consistency on the lap times to Jake Baldwin. At the moment, Russell Reyes' last lap was a 43.2. Jake Baldwin's last lap was a 42.5. And Jake Baldwin was negotiating traffic.
There is Baldwin right now. It's the first time having a good look at him. Talking to his teammate, he's pushing hard. He's going flat out for sure. So interesting right now. Okay, so we got 51 minutes left to go in this race. You gotta just flat out, right? Don't worry about the tire wear. You just gotta push hard every lap.
I'll make this a 1 hour sprint race.
Basically, it's a 1 hour sprint race now. The pit stops are done.
Almost on.
Yeah.
Clapano hasn't pitted yet.
Yeah, Clapano hasn't pitted there. One of the late of the pit stop guys, Clapano there is leading in Pro-Am class and overall, and he will need to pit in a while.
Russell Reyes has managed to bring down the gap to 7 seconds, so he is quick though, Reyes. He's very quick. But what was his last lap?
Russell Reyes is
41.8, so
Okay.
he has set the quickest lap in the number 10 Ferrari, though, Russell Reyes.
yeah. He's doing a great job. Russell Reyes is showing some good speed. Good teammate for Presley Martono, so they're doing a really super solid job out there. I don't think it's over yet, but Baldwin does need to start getting a move on. He's been in the low 42s, but he needs to start dipping in the 41s if he's going to challenge for the win.
Yep. Meanwhile, Taspi is the gap between him and Art Vanderlei is now down to 5.2 seconds. Has increased by, what was it, 2.2 seconds when Taspi came out of the pits. So what's going on there?
Do you think? Can we have a close look at Vanderlei? I want to see if he's repaired his car.
He repaired the front bit of this car. It doesn't. It looks like he has, but not much.
Can you select how much can be repaired?
You can't. You can only select two. So you can select either the bodywork or the suspension.
Still looks a little bit scuffed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he repaired it. Gosh, hope he holds on for P3. That'd be fantastic for this team. This team has not finished on the podium before.
And I know what's it like finishing on the podium is very rewarding, especially with this level of competitiveness.
Have you finished on the podium?
Finished on the podium twice! Once in Monza last season, and also last season was in Paul Ricard.
Yeah,
Both with Nigel Troy as my teammate and Kelvin Singh as my teammate.
that's right.
With two different cars. But this is what we do in eRGP. eRGP offers one of the best, racing in the platform Assetto Corsa Competizione, and that's what I like about it, especially in the endurance format. It's so rewarding to finish on the podium or just finish the race.
Yeah. You do a good job on the day, you can always get a good result. That's important, and we need to see that. It allows us sometimes to look at those other cars in the midfield. If they have a good day, they can do really well. Let's go back down maybe and have a look at the battle for GT4, see how that's going. I think Hold My Beer Racing is still winning quite comfortably. Yep, Joey Gutierrez there.
And Abdurrahman Qureshi has a drive crew, so I think that might be...
That race is done, right?
Yeah, that race is done, but he is a lap ahead of Paul Lopez, so it's not going to affect his race that badly. As it stands though, Abdurrahman Qureshi will finish on the podium.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be good for Hold My Beer Racing winning. Racing Line in second. I think Ravazza
Veloce Ragazza.
It will be in P3, so that's pretty good for them. There we are, Veloce Ragazza, P3. Okay, this might be a good time to go for a break soon. We're going to go for a break, and we will be right back for the last, which will be last 40 plus minutes of this race, watching the 4 hours of Kyalami. We'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hi, welcome back, Alex Young. I think Farid, Fahad. Oh my God, I'm getting on. Farid. Sorry, man. I wanted to call you Fahad Ghaffar for a second there. And we are back with the racing, and it's getting nighttime now. Been a long, long day. 4-hour race here at Kyalami. And we're on board right now, Russell Ray's GMX Phantom, who have taken over the lead and looking really good. Look at that. I think 7 seconds now, leading over the Laundry House cars.
Mind you, they actually, make the undercut on the pits. When they were behind the number 1 Jake Baldwin car, then came out of the pits in front of them.
Yeah, but also the pace after that was really good, right?
Russell is flying. Look at
yeah,
that.
Russell's. I mean, so his fastest lap of the race, 41.8, in that little bit there, and he's looking really comfortable now. He'll be very pleased with 8 seconds.
Yep. Jake Baldwin, though, at the moment, it looks like he's all over the place. Has to negotiate GT4 traffic. It has to negotiate traffic in general. It's a little bit unfortunate, but could have made the situation a lot better. At the moment, he's still 110 down, and he's just coming into turn 2. So focus back on the leader, the number 10, Russell Reyes car, and
yeah, you can see right now in the inset right below us, we got Presley Martone, which is something great. He's done his fantastic job today, 2 stints. But you can see people getting excited because now got people leaning on his rig, watching the race. They're very keen to see if Russell Reyes can do it. This will be a really good victory for GMX Phantom.
And
will it be their first win in eRacing GP?
Yeah, it will be the first.
It will be. It'll be their first win in eRacing GP. I'm astonished.
And it'll be the first win by an Indonesian team.
By an Indonesian team as well, because this is a top team. I've seen them do so many good races. They won their first race actually in eRacing GP in the sprint edition, didn't they? Their driver Avila Bahar won that race in round 1, and now they're going to win endurance edition round 2. And with this win, I think that's going to put them in the championship lead as well. So
sitting comfortably in the championship.
Yeah, comfortably, really good for this Indonesian team.
Yep, and so that will put the 111 Muhammad Tasbih car down to P2 in the championship standing. Who will be P3, knowing that Nigel is currently in P8? It's really a tough call.
Actually, I think it might be the GSR car.
Or might be the number 1 car. We'll have to wait and see until the end of the race.
We'll see. We need our Statman, Ammo Azik. Statman's right now racing at the moment.
Where is Statman anyway? Where is his car? I can't know. He is there.
401,
yeah,
quite far down. Yeah. Oh, they'd actually got up to 18th position. Now they're in 20th, so something must have happened.
Yeah.
But Amir Ammo Hazik there in the car.
So Statman here, currently racing in the number 401 Bentley, being shared by Sim Kaiwan and Javier Lai. And it's a very odd choice though, the Bentley, because I don't believe that any of them has ever driven a Bentley before. So to see them do it is quite remarkable. But I guess new season, new challenge.
Yeah, I guess so. This team does swap around cars quite a bit. They're not scared to try out different cars.
Like us, I plan to change to the Audi after this.
Yeah, you too. You're another one that likes to swap teams left, right, and center.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what's happening with the Pro-Am class. Pro-Am class, Alec Drake Cruz doing a good job there. Well, there's Art Vanderlei in P3, but Alan Drake Cruz is back in the car for his final stint, taking over from Alexis Clopano.
He's got a very comfortable lead to the guy in P2.
Yeah, and I remember talking to his dad, because he's only 10 years old, he can't really do 2 stints in a row. It's a bit too much for him. So he did stint 1, Clopano then did stint 2 and 3, and now Cruz in for the final stint. And it'll be a short stint because Alexis Clopano went long. So this is perfect for Cruz. We know he's quick, but he's young, he's only 10. And you don't want to burn him up. And he's actually on a really quick lap time. He's actually green at the moment. Let's follow the end of this lap time because I want to see just how good it is. If he sneaks into the 41s, that's going to blow my mind.
It might be a 41. But I have to wait and see. We're right on board the cockpit view of Alan Drake Cruz, and taking a very wide line there coming to turn 13, which is what you do on every car apart from the Aston. I know the Lambo does it, I know the Audi does it, the Ferrari does it, and the Merc does it, but it's
Perfect.
Normally you brake on a straight line coming to turn 13.
Oh, it's going to be a good lap time as the 10-year-old crosses the line. And this would be a 42.2. Wow.
So it's not the best, but still got 36 minutes, and the track temperature is getting a lot colder.
So we're going to have a Pro-Am car finish in the top 10. We're going to have a Pro-Am car finish in the top 5, basically. Because I think...
They did finish on the top 10 last race.
yeah, that's true, they did, but they didn't finish top 5. I wonder if Fahad Ghafour can maybe close down that gap now. P6 is quite far back at the moment. So that is the AM class. Let's have a look at the AM class right now. Joey Gutierrez stays in the car.
And he's
well,
sharing the
back
car
in the
with
car.
Andrea.
Back in the car.
Yeah, back in the car. Well, he was staying in the car. He drove the last team.
Yeah, comfortably leading now. He's got a good lap on second position. Racing Line car, there he is. And the Racing Line car has a further lap on the car in third position, which is, there we go, Veloce Ragazzo. And I guess because it's winter now, we're getting dark really early at the moment in South Africa.
Yep. But mind you, this game doesn't really follow. Well, it does because it's a bit weird. Normally the track will get a lot darker by the time it turns. By the time it turns 8 p.m.
Yeah, so it's getting dark and it's getting dark fast. So I think it is trying to mimic what happens in real life to a certain extent.
Yep. Minus the heavy thunderstorms.
Yeah, so we're probably going to finish in the dark for sure. A lot of these gaps have kind of played out already. There's Russell Reyes. Whoa, 10 seconds, 11 seconds in front now.
12 seconds, almost 12 seconds.
Yeah,
ahead.
and there's Baldwin in the reigning champion, Laundry House there in P2. Looking quite comfortable there in P2 because Art Vanderlei is quite a bit behind there, 13 seconds behind him there. And look at Tasby has not closed down that gap. The guy in fourth position, I thought we were going to see Stratos Motorsports coming up to the back of Celsius Autosport, but no, Celsius Autosport's finding some pace now in the 42s again. So even though they've got that little bit of damage after being taken out by that GT4 car, they have found a way to somehow get back a bit of that pace.
It's the car. The Honda doesn't have any balance whatsoever, so it's a bit weird because knowing that Fahad drives the Ferrari often, and Ali does too, but seeing him jump ship to the Honda, I was talking to myself last time, like, wait, this can't be right. Why are they switching to the Honda?
Well, that's why.
So Honda can be very beneficial, but will it be beneficial for the rest of the championship? We still have Misano, we still have Nürburgring, we still have Silverstone, and we have 12 hours of Spa. I've driven the Honda around Spa, and I couldn't survive coming out of Eau Rouge.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that might have been a long time ago. Maybe the new updates have helped it. But I mean, you have to say something for the fact that this car doesn't carry much ballast or any ballast at all. So
It is the slowest car in the game, the Honda, by mile. And Alif did a very good job with the Honda in the sprint edition, finishing on the podium twice. And currently at the moment in the endurance edition, Art Vanderlei, the number 15 Celsius Autosport car, shared with James Pierre-Reid as well, is currently in P3. So
yeah,
in the final step of the podium.
P3 would be great, and they're 5 seconds ahead of championship leader because currently Stratos Flash are leading the championship till the end of the race. Moment Tasby. So, but they were really closing down that gap quite quickly, about 15 minutes ago. But that gap's kind of stabilized at 5 seconds now.
Yeah, it's not been moving.
Yeah, so it looks like Tasby's not going to close down that gap to get the final place.
There's still 32 minutes to go.
Yeah. That is true. There's still enough time for something to happen. Still got clouds in the sky. No rain though. Although rain right now would be kind of fun.
I want it to be a rain race like Paul Ricard last year.
Okay. See who else can we go. Let's focus on some of the other guys on Zoom. Tawfiq Mohin there. He was in second place in the in the Pro-Am Championship. He's back in the car right now. Is he second in the championship in the race? Right? Yeah, he's second in Pro-Am still.
But 69 is a Pro-Am car, so it's third in the Pro-Am.
Third. Okay, so we have Jay Wong in the
Jackie Wong. You have Jackie Wong in the number 69 Bentley. And we also have, I believe there's also one more Pro-Am car. I think it might be the number 5 Lance Kubala car.
Yeah, so Z Challenger in second Pro-Am. So it's interesting, you know, some of the Pro-Am Z Challengers actually had a good day.
Jake Baldwin has a drive-through penalty.
Oh, wow.
What's that for? Track limit? It might be.
Wow, Laundry House. That's not what you need. A drive-through penalty right now is a disaster for you, mate, obviously. That might drop him down to P4, I think.
It might. Well, it's going to be a very close call between him and Fahad Pitts. So what is that for? Why did Fahad Pitts? Driver change? No fuel?
No, he pitted early because of the damage, so he had to do an extra pit stop. So, oh man, that's a shame for Gafor.
Alright then. So, by right, when Jake Baldwin does come into the pit, he will come out behind Mohamed Tasbi, I reckon, and Art Vanderlei, who was leading the race, will move up to P2.
Okay.
Yep, Jake Baldwin pits now to surface drive-through of the...
It must be track limits because I'm not seeing anything in Discord.
Yep. So it's going to be his... So it's going to be track limits. It has to be track limits. Art Vanderlei, though, where will you be? So he comes out ahead. So he's in front of Jake Baldwin, and Tasbi will come up. But Jake Baldwin will come up behind Mohamed Tasbi. So it's going to be a very close call, though. But I don't think that there'll be enough. I don't think there's enough time for Jake Baldwin to close the gap to Mohamed Tasbi. So as it stands, number 10 JMX car is leading the race, followed up by the number 10. Followed up by the number 15 Celsius Autosport car, and the 111 Stratos Flash car will round up your podium.
Okay, so that's going to be... funnily enough, JMX Phantom will not be happy that Laundry House got a drive-through, because that's allowed this car up into third position from fourth. That means they're not going to get as many points over the championship rival as they'd hoped.
So the gap between them and Tasbi will probably be down to a couple of points, not much, but championship battle is on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is.
We will have a total combine of, well, 24 hours of racing left. We got 4 hours of Misano, 4 hours of Nürburgring, 4 hours of Silverstone, and to round it all off, same like last year, the 12 hour of Spa. Let's focus on the GT4 battle, shall we?
Yeah.
Joey Gutierrez.
Well, the GT4 battle was great today. I mean, we had such a great battle for 2.5 hours, and then it kind of eased out, didn't it? Hope My Beer Racing did a really good job of putting down some lap times, and of course, Racing Line just lost all that pace in stint number 3. So, yeah, it looks pretty comfortable right now. Hope My Beer Racing with Andreas Wolf and Joey Gutierrez right now, who's in the car right now, as you can see. You know, and you can see the view right now with even the lights on. It's a great shot. You can see how well the track is lit up.
Makes a very beautiful track in Kyalami. One of the best tracks in ACC.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's quite comfortable though. They got over a lap lead on everyone else in GT4. So just keep it, fingers crossed, keep it clean, keep out of the trouble, make sure you give space to the guys lapping you, and Hope My Beer Racing come forward to take their first win in eRacing GP.
And he's very ecstatic though, Joey Gutierrez, speaking to probably his teammate Andreas Wolf. Now Alan Drake Cruz though, I think we still have to focus on him. 10 years old, debuting in the Pro-Am category, and yeah, Alan Drake Cruz for Pro next season.
For sure. Doing a great job. And the Lamborghini as well. It's the only Lamborghini in the field, isn't it?
No, we have another one. We have the 88 Lamborghini driven by the Mean Machine Sim Racing entry of Muhammad Mazli Mardini and Muhammad Faiz Aziz.
This might be a good time to go through all the standings.
It is. So as it stands though, Russell Reyes leads the way, and with 26 minutes to go, the gap between him and Art Vanderlei is roughly 24 seconds. Mohamed Tasbido is in P3, Jake Baldwin, the last year's championship winning car, down to P4. Erling Drake Cruz, the Pro-Am leading Lamborghini, in P5. Then you have Calix Spoon in the number 70 Z Challenger Racing Bentley in P6, and Nigel Chua and Andika Rama Maulana, the number 44 Legion of Racers, who's had quite an eventful race, I should say. Was fighting for the lead early on with Andika behind the wheel, and then accidentally hit Fahad, who is right behind them in P8 at the moment, and then Nigel almost coming out of turn 15, and because of that coming together, he overshoots his pit entry speed limit by a couple of kilometers per hour, and that did give him the 30-second stop and go.
Yeah. So there you have it. There is your leaders right now. You can see all the ballast on the right, quite a lot of them with their ballast. Some of it due to the cars, because some cars have ballast, balance performance adjustment, and some have success ballast from the previous round one.
Yep.
There is our leader, Russell Reyes, JMX Phantom car, going to be their first win in Endurance Edition. What a great job. You know, this car had, 12 kilos of ballast as well. Success ballast, plus the ballast obviously you get for running a Ferrari. So, great job by JMX Phantom looks like what's going to happen is going to take their first win.
You got to focus on Mohamed Tasbi though. The gap between him and Art Vanderlei a couple of seconds ago was 3.5 seconds. Now it's down to 4.2. Now it's down to 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
So Art Vanderlei didn't have a very good lap just now. He posted a 43.7, and Tasbi is 1 second quicker with a 42.7. So what happened to Art Vanderlei? Did he caught up to traffic? I believe he did, and he had to negotiate traffic, so it did compromise his lap time, but by how much? Looks like it is a lot, because Tasbi is catching up. And
yeah, he is. So okay, let's go on board with him right now, and you can see there is Tasbi, his teammate and brother Muhammad Alif, just in the background having his dinner. I wonder what he's eating. Maybe you can see what he's eating.
so he's, I think, eating some snacks.
Eating some snacks right now. But yeah, so literally looking over the shoulder of his brother, saying, don't mess up. Come on, let's try and get P2. This car, 111 for Stratos Flash, is the championship leading car. If they can finish second, then they will be tied in the championship. No, they won't be. I think I need to check up. We need to see what the points they got for qualifying will determine that. We don't have Statman to do that for us, but there is Alif waving there as he cheers on his brother. Tasbi there, only 2.5 seconds. Can he close the gap? If he can get P2, that'd be really good. Actually, yeah, for the championship. Actually, maybe someone else can work it out for us, because it's just Afiq and me right now. We don't have our Statman to work out the points configuration for us. Why doesn't someone just message us on Facebook to let us know who's going to be leading the championship if it finishes with JMX Phantom in first and Stratos in second? Because that would be quite interesting. I'd like to know, because I think if Stratos finishes third, for sure JMX Phantom will be leading the championship after this round 2. But if Stratos finishes second, what does that mean?
Maybe they will lead the championship, but
yeah,
it's going to be a very close match.
And of course, big thank out to all our sponsors, X-Park, Royal Selangor, Motorsport Playground Life, for all the support they've had for us over the last couple of years.
Art Vanderlei. It was 2.5, but at the moment, Tasbi looks like, no idea what happened to it. Art Vanderlei was done. He managed to get back into pace and into the rhythm. So as it stands, Tasbi doesn't look like he can close the gap for P2. But it's still a long season. There's still 4 more races to go. We have a lot of action going to happen. So the number 10 JMX car is sitting very comfortably in P1 with a 25-second gap to Art Vanderlei. Jake Baldwin is 5 seconds behind Mohamed Tasbi, but it doesn't look like he can get close to the gap, close to the car ahead. Alan Drake Cruz was sitting comfortably in the number 31 Lamborghini of Alan Racing, and that rounds out your top 5. In the GT4 category, on the other hand, Joey Gutierrez is still leading with a lap lead to Abdurrahman Qureshi.
Okay, I'm just trying to pull out the championship table so we can see the different configurations.
Statman Alex.
20 minutes to go.
Yep.
This is the big question. Can Stratos Motorsport close down the gap to Celsius and take that second position? Steal that second position away, shall we say.
5:20, so you get 18 points.
What happened to the fastest lap? Okay, who else do you want to focus on right now?
Probably the guy in P3 in Pro M, which is Taufik Mohir.
Yeah, let's see where he is.
Taufik though is in P15 overall.
Not a bad run really for him, is it?
Yep, P3 in the P15 overall and P3 in the Pro M category. I think the other car we should focus on is also Nakib Azlan and Namid Azlan, the Azlan brothers in the 2+2, but we'll go on to them after this.
Yeah, they've not had a very good race. It's been really tough for them. I know both of them were very light on practice. So yeah, they had an incident that first few laps, I think, so that put them out of it. Okay, so all things being equal, if JMX Phantom win and Stratos finish second, that will mean JMX Phantom and Stratos Flash will be equal on points. Unless, of course, one of them can steal fastest lap in the closing stages of this race. But at the moment, fastest lap belongs to GSR Motorsport.
Yep. Fagafu in the 369 Honda. Who's had an eventful race, was leading the race. And Andika Rama caught up to him and accidentally hit the back of the number 369 Honda coming into 10-10. Very unfortunate that ended his chances of winning a race. GSR's first chance of finishing on the podium. But he has gotten the fastest lap of the race. And with 17 minutes to go, I don't think that any of these other races can snatch the fastest lap and the extra 2 points from them.
Yeah, no, quite a few cars having issues in this race, wasn't there? Actually, the only one not to have issues was JMX Phantom, I think.
Yep.
I think everyone else in the top 10 have had drive-thrus at some point, except for Alan Drake Cruz, of course, as well.
I believe they did. The number 10 JMX Phantom, if I'm not mistaken, had a collision with the number 2 Terry Rayton car coming out of the final corner a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, that wasn't a drive-thru, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It just lost him like 3 or 4 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was still a chunk amount of time. At the moment, though, they are sitting very comfortably to Art Vanderlei. 16 minutes to go. Art Vanderlei is 3 seconds ahead of Mohamed Tasbi. So Mohamed Tasbi, the gap was 2.5, has now increased to 3.1 second. And Jake Baldwin is 5.8 second after that drive-through. And is currently sitting in P4. Kelix Spoon, though, the number 70 Z Challenger Racing Bentley is in P6 and P5 in the Pro category respectively. And Nigel Chua in P7. So no changes in position whatsoever between the top 10. Alan J. True still leading the Pro Am category. Russell Reyes has been leading the Pro category for the last hour.
So I also just heard that Laundry House, that last drive-through penalty that they had was because of track limits. And apparently, the first 3 track limits they did were in that first stint with Lawrenson. And Lawrenson did it back-to-back on the same corner, 3 laps in a row. So he was very annoyed with himself. And Baldwin obviously had 1 more track limit in this last stint, which forced the drive-through for them. Unfortunate, but it happens.
Yep.
Okay, the gap between Vanderlei and Tasby has now gone out 3.4 seconds. So it looks like JMX Phantom will take the championship lead.
They will lead the championship by 7 points if my mathematics are correct.
And yeah, I think Legion of Racers will still hold on to 3rd position in that championship, just. Although GSR Motorsports, 11 points in that first race. If they finish 8th, they will get 8 points. Oh, 8 and 11. So
But they changed
9.
cars, so they're gonna have to reduce.
20. Yeah. So just Legion of Racers will still be 3rd position as it stands. But after this sort of weekend, I wonder more people might switch to the Honda for the next round. Just so you guys know, you can change cars in this championship, but you do take penalties. I think it's like 10% of your penalty points up to that point. So it can be quite severe. So later in the championship, you really don't want to be changing cars.
It's always a good idea to change cars if you don't have any championship points or just have like a couple of championship points. But
if you got 40, always a bad idea.
Yep.
You lose a chunk then. Nigel Chua there in P7. Had a eventful race as well. This is another car that was in with a chance of winning, but did not go well for him.
a little bit unfortunate for Nigel and the number 44 Legion of Racers car, but again, it's racing. Anything happens in racing, and this kind of thing happens in racing.
Yep. Love the livery though. I love the purple and black stripes from the Legion of Racers car. It's really nice to watch. And, quite striking out on track.
And Nigel currently in Singapore, moving to Singapore. Just moved to Singapore a couple of weeks ago to stay with his fiancée. So the gap between him and Kelix Spoon is now down to 0.7, almost 0.7 of a second. Can Nigel close down the gap and bring home that couple more championship points to the number 44 entry car?
Yeah, well, we can ride on board with him if you want, and you can see he's all over the back of Poon. Look at that, the Bentley just there. Oh, it's great at night time when the lights light up, everything like that. It's so clear as well, you can see everything.
But when it comes to dawn, this sunset corner is called sunset because, oh, Nigel doing his best Takumi impression there in sunset. Almost loses the area, but manages to control the situation. As I was saying, the sunset corner is named sunset because the sun sets on that particular corner and it blinds the drivers.
I'm sure.
Kelix Spoon.
It must look quite spectacular through there as well, though. Okay, Chua, you know, 6/10, 11 minutes to go, he can definitely get it, but he's lost a little bit of time on this lap. Pun seems to recognize the danger, and he's been quite spectacular over the middle part of the sector. Pun with a good overtake on lap traffic, and then driving well, 1.3 seconds now, and it's going even further out with the traffic in between them.
Yep, and Nigel has one more traffic to negotiate. That's the number 22 Bernard Chan driven car.
He's missing apexes. He's missed like 3 apexes on this lap alone. You can hear the other car in McLaren. Surprised he's not flashing the lights yet. I'd be flashing the lights about now.
Yep. Ask the McLaren to give the way coming to turn 1 because there you go. Bernard Chan does the right thing and backs off and let Nigel through coming to turn 2 actually. It's a bit wide though, Nigel. It's very weird seeing him driving like this. He's missed a couple of apexes already in the last 2 laps alone.
Over pushing perhaps, just needs to bring it back a bit.
Yep. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds, sorry, 1.3 seconds. So it hasn't changed, but it was 0.6 of a second a couple of laps ago. A little bit wide there by Nigel coming into turn 8. And you have to be careful that exiting turn 9. If you hit the runoff area, you can get a drive through.
So we're here at round 2 of the 6th round championship here at Kyalami, and wow, Pun has done a great job, hasn't he? Calix Prun, the Z Challenger, has just responded to the pressure from Legionnaire Racers and easily pulled out quite a bit of a gap. 1.6 seconds now. 9 minutes to go. That's looking a lot more comfortable for the Hong Kong-based team.
Yep. And this will be Z Challengers Racing best ever finishing position in an eRGP race.
Oh, but couldn't they have had so much? They so much more. They're running the top 4 from top 3 for quite a long time as well. For those drive-throughs started to creep in as well. Once for the Bentley, once for the BMW car. And like you said, Z Challenger number 70 is in 6th position. So Chris Pun actually is a Pro-Am car. So Nigel doesn't need to risk much to overtake Chris Pun, Calix Pun, because that's a Pro-Am car. So, you know, and he's actually leading the Pro-Am championship. So that's pretty good points, because if he stays there, that's a Challenger Racing will still lead that championship over Allen Racing.
So by right at the moment, Electric Cruz is leading Calix Pun in the Pro-Am category, and this is Z Challenger 2nd and 3rd in the podium.
Is it? Or is it Mo? Is
Number
it?
69 is a Pro-Am entry.
Okay, so Z Challenger getting good haul of points for Pro-Am. Of course, for Am category right now, Hold My Beer Racing is going to take over the championship lead with this win.
Indeed they will, and they have a very comfortable lead to the car. The number 57, Abdurrahman Qureshi, driven race team Rising Line Aston Martin.
Yeah, what is that? Is that 1 lap or 2 laps?
2 laps.
2 laps now. Nice. Comfortable lead there for them.
So even if something were to happen to the Hold My Beer entry, they can still come out in front of the number 57 car and still win the race eventually. Such a nice backdrop, Kyalami. You can actually see the city center, and I think that's what I like about Kyalami. It has a lot of everything. It has everything in it.
Yeah, it does. We'll have to go there one day, won't we?
Certainly we will. Meanwhile, we've not shown the leader that much in the final hour of the race. Let's jump on board him. He's got 2 cars ahead though. The Paul Lopez driven Veloci Ragazzo car and the number 22 Bernard Chan driven Academy car. So Bernard Chan they're taking a little bit of grass, mowing the grass per se, coming out of turn 7. And Russell keeping his composure. It's always been quick, Russell Reyes. One of the quickest drivers from Philippines.
Yeah, he has. We saw him first in eRacing GP in Global Edition. Did some very good races there.
And this will end with 6 minutes to go. When they cross the line, JMX Phantom will win their first race in the eRacing GP Endurance Edition.
And there is his teammate, Presley Martona, watching the racing, chilling. He knows it's in the bag. Well, 6 minutes ago, of course. Hopefully he doesn't run out of fuel or something, but he'd be looking a lot more tense if he thought he was going to run out of fuel. But looking quite good right there. We'll come to interview with him after the race.
In second position though, Art Vanderlei.
The people's favorite, I would say. The fans' favorite. The little NSX that was leading the race for so long as well. One of two Honda NSXs to be leading the race for quite a while. And obviously got caught up in that damage, but nice recovery to get P2. Very pleased for the Australian team. And then, was it 6 seconds behind? Tasby now.
6 seconds in front of Tasby.
Yeah, and Tasby though is now starting to fall into clutches of the #1 Laundry House car. Remember, the Laundry House had that drive-through in this last stint for track limits, and he's actually closing down on Tasby quite quickly. Jake Baldwin is in that car. Last lap at 42.5, Tasby at 43.6. And there he is. Baldwin is definitely closing down that gap. How many laps to go? 3 more laps to go. Maybe 4. Can Baldwin close down the gap? One thing to close it down, quite another thing to try and overtake.
And in front of Tasby is a lap car, driven by, who could this be? Felix Jung.
Oh yeah.
And the number 120 BMW.
That's the Wackos Flip Table car. One of the teams have a really disappointing race. And yeah, Tasby needs to get a move on because, wow, yes, for sure. Baldwin's going to be all over the back of him very soon.
The gap was 2.9 seconds when they cross the line and starts their sector 3. The gap now is down to 1.8 seconds, so we do have the final battle for the podium on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a view from Baldwin's car. And let's get the zoom from him as well to see how he's doing. Yeah, he looks focused, doesn't he? He thinks he can get one more position for the end of the race. He wants to be on the podium.
Gap now down to 1.5 seconds. There will be roughly 3 more laps remaining. Russell Reyes will cross the line and there will be 2 more laps remaining. For them, it's 3 laps. So there might be a chance for Jake Baldwin to catch up to Tasby.
Because Tasby's still not lapped that car.
Tasby is not lapped that car, and it's going to make, say, Jake Baldwin overtakes Tasby, and the number 120 car will make life worse for Jake Baldwin.
Changes down in the middle of the corner.
Taking a very wide apex to coming to sunset. And Tasby still hasn't lapped. What's going on?
Maybe some very nervous faces, I think. Although I'm watching the zoom, Tasby looks pretty calm at the moment. Doesn't seem to be having any issues.
He has to find a way, Tasby. He has to find a way past the BMW quickly. Jake Baldwin is right behind his gearbox. Never mind the car in P5. He's 27 seconds behind. What will the gap be between Baldwin and Tasby? It's now down to 1 second. So with almost 2 laps to go, Jake Baldwin might have a chance to snatch the final step of the podium from the 111 Stratos car. That will not only, a little wide there by Jake Baldwin coming out of turn 13. Oh, Felix Jung, the number 20 car, off the road, and Tasby has overtaken him. But as a consequence of Jake Baldwin, the gap between him and Mohamed Tasby now is down to 0.5 of a second. So there you go. Battle for the final step of the podium is definitely on. We thought there wasn't going to be any more action, but nevertheless, Kyalami has been delivering so far, will be delivering again in the last 2 minutes of the race. Meanwhile, we have to focus back on the leader though. Leader is Russell Reyes and the JMX car. And he will have one more lap. He's got cars ahead, but I don't think that he should be overtaking them. Just so that he can, you know, not get involved in any collision whatsoever. We have to ride on board and we have to show his teammates zoom cam, which is Presi Martono, if you can find him at the moment. This is the final lap of the race. Russell Reyes in the number 10 JMX Phantom Ferrari, shared with Presi Martono, coming into turn 2, and will be heading for a race victory. His first race victory in eRGP Endurance Edition, Presi Martono's first victory in eRGP Endurance Edition, and JMX Phantom's first victory in eRGP. So we're gonna have to come back to this car in a bit. Meanwhile, we have to focus for the final step for the battle between Taspi and Jake Baldwin. The gap is coming down, 0.4 now the gap. Art Vanderlei 8 seconds ahead of Taspi, so it looks like Art Vanderlei will come home in P2, the people's favorite car, Honda. And Jake Baldwin, he is getting closer. He doesn't look like he can pass Mohamed Taspi now, but he's got 2 more corners that he can overtake, which is turn 10 the hairpin, the left-hander hairpin, and the right-hander turn 13, which is also another hairpin. Well, Baldwin looks like he's getting ever closer to Taspi, but doesn't look like he can get it done here coming to turn 7. What about turn 8? He can get the car closer to Taspi. He's feeling the pressure, but nevertheless, Baldwin is pressuring the back of this car driven by Mohamed Taspi. We have to focus back on the race leader, Russell Reyes, and JMX Phantom celebrating. Look at that. Presi Martono is ecstatic, ladies and gentlemen. Coming out of the final corner now, Russell Reyes and Presi Martono, JMX Phantom number 10 Ferrari will win round 2 of the eRGP Endurance Edition and will lead the championship.
Wow, fantastic there for Russell Reyes. Where's Alan Drake Cruz? We're seeing the Pro-Am winner across the line as well.
We have to focus on the battle for P3, though Taspi looks like he's holding back. Unless Jake Baldwin can dive down the inside, but Taspi will look like he'll cross the line in P3. So that is your top 3 done. Meanwhile, Pro-Am, Alan Drake Cruz.
He's going to cross the line. That'd be a good win for him. See the AM class as well, see how they're doing. It's not yet crossing the line right now.
Not yet crossing the line right now, Joey Gutierrez. Coming into turn 10 though. So Alan Drake Cruz wins Pro-Am. And with a couple of corners to go, Joey Gutierrez will win the AM category in the GT4 777 Hold My Beer car.
So look at that order there. Okay, so those are the winners there. Top 4 there all in the Pro class. 5th and 6th for Alan Racing and Chris Calix Poon also there in Z Challenger. They're top 2 in the Pro-Am class. And of course, Hold My Beer Racing winning the AM class as well. So good job there. Let's go on board right now and see if we can talk to Presley Martono. Let's see if we can talk to Presley Martono at all and see if he's available. Try and talk to him on Zoom in a little while.
He's probably communicating with his teammate Russell Reyes, but nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, that's your top 5. That's your winners for today. Russell Reyes in the number 10 JMX car. Art Vanderlei finishes P2 and number 15 Honda.
Yep.
And P3 goes to Mohamed Taspi.
Try and talk to see if we can talk to Presley right now, see if he is there.
Can't seem to hear us, Taspi.
Can't seem to hear us right now. Alright, we'll try and talk to let's talk to the guys in P3. Let's talk to Mohamed Taspi and see what he's doing. Hi Taspi, can you hear us? Okay, good stuff. Let's talk to you now. Okay, hold on a second. Let's just sort this out while we just get the broadcast correct. Here we go. So, Taspi, fantastic. Difficult race. You want to talk us through it? Yeah, I bet it still puts you second in the championship. It's quite close. Could you have won, do you think, without the glitch today? Mm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, still a long way to go in this championship. Of course, JMX Phantom now lead that championship, but there'll only be like three points between the two of you. So a long way to go. Next up, which track are we at next up? Misano. Misano. Do you like Misano? Okay, well done. Congratulations. And we will see you soon. And good luck for the next round.
Yep.
Okay, let's try and see if we can talk to Andreas Wolf. See if he's around. Hey, Andreas. Congratulations on the AM win, man. Yeah, it's your first win in eRacing GP in the Endurance Edition. Awesome. Congratulations on that. You're now leading the championship, so good luck. And okay, awesome. Well, we will see you soon next time. Congratulations and thank you. Cheers. Okay, let's see if we can talk to Presley Martono, see if he is there yet. Presley, are you listening? I think he's accepting all the congratulation messages. Can he hear us?
Presley.
No, I don't think he can hear us.
What about Russell? You can hear, but you can't hear him on the...
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
We can see him talking to the microphone.
Mm.
Try unmuting your Zoom.
Yeah, maybe your Zoom is not unmuted, mate.
No, that's Russell. We have Russell on board.
Where's Russell?
Yeah.
Let's get Russell, shall we?
Yep.
Find him. Hi, Russell. Can you hear us? Hey, congratulations. Well done. Congratulations on the win. Do you want to talk us through it? Mm. Yeah, fantastic. It was a charging drive. I mean, Presley also with some great laps, and that last stint by you, especially at the beginning of the stint, woof, very quick. You should be happy with that. Okay, so now you're leading the championship. Is there going to be more pressure for the rest of the season? That's awesome, man. That's what we love to hear. Congratulations and good luck for the next round. Okay, well that's that one done. Let's wow. So what did you think about that? That was quite interesting, huh?
I think it was quite interesting. I think Kyalami has delivered.
Yeah, I think it's a great track. We saw some good racing, and that's round 2 done and dusted. JMX Phantom obviously won the Pro category. Alan Racing won the Pro-Am category in that Lamborghini. And of course, great to see Hold My Beer win their first race in GT4.
Yep.
So next up is Misano. What are you looking forward to Misano?
Misano is a lot more technical track compared to Kyalami. It's a lot more shorter, 90 seconds long, but overtaking opportunity can be plentiful if you're brave enough. Okay,
well, that's coming up in a month from now. And of course, we've got the sprint edition next week as well. It's 1 hour races, just a little sprint thing. So keep following our details, our social media for more details. Stay tuned. This is eRacing GP, and we will see you very soon.